Global alerts reported bizarre events: an abnormally huge abalone, a wild ancient tree with roots spreading for kilometers, giant vines falling from the sky, and subway tracks collapsing with casualties. However, people dismissed these as mere sensationalism, recalling past false alarms like the zombie bite scare. A group of students had gathered in front of the school, far more entertained by local gossip than by any news broadcast. Suddenly, their focus shifted entirely to a figure walking toward them. It was none other than the school's celebrated beauty, Chu Qingli. At once, speculation spread: was she finally going to end things with her boyfriend? To many, their relationship seemed nothing more than charity on her part. After all, Chu Qing had already secured admission into the prestigious Qincheng University, while her boyfriend hadn't even managed to enter a decent one. Their futures, in everyone's eyes, lay on completely different planes. Chu Qingli walked up to Fang Yi and called for his attention. Somewhat curious, he turned around. With a cold expression, she stated that she had thought it through: their relationship wasn't realistic. High school romances, she explained, always reached a stage where one realized they were never truly meant for each other. Building a life together required not just courage, but also compatibility. And for that reason, it was best to end things. Internally, she thought with disdain that no matter what he did to win her back, it would never work. Fang Yi remained silent. Observing this, the crowd assumed he was so stunned that he had either broken down or lost his senses. After all, she was the school's most admired girl. They expected him to fall to his knees, begging her for another chance. Instead, watching closely, they concluded he was nothing more than a toad foolishly desiring a swan, never truly her equal. But to their surprise, Fang Yi looked at her calmly and agreed to the breakup, leaving both Chu Qing and the onlookers momentarily stunned. Seeing there was nothing more to say, he simply turned his back on her and walked away. She grew flustered and called after him. Fang Yi turned back, his gaze sharp, and asked what she wanted. Her eyes, burning with anger, made it clear she didn't care about his thoughts or any tricks he might attempt. She would never return to him, and she wanted that to be absolutely clear. Fang Yi looked at her calmly and told her not to flatter herself, reminding her she was just the so-called school beauty. Her eyes widened in shock at his words, and a faint blush crept across her face. The students around them were stunned at Fang Yi's unexpected attitude. But he alone knew something they didn't: that all their measures of worth, like wealth and education, were destined to crumble. None of them could imagine that he had lived through the collapse of the world and had been reborn into this moment. To him, the girl before him was nothing more than a stranger from another life. Without hesitation, Fang Yi walked away from the school. Beauties and reputation held no value to him anymore, not when humanity itself stood on the brink of upheaval. It all started the previous night, when Fang Yi awoke to see mysterious cracks revealing glimpses of the future. Soon after, a system message appeared: full activation in 364 days, 11 hours, 59 minutes. Once that countdown ended, the entire world would undergo an irreversible transformation. Though puzzled, Fang Yi witnessed figures materializing before him as the system revealed that the very rules of society would be rewritten. A new era was coming, an era where cultivators ruled, and power became the ultimate law. Curious, Fang Yi reached out his hand. A strange light emerged, and a system window appeared, claiming to originate from the farthest reaches of the universe, built with supreme algorithms intertwined with cosmic secrets. Its purpose was to automatically generate cultivation techniques based on the spiritual materials the host touched. At that moment, however, no techniques were available. Fang Yi's eyes widened as his hand passed straight through the window, and in the next instant, a monstrous beast manifested, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Inside its gaping maw was a corpse, and the system declared that this was the destiny of an ordinary human, the fate awaiting billions across Blue Star. Terror gripped Fang Yi as he swallowed hard, clutching his chest, his heart filled with unease. His thoughts drifted to his previous life, an ordinary man carried helplessly by the current of disaster, fighting only to endure. He had seen his nation fall, his people suffer, and in the end, he too was torn apart by mutated beasts. He remembered dying in despair, overwhelmed with fury, his heart burning with vengeance. But now, with a new chance before him, his eyes blazed with determination. Perhaps it was this will that had led the system to choose him, to bring him back 1 year before Aura's recovery. Reaching out once more, Fang Yi touched the system fragments, resolving that he would seize every anomaly brought forth by the returning Aura, this time, to turn them into his strength. The system began running a new evaluation. Fang Yi's eyes lit up as it confirmed a successful link. A fresh path had been unlocked. Now, anything in existence could serve as material. His mission was clear: to gather powerful techniques and abilities, forge himself into a strong cultivator, and ultimately save the world. Meanwhile, the city was being warned that humanity faced an unprecedented crisis. The answers could no longer be found in the past. The only way forward was for people to adapt with their own strength. Glancing at his phone, he noticed a flood of notifications. He realized the government hadn't confirmed nor denied the strange phenomena, merely advising people to prepare. Fang Yi recognized this as Sha Nation's subtle warning. Reports once dismissed as superstition would never have been allowed to spread this widely otherwise. Sadness clouded his expression as memories resurfaced. He remembered how this cautious, silent approach had always calmed citizens and built trust in the nation. Unlike neighboring countries, which fell into chaos and gunfire, Sha Nation's slow, measured method had proven far more effective. Then he recalled the system's words, everything could be used. That meant he needed to pursue anomalies wherever they surfaced. His eyes returned to his phone, where the top trending news caught his attention. The UV index at Xinjiang University had reached A. A heat warning had been issued, advising new students to take precautions and apply sunscreen. Most people scoffed. They couldn't believe a prestigious university would rely on such tactics, dismissing it as a publicity stunt or a paid trend. After all, such levels of heat would kill people outright. Fang Yi raised his head and looked at the sky above him. It was overcast with clouds. Out of caution, he activated his UV meter. It read 0. Confusion struck him. Xinjiang University was only 15 minutes away, yet the weather there appeared drastically different. Online images showed a blazing sun over the campus, and the announcement instructed new students to continue with registration but to avoid the north gate, where the UV index was highest. A faint smile curved Fang Yi's lips. He knew better. To the public, anomalies looked like scams or gimmicks, but only he understood the truth. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. His first real opportunity had arrived. Changing his clothes, Fang Yi set out for Xinjiang University. When he arrived, everyone was carrying umbrellas. The heat was unbearable. Without hesitation, Fang Yi walked straight to the north gate, the least crowded entrance. He was certain something was off there. Then, shimmering ashes drifted down from the sky. Students screamed and scattered, desperate to escape the deadly heat, but Fang Yi's attention locked onto the glowing particles. Calmly, he sat down and reached for one. The moment his finger touched it, a brilliant light erupted, and the system notified him. An intense yang attribute fluctuation detected, data template unlocked. The energy surged into his body, racking him with unbearable pain. His entire frame began to shine with blinding radiance, forcing others to shield their eyes. His clothes caught fire from the energy pouring into him, and he clenched his teeth in agony. Gripping his head, his mind on the brink of collapse, he didn't know if the system had finished compiling. All he knew was the sensation of death clawing at him. The system's compilation completed, and Fang Yi obtained a yang attribute technique, the golden sun breathing method. Soon after, the day arrived for new students to register at Xinjiang University. Among the crowd was Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend. A boy eagerly offered to carry her luggage, but she coldly declined. More followed, each trying to earn her attention, yet she brushed them off, insisting she needed no help. Casting a mocking glance at a nearby couple, she was suddenly startled by a dazzling flash of golden light. Gasps rippled through the students. A voice blared from the loudspeaker, warning everyone to stay away from the north gate. Her expression turned grave, and she made her way to see what was happening. At the north gate, an overwhelming burst of golden energy erupted, blanketing the area in radiance. From the haze emerged a shadowed figure radiating immense power. He inhaled deeply, and his eyes shone with a brilliant golden glow. A translucent screen materialized before him. New technique created. 50 points earned. Points. What for? He pushed the thought aside. It could wait. Night soon fell, the moon hanging strange and distorted in the sky. Alone, he began practicing the golden sun breathing method for the first time. By the following morning, the campus brimmed with unease. A scorching sun blazed above. Startled students rushed to the north gate, forming a crowd. The dean stormed in, furious that so many had ignored the warnings. Forcing his way to the center, he was accompanied by officials and a mysterious hooded figure. With a stern tone, the hooded individual ordered that the north gate be sealed off completely. Just then, the system informed Fang Yi, polluted area purified. He realized the government was already aware of such places, and wondered if others like him existed. The growing alert spread quickly. Students noticed uniformed personnel moving in and whispered nervously, "Were these soldiers?" His crimson eyes glowed faintly as he decided it was time to leave. With a swift leap, he vanished into the distance. The hooded figure walked the fractured ground, carefully examining the aftermath. Kneeling, she pressed a hand against the earth, sensing the lingering energy. Picking up a shard of scorched soil, she studied it closely. This power came from a person. Meanwhile, officials ushered students out of the area. Whispers spread in the crowd. Could one individual have caused all of this? His ex-girlfriend's eyes widened in disbelief. For a fleeting moment, she thought of Fang Yi when she saw a figure leaping away, but quickly dismissed the idea. With his poor grades, he could never have even entered Xinjiang University. Back at Fang Yi's modest home, the sun set and the room dimmed. Lying on his bed, he muttered about his body still burning, even after a cold shower. The heat made him restless, and another worry gnawed at him. Had someone noticed his display? Unlocking his phone, he saw a headline dominating the feeds. Cultivation Association announces official existence. He remembered how, in his past life, people had ridiculed it as an internet hoax. But the hooded figures from the university convinced him otherwise. Curious, he opened the article, which described the cultivation stages, from ghost acts all the way to transcendence. Comment sections mocked it as clickbait, but Fang Yi's instincts told him this was real. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he resolved to test the golden sun breathing method again. Closing his eyes, he focused deeply. Sweat beaded his forehead as golden energy surged within him. His body lifted slightly into the air, glowing in radiant brilliance. The system whispered. First step, fortify the body to contain the essence of heaven and earth. With effort, he shaped the energy into a weapon, a shining, divine axe. His eyes blazed like suns, and a fierce smile spread across his face. For the first time, Fang Yi felt truly powerful. Curious, he examined the glowing screen, which revealed that a new path had been unlocked. The system explained that these points could be used to infuse compiled data into any object, essentially granting it attributes. Intrigued by the concept, Fang Yi glanced at the mug on his table. Extending his hand, a golden glow radiated from his palm. The system prompted. Use 1 point to imbue the Yang attribute into this object. Realization struck. This was no different from enchanting an item, giving it a unique power. His thoughts raced. If a mug can hold power, what about a weapon? The idea of forging his own specialized tool for combat thrilled him. Determined, he retrieved a small decorative sword from his shelf. If this works, I'll invest in a real weapon. I'll need it when the monsters come. But just as he prepared to test the ability, a strange noise pierced the silence of the night. The sound, halfway between a scratching rat and something far more sinister, came from outside the building. Unbeknownst to him, in the shadows beyond his apartment, a monstrous figure lurked. Its form resembled a grotesque rabbit, towering with demonic claws, red eyes glowing like embers, and jagged teeth glistening in the dark. Inside, Fang Yi shifted uneasily, his body still burning from the cultivation technique. His enhanced senses caught the noise again. At first, he dismissed it as a neighbor's pet, but the unease gnawed at him. He concentrated, sharpening his hearing. The sound wasn't from the pipes, nor the walls, it was right outside. Cautiously, he stepped toward the door. As he pulled it open, his blood ran cold. There, in the dim hallway, the mutated beast loomed before him, its crimson eyes locked onto his, radiating pure malice. A chilling memory from his past life surfaced, filling him with dread. Meanwhile, high above the city, a drone buzzed silently, tracking the disturbance. On a rooftop, a young woman leaned against the ledge, twirling a lollipop between her lips. Still haven't caught that damn rabbit that ate the rare fruit, she muttered, annoyed but relaxed. Her team's voice crackled through the comms, updating her on the target's location. Without hesitation, she leapt from the building. Her figure cut through the night air with breathtaking agility, weaving effortlessly between skyscrapers. Suddenly, her expression shifted. She could feel the surge of the mutated beast's power. She smirked. I'm close. Her eyes glowing with determination, the hunter finally locked onto the creature and prepared for battle. The mysterious figure landed heavily on a rooftop, moving with breathtaking agility. Sprinting down the side of a building, she received her order: pursue the target at all costs. Landing with flawless precision, she resumed the chase without pause. Leaping from one building to the next, she warned that the beast had consumed a rare fruit and could soon evolve. Inside a nearby office, a man working late glimpsed something dart past his window, moving far too quickly for him to comprehend. His boss's angry shout pulled him back, scolding him for standing idle. Within an apartment, Fang Yi now faced the strange creature as it let out a piercing scream. Golden eyes shining, he felt the undeniable change in his body. He was finally able to fight as an equal. The beast lunged at him with razor claws, but Fang Yi slipped aside with lightning speed. Every strike appeared slowed in his vision. His transformation had sharpened his perception. Gathering sun-infused energy in his hand, he wondered why such a mutated beast had appeared so early. Past life memories rushed back. He knew this monster hadn't fully evolved yet, and if it grew any stronger, it would endanger everyone in the building. Without hesitation, Fang Yi charged. His energy-filled hand seized the creature, and with raw strength, holding it in an iron grip, his golden eyes gleamed coldly. Spinning the monster into the air, he noticed its weakness, its tail. Grasping it with all his might, Fang Yi hurled the creature against the window, shattering it with explosive force. His fist glowed with radiant gold as he unleashed a devastating punch, releasing a beam of energy that struck the monster midair. The brilliant golden light engulfed the beast, but to his surprise, it clawed at the beam, trying to absorb its power. Fang Yi quickly realized, it was attempting to steal his yang energy. Clenching his teeth, he pushed back harder, convinced the sun's power was far too much for the creature. Indeed, the desperate beast only hastened its own destruction. Moments later, a golden explosion consumed it completely. Next door, a couple jolted awake from the noise. The man glanced at the window, wondering if it had been thunder, but seeing nothing unusual, he returned to bed. Fang Yi landed heavily on the floor, golden energy still flickering around him. Breathing hard, he reflected, the creature was like a starving ghost, drawn to devour his power. From its remains, a single eye dropped to the ground, leaking strange black smoke. With a hardened expression, Fang Yi stomped on it, crushing the last trace of the beast. He understood, it had been driven by its hunger for his opposing yang power. If not for his transformation, the monster would have devoured everyone inside. Now he knew, he had to master more techniques to face the dangers yet to come. At that moment, the mysterious huntress vaulted through the night sky, her movements graceful yet lethal. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her target was already gone. Kneeling, she examined the remains, murmuring that she would attempt to recover the night attribute. But when she touched the residue, a burst of golden energy scorched her hand, forcing her back instantly. The heat and blazing force reminded her of the energy at the university gate. This was no coincidence. Her expression hardened as she activated her communicator. With a steady, serious tone, she reported to her base. The target had been eliminated, not by her, but by a new forerunner wielding extraordinary power. On the other end, a voice asked if this was the same individual who had cleared the gate and slain the rabbit. A man confirmed that no records existed on this individual and insisted that the association must recruit him. The silver-haired girl agreed with the strategy, carefully sealing the small flame of energy into a container attached to her. Her superior instructed her to abandon her other missions and focus solely on locating the new forerunner. At that moment, the mysterious hunter casually unwrapped the lollipop she had been holding. Slipping the candy into her mouth, she replied that she fully understood the new directive. Still, before beginning the mission, she remarked that she needed to enjoy a cup of milk tea to relax. A voice over the communicator speculated on who this powerful stranger could be. The girl admitted the president was right, she had to meet this formidable figure herself. Elsewhere, Fang Yi's day began with the rising sun. Stretching, he prepared himself for training, knowing that morning cultivation amplified his strength. Employing his breathing technique, he absorbed the golden essence of dawn until his eyes glowed with radiant energy. Entering the ghost axe realm, he felt its power surge within him. A sudden burst of force surprised him. He realized he was once again growing stronger. Power coursed through his body as he clenched his fist, channeling energy into his hand. Summoning his key axe, he noticed the weapon felt far lighter than before. Gripping the handle tightly, he raised it overhead, releasing his enhanced might. In that moment, Fang Yi broke through to the two-star ghost axe realm, golden flames blazing in his eyes as proof of his newfound strength. His physique hardened, his aura thickened. This rapid advancement owed to the excess energy lingering from his last breakthrough. Determined not to let recklessness consume him, Fang Yi resolved to progress step by step, carefully from here on. Yet such a sudden leap in power did not go unnoticed. Within the association's office, a man sensed a disturbance in the flow of sunlight. Narrowing his eyes, he wondered if it was connected to the newcomer. Meanwhile, Fang Yi sought solitude beside a quiet river to further his plans. A system panel appeared before him, giving him the option to imbue his weapon with a special attribute. He recalled his earlier failed attempts. Ordinary items couldn't withstand his energy. But this time, the blade resonated with him, forging a powerful bond. A system prompt confirmed. Item encoding successful. Eager to test it, Fang Yi swung the weapon. To his astonishment, an immense golden beam shot skyward, tearing through the air. Landing heavily, his flaming sword hummed with power, nearly igniting the surroundings. The devastation was vast, thick smoke rising high into the sky. Realizing he had drawn attention, Fang Yi prepared to leave. At the same time, A girl raced toward the disturbance, muttering that she had only stepped away briefly, yet missed the action. Halting abruptly, her eyes widened, the river itself was boiling. Hovering above the scarred landscape, she wondered just what kind of damage the newcomer had wrought. Already, she could picture her superiors' reprimands, given how everything had spiraled since his arrival. Just then, a golden flash flickered in the distance, seizing her attention. Extending her senses, she froze in shock. Impossible. In such a short time, his cultivation had surged from 1 star to 2 stars, and beyond that, he had even forged a spirit weapon. The association possessed only 2 of those weapons, and the method to forge them remained a mystery. The girl grew suspicious, questioning how he could have gained such power on his own. Yet, she convinced herself she must be mistaken and turned her focus toward cleaning up the mess he had left behind. His blade now carried the Yang attribute, but he hungered for more. Since the system could encode anything, he intended to fuse additional qualities into his weapon. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. A message appeared, from an unfamiliar sender. He had forgotten to keep his presence private. A stranger was inviting him to join a pioneers group. What shocked him most was the requirement. Official members needed to be at least at the Ghost Axe realm. The stranger mentioned a newly discovered pollution zone and invited him to participate in a group hunt. When Fang Yi asked for details, a file came through, information on the lava dragon of the Shadow River. The zone's environment was filled with molten heat, brimming with the same Yang attribute he had just absorbed. Without hesitation, Fang Yi decided to accept the invitation. Meanwhile, in the Binmu district, a group was waiting for Old S contact to arrive. One of them remarked that the girl's map had made navigation easy. The blonde girl, standing at the center, thanked everyone for coming and reminded them of the importance of teamwork. She was an agent of the Cultivation Association, and she was disappointed. These pioneers weren't nearly as strong as she had hoped. What few realized was that the Cultivation Association was an official government organization. Entry was difficult, and she had needed her family's connections to secure a position. That pressure weighed heavily on her. Failure was something she despised. Just then, one of the explorers spotted a newcomer approaching and called out his name, Fang Yi. He arrived with a commanding presence, his sword radiating energy, and introduced himself. The blonde agent was startled by his strength, though she noted that his aura, while powerful, carried warmth rather than menace. With the full team assembled, the leader gave the signal, and they advanced toward the cavern entrance. Fang Yi volunteered to take the lead and asked the blonde agent to handle the lighting. As they moved deeper, someone warned him about the loose stones underfoot. Strangely, the cave wasn't nearly as hot as they had expected. As they walked, Fang Yi reflected on how quickly the group had accepted him. In these harsh times, the bonds of companionship felt genuine. But soon, the ground beneath him began to shift in color, a clear sign of looming danger. At last, they reached a vast chamber and stood in awe before a river of molten lava flowing fiercely through the cavern. Without hesitation, Fang Yi charged forward. The blonde agent shouted for him to stop, warning him not to be reckless. But before anyone could react, Fang Yi plunged his sword straight into the lava. The explorers cried out in panic, their voices echoing through the cavern as they called desperately for help. A fiery blast erupted, throwing the team backward, while Fang Yi's system immediately detected a global anomaly and began processing the data. The system analyzed the disturbance and unveiled a new power, the inner flame, a force of extreme heat with devastating explosive potential. Alongside it came the Scarlet Flame sword technique, which cloaked a drawn blade in blazing fire and crackling lightning. Both his eyes and the Tang blade shimmered with fiery brilliance, a perfect match for his weapon. Below, the other explorers, still recovering from the earlier shockwave, watched in awe. Fang Yi stood unscathed within a swirling vortex of fire, his weapon greedily absorbing the lava's power. Harnessing his script points, he permanently fused the Scarlet Flame attribute into his sword, which now pulsed with burning energy. When the flames finally receded, his companions assumed he had suffered a minor cultivation mishap but had quickly recovered. Relief spread through the group as they noticed the cave's spiritual energy stabilizing. One member cheered at the chance to absorb it freely, while another, on the cusp of beginning his cultivation journey, shouted Xiaoya's name in excitement. The blonde agent, Xiaoya, encouraged them to continue their training while she kept watch. The team expressed gratitude for her guidance. But their reprieve was short-lived. Xiaoya's sharp senses picked up movement near the entrance, others were approaching. Moments later, 3 brawny men strode inside, led by a figure with an eye patch and glowing red eyes. With smug arrogance, he declared the resource-rich cavern to be theirs. Xiaoya's expression darkened. She quickly realized all three intruders were at the one-star Ghost Axe realm, a power level far beyond her team's reach. Despite the looming threat, Xiaoya attempted diplomacy. She explained they had arrived first and even offered to share the site. Her words were met only with ridicule. The eye patch-wearing leader sneered at her low cultivation and ordered them to leave, or be destroyed. For a moment, Xiaoya faltered, reflecting on the cruel reality of the new era where only strength dictated survival. Yet, as a member of Sha Nation's association, she couldn't allow such blatant injustice. Just as the standoff was about to ignite, Fang Yi calmly stepped forward, placing himself between Xiaoya and the hostile leader. His blade erupted in flame as he leveled a cold glare at the man. "Do you have nothing better to do?" he asked icily, "than bully a young woman?" The scarred leader froze, momentarily speechless. Before he could respond, Fang Yi swung his sword in a single decisive motion. A fiery explosion tore through the chamber, blasting the three aggressors off their feet and hurling them across the cavern. The force of Fang Yi's strike startled even his own teammates, breaking them out of their meditation. Memories of past tragedies flooded his mind, disasters caused by those who clung to the brutal creed of survival of the fittest. Against such people, only overwhelming strength could make them yield. To drive the point home, Fang Yi thrust his blade into the ground before the rival leader, a golden aura radiating fiercely around him. With a cold voice, he commanded them to leave. The rival leader, trembling from this second display of might, cried out in terror, calling Fang Yi a monster before screaming for his men to retreat. Fang Yi watched as they scrambled away. His teammates rushed toward him, their faces alight with excitement at his show of power. He only smiled faintly, brushing it off, and suggested it was time for them to move on. As they departed, Xiaoya's mind lingered on the incredible strength Fang Yi had displayed. She realized he had been holding back and was convinced he was a top-tier pioneer. The scene shifted to the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association office. A woman on the phone with Sha repeated in shock that another high-attribute pioneer had appeared. Flustered, she realized she had revealed too much, especially with a towering figure standing silently behind her. After hurriedly confirming the report, she hung up awkwardly. Trying to lighten the atmosphere, she asked her gray-haired superior if they were simply fortunate to see two high-attribute pioneers emerge in succession. His expression turned grim as he corrected her. Luck had nothing to do with it. Every high-attribute cultivator, he explained, was destined to become a new center of power, and the weight of that responsibility pressed heavily upon him. Under a clear sky, Fang Yi returned to the city. Attempting to disguise himself as a cosplayer, he only attracted more stares. The authenticity of his sword and the overwhelming aura around him made him impossible to ignore. His walk was cut short when he noticed the news of the cave incident already dominating headlines. Clicking his tongue, he chastised himself for being careless. His eruption of internal flame had been far too conspicuous. Still, he dismissed the thought of betrayal from his teammates and instead focused on the urgent matter at hand. The immense yang energy within him was driving him toward a new breakthrough. He needed a secluded place, fast. Without hesitation, he headed toward the back mountain. 5 minutes later, on that very mountain, a silver-haired young woman named Su Qingying, an expert in garden restoration, sensed a powerful presence. She froze as a brilliant burst of light, like a miniature sun, erupted in the distance. The signs were unmistakable. Someone was breaking through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. The sheer scale of energy left her shaken. She had never imagined a breakthrough of that realm could unleash such devastating force. Duty and recognition stirred in her heart, compelling her to dash toward the disturbance. This time, she vowed, she would not let the mysterious figure escape. High above, Fang Yi immersed himself in his breakthrough. Vast streams of golden energy swirled around him, condensing into a radiant sphere like a blazing sun overhead. Suspended in meditation, the power behind him coalesced into a complex, star-shaped divine seal. Sparks of golden light danced across his skin as his glowing eyes strained to rein in the wild force. At last, the energy converged, forging a massive divine axe of pure golden and azure light, crackling with terrifying might. Su Qingying, upon arriving, halted abruptly, her breath catching in disbelief. She stood frozen, witnessing the impossible sight of the mysterious man preparing to swing the colossal axe he had just formed. His mastery was unreal, each motion perfectly balanced, his control over spiritual energy flawless. The display stirred bitter memories. She recalled her own failed attempt to ascend to the Ghost Axe 2-star realm. The pressure from her divine axe had crushed her, forcing blood from her lips and confining her to bed for a week. Despite her natural strength, she had been defeated utterly. But this man, this monster, was handling a breakthrough of far greater magnitude with terrifying ease. As she drew nearer, her awe only deepened. The sheer density of spiritual energy, the meticulous precision of every movement, the way the power seemed refined and purified. To her, this figure wasn't merely a prodigy. He was like a god descending from the heavens. What struck her most was his calm. Where most pioneers would recklessly rush the moment they sensed a breakthrough, Fang Yi's composure was unshakable. He advanced steadily, like a master who already knew the outcome. Her thoughts froze when the colossal fiery divine axe began to stir. She could only watch in awe as it swung deliberately toward the east. At the height of his power, Fang Yi's eyes blazed with golden light, cracks of raw energy streaking across his face. Suspended within a storm of radiant power, he controlled the immense energy he had gathered to push his evolution forward. A system window appeared, confirming his breakthrough. He had advanced to the Ghost Axe realm, 2-star. The divine axe then crashed into the earth, releasing its power in a massive shockwave that tore through the mountain. Su Qingying was struck by the force and had to brace herself against the golden tempest. The residual energy carved a wide path through the forest before finally dissipating. When she looked up again, the mysterious man was gone. Panting with frustration, Su Qingying could hardly believe she had missed him yet again, despite arriving within 30 seconds. A troubling realization hit her. He must have known she was pursuing him. If he remained this elusive, her mission to recruit him might prove impossible. Just as she was about to give up, she stopped. A sudden thought came to her. Her gaze shifted from the path of destruction to an ancient tree, its bark glowing faintly with residual golden light. With new certainty, she called out into the seemingly empty woods, addressing him as senior and asking if he was still present. From the forest shadows, Fang Yi emerged. His hooded figure exuded calm confidence, and his glowing red eyes locked on Su Qingying. He immediately recognized her as the one who had been investigating him over the past few days. Knowing she had been discovered, Su Qingying held her ground and formally introduced herself. She explained that she was captain of the Firefly Squad, part of the Spiritual Practitioners Association of Sha Nation, and among the nation's first pioneers. On behalf of the association, she extended a sincere invitation for him to join. She admitted she had been following him for 2 days and hoped her methods hadn't left him with a poor impression. Fang Yi listened in silence, his hood concealing any sign of expression. Nervously, Su Qingying continued, explaining that while the public was still unaware, the association had already completed all its official procedures. Inside, however, her heart pounded. She chose her words with care, afraid of angering the powerful man before her. Her careful speech, however, was cut short by Fang Yi's simple, piercing question, "Why should I join?" The bluntness caught her completely off guard. She faltered, panic rising, but quickly realized that empty pleasantries would never sway someone like him. The truth was her only weapon. Composing herself, she explained the association's purpose. Sha Nation sought to gather and unite all early pioneers, to guide them along a structured path and offer them greater protection. Growth at this stage was chaotic, she admitted, and while an association might feel like a cage to someone as free as him, she urged him to consider the larger picture. After Chu Qing's impassioned speech, Fang Yi leaned lazily against a tree, his face carrying an air of weariness and disinterest. He stated bluntly that he had no intention of joining. For now, he admitted, he couldn't bring himself to trust either her or the association she represented. Her breath caught at his refusal, eyes widening in shock. Desperation took hold of Su Qingying as she quickly pulled an identification card from her jacket. Holding it up, she reintroduced herself as Su Qingying, once a renowned athlete before the return of spiritual energy. She pleaded for him to believe her, hoping that her public identity might earn his trust. Fang Yi paused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Slowly, he admitted that he vaguely remembered her. His mind conjured the image of a framed photograph, her holding a medal, celebrating her runner-up finish in the CIA Nations long-distance championship. Her natural athleticism, he realized, was what had allowed her to become such a capable pioneer so quickly. But his expression soon hardened. A shadowed memory from his past life surfaced, a city reduced to ruins. He knew that, in his original timeline, the Sea Nations Association had ultimately failed, dooming humanity. Now, reborn with the system, he was determined to be part of the solution. Still, joining the association at this early stage wasn't the right choice. He promised he would consider her offer. Before she could respond, his figure blurred. He had leapt into the air and vanished, only to reappear behind her in an instant. Startling her, he laid down a firm condition. She was to keep his whereabouts secret. Studying her respectful demeanor, Fang Yi realized the association tread carefully around independent pioneers. To him, this was a weakness he could exploit. Su Qingying, regaining her composure, suggested a compromise. She explained that the association had detected the energy from his recent breakthrough, and she was obligated to file a report. Instead, she offered to craft a document blending truth with lies, protecting his identity while satisfying her superiors. After a moment's thought, Fang Yi agreed. But before she could say another word, he was gone, vanishing like mist. Chasing him down the mountain was pointless. Annoyed and exhausted, Su Qingying muttered as she walked a lonely forest path, cursing how many times she had failed to catch him and how he deliberately avoided her. She sighed, complaining about the endless task of erasing the powerful energy traces he left behind after every incident. Her grumbling was cut short by a voice in her earpiece, reminding her to forget the elusive pioneer and focus on her mission. The tone grew grim. Strange creatures had reappeared. Su Qingying froze, her eyes wide with dread. "They're back," she whispered. A chilling memory surged. Her surrounded by feral, wolf-like monsters, their eyes glowing red, their mouths dripping with blood. She knew she would never forget those horrors. The narration explained. These were no ordinary beasts. They were abominations born from pollution zones created by the return of spiritual energy. Feeding off the corrupted energy, they became bloodthirsty monsters that devoured humans. Some could even disguise themselves as natural disasters, tearing land apart while creating new pollution zones. If unchecked, their hunger would consume the human world entirely. A storm suddenly slammed into the city. The night sky flashed not with streetlights but with constant bursts of lightning. Sheets of rain poured down, while red alerts lit up on every citizen's phone, warnings of severe thunderstorms and instructions to stay inside. Another message declared Yuhuang Mountain off limits due to flood risks. From their windows, people muttered that they hadn't seen a storm like this in years. Some even joked that a powerful cultivator must be undergoing a lightning tribulation. Hidden in a narrow alley, Fang Yi stood silently, his crimson eye glowing faintly as he studied the storm. He could sense the enormous lightning energy crackling through the air. It was no ordinary storm, but another anomaly. His gaze swept beyond the city, locking onto a distant mountain peak hammered repeatedly by lightning bolts. He had found the storm's heart. Without hesitation, Fang Yi dashed into the downpour, vaulting across rooftops as he rushed toward Yuhuang Mountain. Upon reaching the mountain's base, his system confirmed it, a pollution zone detected. Lifting his eyes toward the summit, Fang Yi no longer saw beauty. Instead, a desolate sight awaited, skeletal remains scattered across the ground, twisted trees clawing against the storm. Another system alert heightened the danger, warning that the pollution level was still unknown. Even so, Fang Yi pressed forward without hesitation, striding into the storm-darkened forest with unwavering resolve. Nearing the heart of the tempest, a colossal streak of blue lightning split the skies and crashed into the mountain's summit, illuminating the land in blinding light. He had found his target. Inside the command center of the Spiritual Practitioners Association, officials convened in tense silence. One officer reported that the situation on the mountain was escalating rapidly, forcing them to classify it as a contamination zone. The grim-faced association leader immediately issued orders. Su Qingying was to be pulled from her current mission and redirected here. Appearing before them, she delivered her report. Climbing the mountain was impossible. The thunder energy was unstable and on the verge of a catastrophic eruption. With this, the area was officially marked as an A-level contamination zone. Her next words unsettled the room further. Based on the data, the energy concentration was climbing so quickly that Mount Yuang would soon escalate to an S-level threat, triggering their highest emergency protocols. But then came the real blow. She admitted that none of their explorers, not even herself, could endure conditions like these. Shock rippled through the chamber. Projections made it clear that attempting this mission would be certain death, even for their most elite. In response, a uniformed commander ordered Mount Yuang sealed off entirely, with patrols stationed around the clock to prevent anyone from approaching. The association leader agreed. Until the energy concentration subsided, no one was to go near the mountain. Yet, while they deemed the peak untouchable, Fang Yi was already deep inside the storm. Massive bolts of blue lightning crashed down in torrents, but his golden aura, drawn from his breathing technique, shielded him. Still, he knew defense alone would achieve nothing. To claim the purest thunder energy, he had to climb to the eye of the storm, the mountain's very peak. His decision was fueled by bitter memories of his previous life. The horrors they faced now were only the beginning. Stronger, deadlier creatures would emerge, and his current fire-based strength was insufficient. He couldn't rely on weapons alone, his body itself had to be reforged. As the storm raged, Fang Yi recognized the rare chance before him, to temper his body with thunder. If he failed to seize this moment, he knew death would surely claim him when the greater calamities arrived. Eyes gleaming with golden light, he drew his flaming sword. With a roar that defied the heavens, he thrust the blade into a massive arc of blue lightning. The raw, violent energy poured into him, racking his body with unbearable pain. His limbs trembled, his clothes scorched, yet his expression remained unyielding. He realized this thunder was no ordinary energy, it was judgment itself, punishing him, rejecting his intrusion. The storm roared as though enraged by his defiance, demanding he surrender. Fang Yi's gaze locked onto the chaos above. How could such primal force be tamed? Then he recalled the system's rule: to obtain power, one must touch its source. A golden aura flared from his body as he activated his golden sun-breathing technique. With renewed determination, he charged through the lightning, his flaming sword carving a path in defiance of the raging storm. The clash of his radiant energy against the raw thunder produced a cataclysmic explosion. Blood ran down his lips from the strain, but his eyes burned fiercer than ever. This was a gamble with life and death on the line: survive or perish. Fang Yi stood at the storm's eye, where the thunder's fury was at its most terrifying. A violent surge of thunder energy overwhelmed the air, making it difficult even to breathe. Fang Yi felt the storm's full focus on him, and realized it no longer intended merely to repel him. Its goal was to kill. To prove it, the storm gathered all its power and unleashed a colossal beam of white-hot lightning directly at him, an attack meant to utterly annihilate him. As Fang Yi faced this final strike, his system activated, detecting the immense thunder attribute and beginning to process it far below. In the city, people watched from tall buildings in awe. One man snapping photos had never seen lightning of such magnitude. Another wondered if a god was undergoing some celestial trial, even swearing he saw a figure in the sky. A system message confirmed his triumph, announcing that he had obtained refined divine thunder power, granting him the ability to summon heavenly lightning and elevate his body to godlike status. He was rewarded with 5 writing points. Floating in midair, surrounded by blue lightning and a golden aura, Fang Yi grasped the extent of his new power. Thunder, unlike his sun attribute which primarily served defensive purposes, could both refine his body and transform it into a force of raw energy. He decided that thunder would become both his spear and shield. He also realized its essence went beyond mere destruction, it carried purification and rebirth. His bones and muscles strengthened instantly, without any pain. The system then prompted him with an upgrade option: Punish Evil, which would grant double critical damage, asking if he wished to spend his writing points. Landing softly, Fang Yi considered his next step. His first instinct was to channel the thunder power into his Tang sword. Yet he hesitated, knowing that overloading the blade with multiple attributes could compromise its sun attribute or even destroy the weapon. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Looking at his hand, he decided to do something different. He would implant the thunder attribute directly into his right hand. The system immediately asked for confirmation. A confident smirk spread across his face, and he gave the command. In an instant, the wild blue lightning around him surged into his hand, and he claimed the storm's power as his own. The next day, on the storm-ravaged peak of Mount Yuang, the immediate danger had dissipated. Suing Ying reported that the contamination zone's energy had mysteriously dropped from deadly levels to mild intensity within 3 hours. Some residual electricity lingered in the air, but Major Han quickly deduced what had occurred. A seeker had been present, a person who actively engages with dangerous anomalies. Suing Ying was startled. Could another seeker have survived? She knelt, searching for traces, but detected nothing, likely washed away by the heavy rain. She concluded that the seeker had left the mountain safely around 8 p.m. the previous night. Major Han agreed. The anomaly had begun around 6 p.m., with the army sealing the mountain at 7 p.m., so the seeker must have ascended before the closure. Instruments had predicted the danger would reach grade S, yet after 8 p.m., the energy abruptly dropped. Standing where the lightning had struck hardest, Major Han theorized that the seeker not only survived but probably possessed a thunder-related power, turning what should have been a disaster into an advantage. He concluded that this individual was directly responsible for the sudden energy drop. However, his concern ran deeper. People like this were unpredictable and potentially the greatest threat. Suing Ying agreed. If such a powerful individual turned hostile, the destruction they could unleash would be catastrophic. Miles away, unaware of the military operation now targeting him, Fang Yi sat on his couch, letting out a loud sneeze. Back on the mountain, Major Han made a decisive order: find this person at any cost. In official records, the mysterious target was given the temporary codename, the Tyrant. The investigation at Yuhuang Mountain began immediately. The army hoped the Spiritual Practitioners Association could recruit the mysterious figure known as Tyrant as soon as possible. Meanwhile, they planned to keep all details of the event secret and conduct their own inquiries. On the rain-soaked peak, the association leader informed Major Han that a high-level pioneer was already attempting to make contact. He then turned to Su Qingying and instructed her to present her report to the major. Startled by the sudden order, Su Qingying gasped in panic. Forced to think quickly, she delivered a cautious, half. She tied the current incident to the pioneer who had recently cleared the pollution zone at a local university. Inside, she was terrified, worried that a single misstep might expose her deal with Fang Yi. She explained that she had been trying to locate him but had found him elusive. She referenced the mutated rabbit's corpse that he had killed and correctly deduced its Yang Flame attribute from the evidence. Concluding her report, she promised to get closer to him and learn how he had managed to clear the university's gate. Silently, she prayed for luck. Blending truth and lies was her only chance to make her story believable. Major Han listened carefully, contemplating the implications of a pioneer possessing a Yang Flame attribute. He seemed satisfied with her account, praising her as a talented young pioneer and thanking her for her effort. Su Qingying snapped a crisp salute and responded that it was her duty. Once the meeting concluded, Major Han mentioned they would release fake news about natural disasters to obscure the real event from the public. He also expressed his opposition to publishing information about spiritual energy online, fearing that it could fall into the wrong hands. Meanwhile, at home, Fang Yi employed his golden sun breathing technique to effortlessly dry his white hoodie, which radiated a warm glow. Holding it up, he observed that it was perfectly clean and dry. After putting it on, he assessed the changes in his body. Even with the addition of the powerful thunder attribute, he could still perceive a distinct difference in his strength. His right hand now crackled with blue lightning, fully transformed into the strongest part of his body and significantly enhanced. Flexing his fingers, he created small orbs of lightning, sensing that he was nearing another breakthrough. What amazed him most was how the once chaotic thunder attribute had become as calm as a kitten, allowing him complete control. He compared this to the excruciating pain he had felt when unlocking the Yang attribute, wondering if the energies had weakened during integration. Recalling the system's note that this new power dealt double damage to strange and evil creatures, he grew eager to test it. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden alert on his phone, lying on a nearby table. Picking it up, he wondered what could be happening now. Having set up special news notifications after the previous incident, he knew that in these turbulent times, the government issued warnings to protect citizens. For a pioneer like him, however, these alerts signified more than just danger, they represented opportunity. In every crisis, there was a chance to grow stronger, even if it meant risking one's life. Fang Yi pondered his next move and glanced at a major news alert on his phone. A massive explosion had occurred at a chemical plant, releasing widespread pollution throughout the city. Official reports claimed no casualties and urged people to stay calm. But Fang Yi felt unease. An event of this magnitude rarely went unnoticed. He scrolled through online forums, reading eyewitness accounts far more chilling than the official story. The words, cold, and evil aura, immediately triggered a terrifying memory from his past life. A bloody hand, a monstrous, multi-eyed red demon, and the terror of hiding as it destroyed everything around him. The creature, a grotesque rat-like monster, was familiar to him, and he knew its threat well. Back in the present, Fang Yi's expression hardened. These creatures were plants or animals that had undergone strange transformations, becoming self-aware and gaining deadly hunting abilities. They thrived in darkness and were far more dangerous than the mutated rabbit he had once fought. Clenching his fist, crackling with his new blue lightning, he resolved to act that night, preventing the creatures from surviving and growing stronger. Blue energy swirled around him as he prepared to test his newly acquired 200% critical hit ability in a real fight. The city streets were empty, soaked by rain under a stormy sky. Traffic lights flickered as cloaked figures blurred across the wet pavement, the destroyer squad, moving with deadly speed. One member reported to headquarters that they were tracking anomaly file number 7, codenamed Candle Night, but had lost its trail. The creature's known ability to blend into shadows made it extremely elusive. Lightning flashed across the sky as the squad landed on a rooftop to survey the city. Their leader, a scarred man with light-colored hair, knew the stormy conditions would favor the creature's hunt. At headquarters, an operator received the updated information, confirming that Candle Night posed a serious threat. An extermination request was issued with a 12-hour window to neutralize the anomaly, emphasizing the squad's safety above all as they neared the target's last known location, a warning arrived. The area was being monitored by agents from the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. A photo of Su Qingying appeared on the screen. Her team could provide support if needed. The squad leader immediately requested her assistance, citing her renowned tracking skills. Meanwhile, Su Qingying was taken aback by her sudden fame. She and her team, the Ying squad, arrived atop a higher rooftop, casually surveying the destroyer squad below. She teased, asking if they had called her for overtime. The squad leader scowled and sternly explained the threat. Candle Knight ate humans, and this was no trivial mission. One of her team retorted sharply, and Su Qingying began to leave, suggesting the squad probably didn't need help. Panic struck the squad leader, who begged for her cooperation, stressing that failure would mean death for the city's residents. She agreed, and both teams prepared for the hunt. Su Qingying concentrated, conjuring a glowing blue orb that revealed the creature's location. Hidden in the ruined, wet remnants of the chemical plant, the monstrous multi-eyed rat-like Candle Knight fed on its prey, thriving in darkness and dampness. The joint operation commenced. The creature, sensing their presence, leapt away just as an attack struck the ground. The squad closed in, surrounding it from all. One member lunged, striking it into a pile of rubble. But Candle Knight wasn't weakened. Its back erupted with red sores and black spikes. It shrieked furiously, generating a vortex of dark energy. Su Qingying shouted a warning about the approaching soundwave, but it was too late. An explosive sonic blast hurled squad members across the rooftop. The squad leader crashed to the street below, bruised but alive. Realizing the creature's prolonged presence in the city would spell disaster, he struggled to regain control. Candle Knight continued to evolve, growing bat-like wings and glowing green energy in its throat before releasing a corrosive dark substance that filled the air. It aimed to melt the street and burrow underground to escape. Su Qingying's team observed the danger. Their powers were insufficient to directly combat the monster. She calmly instructed them to focus on gathering intelligence and maintaining the squad's formation. Meanwhile, a destroyer squad member prepared a dagger for a strike. Suddenly, a pair of menacing red eyes glowed from the shadows, signaling the hunt had just become deadlier. The winged Candle Knight lunged forward, narrowly evading a strike from a leaping member of the squad. Furious, the destroyer squad leader shouted at his team not to let the monster slip away. The winged creature streaked through the city streets, pursued relentlessly by the cloaked Ying squad members. From a high rooftop, Su Qingying and two of her team observed the chase. Suddenly, she sensed a sharp surge of spiritual energy emanating from the direction of the creature. Recognizing that something significant was about to unfold, she instructed her team to stay outside while she pursued the target alone. The pursuit led them to a massive, dark, abandoned factory. Inside, Su Qingying prepared to scan the area for spiritual energy. The destroyer squad leader noticed the advanced watch on her wrist. She confirmed it was a new device issued by the association, explaining that it measured the energy threshold a squad could safely handle, set at 50. Candle Knight's level had read only 48. Suddenly, her wrist device began flashing wildly as the reading shot past 80. Alarmed, Su Qingying shouted that the energy levels were spiraling out of control. At that moment, a colossal shadowy form with glowing green eyes appeared in the rafters above. They had been led straight into a trap. Horror washed over Su Qingying as she realized there was more than one creature in the factory. Behind them, the monstrous shadow of a new, unseen creature emerged. The destroyer squad leader panicked, shouting that they needed to retreat immediately. Taking command of the situation, Su Qingying proposed a tactical withdrawal toward the main entrance to draw the hidden enemy out. She unleashed a blast of energy to clear a path, calling for her team to follow. Before they could escape, a sharp pain tore through her, and she collapsed, her senses overwhelmed by an invisible poisonous gas. Suddenly, Su Qingying found herself alone in the vast, green-tinged darkness of the factory. She called out for her team, but there was no response. They were nearby, she knew, but the poison had rendered them unable to sense her presence. Candle Knight had led them into the lair of a far more powerful creature, a giant serpent she had only faintly perceived before. As if summoned by her thoughts, the massive armored head of the shadowy serpent, eyes glowing green, loomed over her. Unlike Candle Knight's simple dark power, this creature exuded black mist, a potent poison they had been breathing in since entering the factory. The gas moved silently, paralyzing its victims while siphoning their spiritual energy. Struggling against it would only drain their power faster, leaving death inevitable. She could feel her own energy nearly depleted. Without it, she knew she would soon join the ranks of the fallen. Collapsing to the factory floor, exhausted, Su Qingying despaired at the terrifying intelligence of a creature that seemed to toy with them. She closed her eyes, wondering if this was the end. Then, a single ray of light pierced the green gloom above, igniting a flicker of hope in her eyes. Suddenly, the factory ceiling exploded inward, filling the room with blinding radiance. Her eyes widened as a figure descended through the chaos. It was Fang Yi. He landed with grace amidst the rubble, his hooded form silhouetted against the glowing breach in the ceiling. Standing before the colossal serpent, he immediately recognized it as a dark attribute creature. Without warning, the serpent lunged, its massive fangs aimed directly at him. Simultaneously, the Candle Knight monster burst from the shadows, attacking from behind. Fang Yi dodged the serpent's strike, coming face to face with the snarling, rat-like beast. As both creatures closed in, he finally grasped the full extent of the trap he had stumbled into. In a daring move, Fang Yi allowed the Candle Knight to bite his shoulder. Blood splattered, but he noted the creature's clever tactics, one to lure, the other to finish off the prey. Smirking, he taunted the monster gripping him, asking if it took pleasure in biting humans. Then, he unleashed his newfound power. Brilliant blue lightning surged across his body, shocking the creature, while from his free hand he fired a massive golden solar beam that struck the lunging serpent squarely. Electrified and freed from the rat-like monster, Fang Yi focused fully on the serpent. He unleashed a torrent of golden flames, challenging it to endure his fire. The serpent roared, lunging with its enormous jaws wide open. With astonishing agility, Fang Yi dodged, flipping through the air and swinging his glowing golden sword. Landing gracefully, he addressed the creature with a calm challenge. "Look at this blade." The serpent hesitated, wary of the radiant weapon. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yi counterattacked, leaping once more to deliver a devastating slash to the serpent's face. His sword crackled with blue thunder energy, and the impact was immense. Yet, the result defied expectation. Instead of crushing the skull, the creature's head split down the middle. Fang Yi landed gracefully on his feet, his eyes widening at the strange turn of events. The creature's split head pulled apart completely, shedding its outer layer to reveal its true, healed form. And Fang Yi immediately realized that the battle was far from over. The serpent writhed in shock and pain as the lingering thunder energy from Fang. It roared furiously, but the electrical power only grew stronger, overwhelming the serpent's dark energy. Watching it struggle, Fang Yi allowed himself a small, confident smirk. He had the upper hand. He had already sensed that the serpent's dark aura surpassed even that of Candle Knight. He reflected on his strategy. During the initial attack, he had deliberately restrained the full power of his fire. Instead, his sword had acted as a conduit, channeling the thunder energy from his hand directly into the serpent's body. Comparing the two creatures, he concluded that this serpent was far more dangerous and evolved than Candle Knight. Suddenly, sharp pain flared in his shoulder where the rat-like creature had bitten him. Hissing, he glanced down to see strange purple snake scales sprouting from the wound. Immediately, he understood. This was a clever mutated species. Its venom, delivered via a partner's bite, caused paralysis, allowing it to silently kill. Despite the pain, Fang Yi felt his golden sun breathing technique activating to combat the venom. Determined, he realized he had the perfect counter. His yang flame could dissolve the poison, the golden sun technique would heal and protect him, and his thunder energy would neutralize any remaining threat. As his powers surged through him, he recognized the advantage of combining them. The mixture of yang flame and thunder now acted as an early warning system against poison. He knew he was fortunate. For anyone else, the serpent's insidious venom would have been fatal. He reflected on the serpent's tactics. To have grown so massive, it relied on surprise attacks. Its den, filled with the skulls of victims, showed how even top pioneers had fallen to the trap, especially when Candle Knight acted as bait. Yet now, none of that mattered. Watching the creature's massive skeleton burn to ash in his holy fire, Fang Yi knew its reign of terror was finally over. Standing before the flames, he felt satisfaction and confidence. His inner fire was strong, and the triple critical hit from his thunder power had cemented his victory. He judged his combat skills to be among the best, even compared to other high-level pioneers. He stood silently, observing the fire consume the last remains of the monster. Just as he prepared to leave, he paused, sensing something. His eyes narrowed. He wasn't alone. A figure stumbled from the smoke, coughing from the ash. It was Su Qingdiang. She was alive, covered in soot and visibly exhausted. As the smoke cleared, Fang Yi noticed the unconscious members of the other squad, with Su Qingdiang among them. Recognizing her as an agent from the association, he calmly remarked that there was no need for pretenses. He added that her act of playing dead needed work, leaving her surprised. Embarrassed, Su Qingdian covered her face, realizing she had been found out. Trying to recover, she attempted to make an excuse, claiming she had just woken from the smoke. Fang Yi, however, wasn't deceived. He complimented Su Qingdian, pointing out that while her teammates had exhausted their energy, she had maintained a small reserve to protect herself. If she had truly been unconscious, he explained, she wouldn't have been able to sense anything. Flustered, Su Qingdian could only murmur a shy thank you. Noticing her embarrassment, Fang Yi's tone softened. He told her she didn't need to hide her eyes and that he had only asked her to be honest and keep his identity. Seeing that she and her team were safe, he mentioned that it was getting late and that he would be leaving. Su Qingdian tried to call out to him, but it was too late. He said explaining would spoil the surprise and, in a single, effortless motion, leapt through the hole he had made in the factory ceiling, disappearing into the night. As he traversed the rooftops, Fang Yi reflected on the battle. He was relieved that Su Qingdian hadn't attempted to absorb the dark energy from the monsters, recalling its repulsive coldness. He wondered why he couldn't absorb it himself. Perhaps the dark energy was already depleted, or his body had instinctively rejected it. He decided to consider it later at home. Left alone in the vast, abandoned factory, Su Qingdian looked up at the moonlit hole where Fang Yi had vanished. She sighed, disappointed that she hadn't gotten a proper look at his face, realizing he still didn't fully trust her or the association. She approached the unconscious captain of the destroyer squad and gave him a few sharp slaps, urging him to wake. The man groaned and slowly opened his eyes, bruised and disoriented. Panic flared immediately, and he shot upright, shouting that they had been ambushed. Su Qingdian, however, remained calm. Soon, the leader and his squad noticed the reason for her composure, the massive, smoking skeleton of the giant serpent before them. Staring in disbelief, they demanded to know what had happened and where such powerful yang energy had come from. Su Qingdian explained carefully that a powerful pioneer had intervened to save them, likely the same high-level individual from her original mission, one with a strong yang attribute. She let her voice trail off, suggesting that his appearance was a fortunate coincidence. The squad members were in awe. One whispered that it was impossible for a single person to defeat both monsters. Su Qingdian added that she hadn't managed to recruit him yet, and that he had even tracked her back, which only made him more enigmatic. Returning to their grim duties, the destroyer squad leader asked about Candle Knight's body. Using a green energy technique to cleanse the scene, he noted that the remains needed to be collected for the association. As the squads began clearing the battlefield, the destroyer squad's leader used a green energy orb to gather the strange dark remains left behind. Stepping forward, he accidentally crushed a piece of debris on the ground, which erupted in a burst of brilliant blue electrical energy. He leapt back, wincing from the shock, yelling in pain, while Su Qingdian looked on, astonished. This unexpected development made the situation even more mysterious. They soon realized the remains belonged to Candle Knight, and they were still crackling with residual electricity. The two leaders knelt to examine the electrically charged corpse. Su Qingdian was stunned by the sheer strength of the thunder energy, recognizing it as a high-tier ability. This sparked a new theory in the destroyer squad's leader. Perhaps there had been two high-level pioneers, one to kill the serpent, and another to finish Candle Knight before departing together. But Su Qingdian knew that couldn't be correct. She struggled to articulate the unbelievable truth. Recalling the image of the lone pioneer wielding both crackling blue lightning and roaring golden fire, she realized no one would believe it. Possessing one top-tier power made someone a genius, having two was almost unheard of, yet the evidence lay before them. The scorched skeleton of the giant serpent bore the unmistakable mark of a Yang Flame Walker, while the electrified remains of Candle Knight clearly reflected a Thunder Tyrant's power. The combined squads could only stare in disbelief, trying to comprehend the nature of this mysterious pioneer. As reinforcements from the association arrived, Su Qingdian was grateful she had left some team members outside. She grimly realized that the rescue team now on site had originally been dispatched to retrieve their bodies. Her two subordinates, who had been incapacitated by the serpent's poison, finally awoke and rushed to her side, tears of relief streaming down their faces at the sight of their captain alive. With the immediate threat eliminated, the association's team shifted their focus from rescue to forensic investigation. Using advanced scanning technology, they meticulously analyzed the remaining spiritual energy and battle traces to reconstruct the events for their report to headquarters. Soon, one specialist approached Su Qingdian and the destroyer squad leader with his conclusions. After comparing all the data, from fighting habits to the way both monsters had been defeated, he reported a 99% probability that a single individual had killed both. The two squad leaders exchanged stunned, concerned glances. The other squad members murmured among themselves, struggling to process the revelation. They had been saved by a pioneer wielding two distinct high-tier powers, a feat they had never thought possible. Either of the monsters could have easily slaughtered them all, yet this individual had eliminated both with what appeared to be single, decisive strikes. Recognizing the immense significance of her discovery, Su Qing immediately contacted her superior. She reported that her target's profile had been updated with crucial new information. Glancing up at the hole in the ceiling, she confirmed what she had suspected. The mysterious pioneer from the university and the formidable figure known as Tyrant were, in fact, the same person. Back in his office, her association superior listened carefully to her report. After considering the details, he issued a new command. Su Qingying was to suspend her mission for the time being. He explained that the pioneer had saved her team, eliminated the monsters, and secured the area, actions that were clearly not those of an enemy. He added that he and Major Han were not aligned on the matter, and for her own safety, and to avoid alienating a potential ally of immense power, she must cease all contact with the tyrant for now. Even as she agreed to pause the mission, Su Qingying felt compelled to share one additional observation. She told her superior that she had developed a new theory based on her previous encounter tracking Tyrant in the back mountain, where he had been cultivating his powers. Intrigued, her boss asked her to elaborate. She explained that during that encounter, she had sensed an exceptionally strong aura emanating from him. At the time, she had suspected it might be from a spiritual weapon, though she had dismissed the idea as unlikely. Now, with confirmation that he possessed two high-tier powers, the possibility seemed far more plausible. The superior's brow furrowed. Could the pioneer truly possess a spiritual weapon? Leaning back, he expressed skepticism. He argued that no solo pioneer, regardless of talent, could possibly acquire such a rare artifact without external assistance. Moreover, the team had detected no trace of a third spiritual energy, which would typically accompany a separately crafted spiritual weapon. Su Qingying quickly clarified a critical detail. The aura she had sensed during her first encounter was unmistakably Yang attribute-based. This revelation changed everything. The superior's eyes widened as the implications dawned on him. If the weapon's energy came directly from the user's own Yang energy, it meant he wasn't merely wielding a weapon. If he could forge spiritual weapons from his own energy, he must be a spirit creation realm cultivator. Such a being, though theoretically capable of solo creation, represented an almost mythical level of power. Su Qingying was stunned, aware that cultivators of that caliber were extremely rare, numbering barely more than 2 in the entire world. The superior then considered an even more alarming possibility. If the pioneer possessed a third, separate attribute, it could drastically shift the balance of power and unsettle the entire pioneer community. He explained that, according to existing research, conflicting attributes rarely coexist in the human body, and no pioneer had ever been confirmed to have 3 distinct spiritual attributes. Therefore, if the pioneer did indeed have a spiritual weapon, the absence of a detectable third energy signature might actually be a fortunate sign. Back at his apartment, Fang Yi stood under a hot shower, letting the water wash away the grime and exhaustion from his latest battle. As he dried off, his mind wandered to the state of the world. Less than a year remained until the official revival of spiritual energy, yet monsters and strange phenomena were already appearing with alarming frequency. Using his Yang attribute, he dried his clothes in an instant, his hand glowing with golden energy. Reflecting on the pioneers who had already begun cultivating on their own, his thoughts drifted to the aggressive men he had encountered at the lava river. He realized that once the connection between the body and the spiritual world was awakened, people naturally became more sensitive to the world's changes. Even without government recognition, many self-taught pioneers had already reached the 1-star Ghost Axe realm. The fact that agents like Su Qingying were now contacting wild pioneers like him indicated that both sides were cautiously exploring this new frontier in relative peace. Fang Yi's thoughts turned to Major Han and Su Qingying. For now, the monsters were under control, and no major conflicts had arisen among the pioneer groups. Yet, as he finished dressing, he knew the situation was fragile. The government had established the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, but the public remained unaware. He understood their strategy perfectly. While the populace focused on local issues and anomalies, the government carefully balanced protection with subtle warnings, avoiding mass panic. Despite his recent victories, Fang Yi's assessment of the global situation remained grim. The government's reluctance to fully initiate the cultivation era reflected a lack of confidence. With such a large population, a sudden revelation of the truth could plunge society into chaos. Even official pioneers would be hard-pressed to prevent disaster, and the combination of internal strife and monstrous threats would only exacerbate the situation. He admitted that the government's cautious approach made sense. Human fear could prove more devastating than any beast. What troubled him most, however, was the pace at which the monsters were evolving, far faster than he had anticipated. Reviewing the creatures he had just fought, he recognized them as typical products of dark attribute contamination, specifically the Shadow sub-branch, which his system flagged as a natural enemy to pioneers and currently unabsorbable. These monsters were smarter than usual, coordinating attacks to trap and consume pioneers. They were still weaker than the true dark monsters from his previous life, creatures capable of annihilating entire nations, but the encounter had been a sobering reminder of the danger. Without him, Su Qingying and her team might have been wiped out. A spark of hope flickered as he recalled the system's words. The dark attribute's current unabsorbable state suggested that, under certain conditions, he might be able to harness its power, a potential key to future victories. He reviewed his abilities. The Golden Sun breathing technique of the Yang attribute, Divine Thunder tempering of the Thunder attribute, and the Crimson Flame blade technique. Combined with his current strength as a 3-star Ghost Axe Realm pioneer, few could rival him. Yet even surrounded by his immense power, he knew it was still insufficient. His thoughts were interrupted by the sudden ringing of his phone. Picking it up, he was surprised to see a call from his aunt. On the line, she first asked about his well-being, then explained the real reason for calling. His cousin was coming to study in the city. Concerned for her safety, she asked if the cousin could stay at his apartment for a few days instead of a hotel. Fang Yi was taken aback. His memory of her was hazy. All he could recall was a quiet, straight-a student obsessed with her studies. He barely remembered her face. Despite this, he agreed, assuring his aunt that he had a spare room. When he asked about her arrival, she simply replied that she would provide his address and let his cousin come on her own. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit room illuminated only by a computer monitor, a figure with long, claw-like fingers typed rapidly on the keyboard. Wearing a large hoodie that left her ears bare, she was just finishing a phone call with her mother. Her mother, Fang Yi's aunt, reminded her to arrive at her cousin's place by the next afternoon and promised to bring some specialty snacks. Polite but firm, she ended the call, saying it was no trouble and that she had other matters to attend to. On her screen was a group chat for the Spiritual Energy Revival Martial Arts Vanguard team. The user Lin Yi had just announced her arrival in the city and her plans to stay with her cousin. After closing the call, she opened a new window, a rumor alert about an internet-famous town nicknamed Death Town, where 3 more people had gone missing in connection to the so-called Pork Beast Challenge. A gruesome, blood-splattered image accompanied the article. With her glasses glowing in the screen light, Lin Yi recognized the town as Yonghuo Town, and her interest was immediately piqued. Her browsing was interrupted when her mother entered, asking if she had finished packing. Lin Yi replied that she was ready but preferred staying in a hotel rather than imposing on her cousin. Her mother insisted, arguing it was much safer and that she trusted the cousin completely. Gently nudging her out the door, she offered some final advice: avoid causing trouble and help around the house whenever possible. Lin Yi assured her she understood. Once the door clicked shut, she let out a small sigh, preparing herself for the visit. Adjusting her glasses, her eyes flashed with determination. No matter how difficult her cousin might be, he couldn't possibly be harder to handle than a monster. The next day, under a bright blue sky, a young woman with long dark hair and glasses rolled her suitcase toward an apartment building. Checking her phone to confirm the location, she looked up and murmured to herself that this must be the place, ready to finally meet the cousin she barely remembered. As Lin Yi stood outside the building, Fang Yi emerged carrying a bag. She called out, asking if he was her cousin. He paused, surprised, and asked her to confirm she was Lin Yi, though he admitted inwardly that he didn't recognize her at all. An awkward silence hung between them for a moment. Later, inside the apartment, they settled onto the couch and began making polite conversation. Fang Yi asked if she was in the city for a summer camp, and she confirmed it. He offered to help if she needed anything, and she thanked him politely. After their brief conversation, he handed her the key to her room, directly across from his own, before heading to his room. Watching him leave, she felt a sense of relief. Her cousin seemed easygoing and unlikely to meddle in her affairs. But Fang Yi was far from oblivious. From the moment she had sat down, he had sensed a faint, unusual spiritual aura emanating from her. He questioned whether his senses were off or if she simply wasn't skilled enough to conceal her power. Soon, he suspected she might be a pioneer. The aura was subtle but undeniable, and he realized her summer camp story was likely a cover for her true purpose in the city. Meanwhile, in her room, Lin Yi scrolled through her phone, confirming Fang Yi's suspicions. She messaged her pioneer group, the martial arts vanguard team, noting that her cousin seemed amiable and wouldn't interfere. Their chat soon shifted to recent events, particularly concerning the powerful pioneer spotted at the lava river. Lin Yi warned her team to stay vigilant, as many formidable individuals were still in hiding. After agreeing to wait for her signal, she logged off. Deciding it was best to avoid cultivation for now, she worried her cousin might discover her secret. 3 days passed. Fang Yi soon realized that living with his cousin made his cultivation difficult. His meditations were constantly at risk of interruption, like when she emerged from the bathroom wrapped only in a towel. He also worried that the bright golden aura from his breathing technique was far too conspicuous to conceal. But the most challenging part was her overwhelming kindness. One evening, she proudly presented a beautifully prepared dinner. Fang Yi insisted on doing the dishes, but she refused, insisting it was the least she could do. Her perfect manners and extreme cleanliness struck him as unusual. Despite the inconvenience, Fang Yi decided to go along with it, reasoning that letting her act so helpful might lower her guard. This was the only way he could discover her true intentions. Their quiet dinner was interrupted when her phone vibrated on the table. Both cousins glanced at it, surprise briefly flickering across their faces. Fang Yi used the moment to excuse himself, saying he would return to his room while she attended the call. She quietly replied, and once he left, she stared after him thoughtfully before picking up the phone. Sitting on her bed, her expression turned serious as she relayed information, confirming that the next great change of heaven and earth would occur tomorrow at 3 p.m. She promised she would be there. Fang Yi overheard everything. She planned to meet at the entrance of Yongho Town, a well-known suburban town about an hour away. His suspicions confirmed, he focused his spiritual energy, watching her through the wall. He was now certain she was also a pioneer, though with her current strength, she could not sense him spying. He was impressed. Though only a middle school student, she had already reached the 2-star Ghost Axe realm and was nearing another breakthrough. Her high natural talent, he surmised, explained her somewhat unusual personality. He now understood her true purpose in the city. The summer camp was just an excuse. She had learned about the upcoming great change of heaven and earth and positioned herself at its center. Fang Yi knew each of these great changes presented an opportunity to acquire a new technique to strengthen himself. He wondered what form of power would appear this time. In the end, it didn't matter. He resolved that whatever power emerged, he would claim it for himself. Suddenly, his cousin paused, sensing something unusual. She looked around, unsure whether she had imagined it or if someone had been watching. Seeing nothing but the moonlit mountains outside, she dismissed the feeling and resumed her preparations. The following day, the town of Yongho was alive with activity, the surrounding mountains forming a majestic backdrop. At the town's entrance, Lin Yi ran into a friend from her pioneer group. The friend teased her playfully about her cousin, asking if he was handsome. Lin Yi smiled and replied that he was a good person, though just an ordinary-looking guy. Her friend let out a disappointed sigh. At that moment, another woman from their group appeared, a redhead wearing a purple dress. She reminded the first friend that Lin Yi herself had always said she was just an ordinary person. With the rest of the team gathered, the redhead announced it was time to focus on their mission. One of the male members asked if a certain teammate would be joining them. The redhead shook her head, saying it would just be the 6 of them and that the missing member was always mysterious. Unbeknownst to them, Fang Yi watched quietly from the balcony of a nearby cafe, his sword resting beside him. He noted that his cousin's small squad appeared fairly low-key. From his vantage point, he could sense their strength. The weakest member was at the 2-star Ghost Axe level, while the man who had spoken was even a 3-star. He overheard them mention that their team was usually stronger, though one particularly powerful member was often absent. Fang Yi's attention soon shifted to the mountains looming over the town. His eyes narrowed, sensing that this was where something significant was about to unfold. High in the peaks, the great change of heaven and earth finally appeared. A colossal green vine descended from the clouds. Though the phenomenon appeared randomly and wasn't inherently destructive, for pioneers, it was a vital clue to understanding the shifting world around them. Deep within the misty mountains, Lin Yi and her squad finally witnessed the extraordinary sight. The red-haired leader gazed upward in awe, confirming this was exactly what they had come for. The group could hardly believe their eyes as they stood before the massive, pulsing vine. Yet their wonder soon gave way to fear. The squad's most adventurous member turned pale, trembling as she urged the others not to proceed further. She admitted that seeing the vine in person filled her with a profound sense of dread. She had heard stories of pioneers who had tried to touch the vine during its previous appearances. Though they were powerful, far stronger than she was, they had all met horrific fates. Overcome with terror, the girl clutched her head, convinced they would all share the same fate. As she spoke, reality itself seemed to shift around them. The mountain path vanished, replaced by a terrifying, pulsating red cavern. The ground beneath them writhed with grotesque organic tendrils, trapping the group in a horrifying, living nightmare. The red-haired leader and Lin Yi exchanged understanding glances with their distressed teammate. They acknowledged that they had all felt the same oppressive weight emanating from the vine. Lin Yi elaborated, describing the sensation as an absolute void within the wood-type vine. It was as if time had devoured all life within it, leaving nothing but an empty shell. This, she explained, was the source of their fear. The squad arrived at a chilling realization: the vine was attempting to consume their life force. Just as panic threatened to overtake their friend, Lin Yi seized her hand, her expression burning with fierce determination. She declared that this was the path of a martial pioneer, a journey that demanded confronting such dangers head-on unseen by the group. Fang Yi observed from a distant cliff. He too sensed the suffocating aura of death radiating from the monstrous vine. Comparing it to all the world monsters he had faced, he admitted that, apart from pure dark attribute creatures, this vine left him with the most unsettling feeling. He also recognized the squad's courage. They truly had the guts to consider cultivating in such a perilous location. Studying the monster more closely, Fang Yi noted that while it was clearly a plant, a symbol of life, it exuded an unnatural lifelessness. It wasn't truly alive, it was a hollow imitation of life, devoid of spiritual energy, tainted by the blood and remains of its previous victims. Meanwhile, Lin Yi took command of the squad. Perched on a cliff, she addressed her team with renewed purpose. With time running short, she proposed a new strategy: carefully sense the monster's energy from a distance, avoiding direct contact. Confident in her plan, Lin Yi climbed a high tree and began meditating, encasing herself in a protective bubble of blue spiritual energy. From a distant clifftop, Fang Yi observed them, impressed by their prudence. They had positioned themselves at a distance that balanced safety with effective cultivation. He silently commended his top student cousin for correctly identifying the optimal range, a stance neither reckless nor overly cautious. As Yi's cultivation soared, the spiritual energy around her surged violently. Fang Yi watched, astonished. She was on the verge of breaking through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. He couldn't hide his admiration. His cousin was truly gifted. In a dazzling flash of blue light, she successfully achieved the breakthrough. Her teammates stared in awe, stunned that she had reached such an advanced level of power. Deep within the forest, the dormant roots of the giant vine writhed and glowed with a terrifying green radiance. The pioneers felt the ground tremble beneath them. One man glanced back in alarm as panic spread through the group. The monstrous vine was advancing straight toward them, its tendrils bursting violently from the earth. The team's leader could hardly believe the creature had detected them from so far away. Its assault was sudden and brutal. Jagged green tendrils shot skyward, ensnaring 2 male pioneers, while the rest scattered in terror. Their friends screamed for them to warning that if they didn't escape, they would die. Realization struck the leader. Yi's breakthrough had caused too much of a disturbance, attracting the monster's attention. As she shouted a warning, dark green tendrils began wrapping around Yi's protective bubble, still fragile after her recent breakthrough. The leader knew that once the vine ensnared them, its lethal aura would consume them instantly. Under the tremendous pressure, Yi's energy shield began to crack. Chaos erupted as the red-haired leader tried to drag her panicked friend to safety. The friend cried out that they couldn't leave Yi behind, but the leader replied, desperate, asking what else they could do. Fury ignited in the friend's eyes as she demanded whether she should sacrifice her own precious spiritual energy to protect Yi, effectively dying so her teammate could grow stronger. Amid the turmoil, the red-haired leader attempted to reason with a male teammate who argued they should abandon Yi to save themselves. Coldly, he stated that life and death were dictated by fate and warned that if they didn't leave immediately, they would all perish with her. He reminded the group that their bond was accidental and that she was letting emotion cloud her judgment. But his rational words only fueled her anger. She shoved him aside, shouting that she would not abandon her teammate, even if it meant defying them all. From his perch atop the cliff, Fang Yi observed the unfolding chaos. His cousin, still just a student, seemed oblivious to the grave danger she was in, her meditative state leaving her vulnerable. The vine's power was immense, and even Fang Yi wasn't certain he could protect her with his current strength. Yet he knew he had no time to hesitate. The tendrils were already starting to crush her protective barrier. Clenching his fist, a golden aura flared around him. He had promised his aunt he would keep her safe, and a promise, once made, had to be honored. The red-haired leader sprang into action, leaping through the grasping vines toward Yi. She landed a forceful kick against one tendril, shattering it with sheer power. But her triumph was fleeting. Dozens more vines erupted, ensnaring her and leaving her completely trapped. Just as the monstrous plant prepared to crush its next victims, Yi's protective shield shattered. Before the vines could strike, Fang Yi intervened. Leaping through the air, he unleashed 2 arcs of bright golden energy from his sword. The rest of Yi's squad could only scream in horror, witnessing their comrade's shield fail. A colossal, phoenix-shaped blast of fiery energy descended from the sky, colliding with the tangled mass of vines in a deafening explosion. Fang Yi landed with grace in the now cleared area, a small pillar of golden flame rising beneath him, having saved both his cousin and her brave leader at the final moment. Floating amidst a radiant golden aura, Fang Yi's mere presence was enough to dominate the deadly vines. Descending amidst the radiant glow, Fang Yi left the pioneers shielding their eyes, barely able to comprehend the scene. The practical male pioneer who had suggested abandoning Yi was now completely dumbfounded, questioning if this newcomer was even human. The red-haired leader, equally astonished, recognized the unmistakable signature of pure yang energy. She understood that only a mightier power of this magnitude could repel a life-draining monster of such scale. The male pioneer felt a sudden crisis of confidence. He had always considered himself exceptionally talented, having ascended to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm in record time, a feat few in the nation could rival. Even Lin Yi, known for his skill, could barely match him. Yet now, faced with this mysterious newcomer, he felt completely outclassed. He glanced at his own hands, then up at the glowing figure atop the cliff, and felt utterly insignificant. If pioneers like this existed, he wondered, then what did that make him? The newcomer hadn't just defeated him, he had overwhelmed all of them with sheer, unadulterated power. Bathed in the golden radiance of his strength, Fang Yi's system activated. It had detected the extreme wood attribute from the deadly vine and immediately began auto-generating a new technique. In moments, the system displayed the details: endless vitality, a skill capable of instantly absorbing all nearby life force to rapidly heal injuries. As the vine's energy flowed into him, a surge of green, life-giving power enveloped him. Fang Yi marveled at the sheer potency of the wood attribute technique he had just acquired. He realized that with life nearby, he now possessed a near-continuous energy-absorbing engine. As he absorbed the final remnants of the anomaly's power, the system confirmed it had successfully extracted the vine's core attribute, desolation. The system described its terrifying potential, the ability to instantly generate a desolate aura, annihilating all life in the vicinity. Standing calmly within the swirling green energy, Fang Yi fully embraced the new power. When he opened his eyes, they shimmered with the same vibrant green as the desolate vine. Around him, the clearing lay lifeless, faintly glowing with a green aura. Now he understood why the vine could only thrive in such a remote, hazardous location. Anywhere else, it would drain all life for miles. He contemplated the ruthless nature of the desolation attribute, a force that forcibly stole life from others. His thoughts were interrupted by a grateful voice. The red-haired leader of the pioneer group approached, battered and bruised, her clothes torn, but alive. She thanked him profusely, insisting that without his intervention, they would all have perished. She asked how they could ever repay him. Fang Yi waved her off nonchalantly, saying no thanks were needed, and that their paths would cross again someday. He turned and walked away. Yet in his mind, he didn't feel like a hero. He knew he had merely capitalized on the opportunity provided by their intelligence. As for the conflicts he had witnessed among the pioneers, they didn't concern him. With a final leap, he soared into the air, leaving the stunned squad behind. He understood that true character was revealed in times of crisis, and a disorganized team like theirs would not survive the perils of this new era. Left alone in the empty clearing, the adventurous girl and the shaggy-haired man watched him disappear. The girl, still reeling from the shock, asked aloud what they should do next. The man, however, replied with a sharp, almost bitter tone, questioning whether she now regretted hesitating earlier to save their teammates. With the immediate danger gone and Lin Yi having reached the 3rd tier, the red-haired leader knew their safest choice was to stay united. Some time later, Yi opened her eyes, their glow a brilliant blue as she emerged from her meditation. Her teammates rushed to her side, relief written across their faces at her awakening. The male pioneer who had once suggested leaving her insisted that their fate now rested on the wisdom of their leader. Another teammate, however, argued that their attention should remain on the mysterious stranger who had rescued them. Still disoriented, Yi asked what had happened, noticing her other teammates lying unconscious around her. Standing up, she immediately felt the lingering heat of a nearby tree, still burning with the leftover yang attribute. Its intensity was unmistakable, even from a distance. The shaggy-haired man stepped forward, offering to explain what had transpired while she was unconscious. Later that day, back at her cousin's apartment, Yi struggled to comprehend the incredible events. She could hardly believe that someone of such power truly existed. Her teammates' earlier words echoed in her mind. He had called the mysterious pioneer a monster, describing how the unstoppable vines had been effortlessly pushed back and how the massive beanstalk had retreated far into the sky, no longer daring to approach. The sheer presence of the man who had saved them was overwhelming. Even though he was long gone, the calmness of the vine testified to his lingering power. Yi opened the apartment door to find Fang Yi waiting there, concern etched on his face. Noticing her pale appearance, she quickly forced a smile, brushing off his worry and blaming her fatigue on a long day of studying. Fang Yi accepted her explanation, telling her she had worked hard and should rest. He offered to order takeout for dinner, and she agreed before heading to her room. Once inside, she collapsed onto her bed, utterly exhausted. She knew that breakthroughs were mentally taxing, demanding immense focus. She felt more drained than if she had stayed awake for a month straight. Scrolling through her phone, she felt a measure of relief. She was no longer an ordinary person. She could survive more than a few sleepless nights. She accepted that this constant, life-threatening struggle was now the fate of a pioneer in a world that had begun to change. Thoughts of her cousin's seemingly normal, peaceful life reminded her that such a life was no longer possible for her. Her quiet reflections were interrupted by a new message in her pioneer group chat. It was from Guyon, the enigmatic, powerful member who rarely appeared. The message was brief and direct. If there are any more traces of that strong man, please inform me. This was the first time Guyon had ever spoken in the group, immediately capturing Yi's attention. She responded affirmatively and then posed her own question. Could the man who had saved them be the same one from the Dark River Lava Dragon incident, and if so, why would he have helped them? The group chat immediately erupted with a post about the mysterious high-tier Yang attribute master. The post vividly described his sun-splitting slash, recounting how a witness had been forced out of a cave by a searing blast of white-hot light. The author claimed with absolute certainty that no other pioneer in the sea country could rival. Meanwhile, Fang Yi rode through the evening streets on his bicycle. He was confident that after the day's events, his cousin would be less suspicious, allowing him freedom of movement without raising alarms. With this newfound liberty, he had a new mission in mind, finding a suitable carrier for his recently acquired desolation attribute. He knew this power resonated most naturally with plants, and so his search began under the night sky. As he pedaled, Fang Yi contemplated the best way to utilize the desolation attribute. Despite its tremendous power, its nature was inherently destructive and corrupt. He worried that fusing it with his own body might cause adverse reactions. Additionally, he feared that its malevolent energy could clash with the purifying essence of his thunder attribute. His solution, he concluded, was to entrust the attribute to a carrier, a living conduit, perhaps akin to the mysterious vine itself. He reasoned that the original vine monster had likely evolved when a normal plant detected an influx of rich spiritual energy, manifesting the desolation attribute as a means to absorb greater power. With a plan forming, a confident smirk crossed his face. He knew precisely where he needed to go, guided by a moonlit path and a sign pointing toward the forest park. Fang Yi arrived at a sprawling urban park. Leaving his bike behind, he ventured into the woods. Under the bright full moon, he stepped into a field of radiant, glowing flowers. He needed to find the ideal candidate, a plant that could form the strongest connection with his spiritual energy, one that could sense closeness to him. Closing his eyes, Fang Yi extended his spiritual energy outward. A vibrant green aura flowed from him, sweeping across the forest and enveloping the plants. He felt their response, a wave of energy rising to meet his, though it was not yet sufficient for his purposes. Continuing to broadcast his energy, he focused on eliciting a stronger reaction. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a single spot in the grass. There, amid the tall blades, stood a lone white flower with a glowing center, swaying gently as if beckoning him. Fang Yi approached cautiously, wondering if this was the one he had been searching for. He extended his hand and touched the flower with his fingertip. The petals closed around his finger, drawing in the spiritual energy he offered. Then, with a soft flourish, the flower reopened, vibrant and seemingly nourished, as though it had just received a feast. Fang Yi knelt beside the small flower, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He sensed its strong spiritual presence. Though it was only a humble plant, it responded to his touch like an eager puppy, greedily absorbing his spiritual energy and brushing against his fingers for more. He knew instantly, this would be his carrier. Among the entire forest, this tiny flower had reacted most strongly to his aura, making it the perfect vessel for the desolation attribute. He spoke to the flower, calling it the chosen one, and asked if it was ready. Without waiting for a reply, he released a swirling vortex of green spiritual energy, directing it entirely at the small white blossom. A system window appeared, prompting confirmation. Do you want to forcibly implant the desolation attribute into this plant? His eyes shone a vivid green as he gave his consent. A brilliant light erupted from his hand, and the flower began to transform. Its petals unfurled into a larger, more intricate, and powerful form. In a dazzling flash of green, the implantation completed. Fang Yi blinked in surprise. The once simple white flower had been utterly transformed. Its petals now resembled a magnificent lotus, its leaves thick, vibrant, and radiating a potent green aura. The flower immediately demonstrated its power. Waves of desolation energy surged outward, its roots sinking deep into the soil as it drew energy. The effect was immediate and devastating. The surrounding healthy forest was drained within seconds, trees withering and the ground turning to dust. Fang Yi marveled at the sheer destructive potential of the desolation attribute. Within moments, the energy had consumed the entire section of forest and was still spreading rapidly. As the flower's glow dimmed and its form shrank slightly, Fang Yi realized he needed to leave. If the process continued, the massive energy disturbance would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Spiritual Energy Association. Carefully, he uprooted the glowing flower. Roots and all, this park had been a risky place for such an experiment. Situated close to the city center, it was surely monitored by the association, which remained vigilant over the revival of spiritual energy and the danger it posed even to ordinary plants. He had noticed the increased surveillance cameras and the complete absence of other people upon his arrival. Walking away with his new prize, he observed something extraordinary. The flower continued to absorb energy from the air, thriving even without its roots in the ground. Fascinated, Fang Yi studied it closely, a smile of wonder spreading across his face. Its spirituality hadn't diminished at all since being uprooted, especially remarkable for a flower that had been an ordinary wild plant moments before. He drew a profound conclusion. By imbuing the flower with the desolation attribute, he had unlocked its evolutionary potential, setting it on a path far beyond what it was naturally meant to become. Just as Fang Yi prepared to leave the park, a loud alarm erupted, red lights flashing throughout the forest. A robotic voice blared a warning. Abnormal value exceeded. Fang Yi's eyes narrowed. Despite his speed, he had still triggered the park's monitoring system. Wasting no time, he grasped the desolation flower firmly and hurriedly made his escape. Miles away, in a high-tech control room marked Spiritual Energy Revival Plant Research Department, alarms blared relentlessly. Technicians scrambled, shouting that the anomaly readings were spiraling out of control and demanding explanations. Orders were issued immediately. All personnel were to equip protective bracelets, enter the park, and seal off the area, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. A fully geared team stepped into the now lifeless section of the forest. One member checked his wrist device, an alarmingly high reading of 30. For perspective, the incident at Xincheng University had only reached 8 to 10, and even the fearsome Dark River Lava Dragon had peaked at 25. Another researcher added that the park's normal spiritual energy had never exceeded 10. As one member collected soil samples, another reported a bizarre observation. Air humidity, surface temperature, and sunlight were all completely normal. Plants appeared to have been drained of life in mere seconds. The team leader insisted they approach the center to investigate which spiritual attribute could have caused such devastation. Before anyone could move forward, a senior researcher with glasses shouted sharply, halting their progress. With grave authority, he warned them not to touch anything, identifying the residual energy as the desolation attribute. Then, with piercing seriousness, he asked if any of them knew about the vine that had recently descended from the sky. The younger researchers fell silent, frozen. One of them finally spoke, voice trembling, realizing the senior was referring to the infamous, devilish vine, and a level mutation feared across the world. The senior researcher confirmed their worst fears. This parasitic ability consumed the life force of every surrounding creature, converting everything it touched into its own. The young researcher who had almost stepped into the dead zone clutched his chest, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. The senior researcher explained that any plant awakening the desolation attribute created a dead zone, where anyone who entered would have their life force consumed. He recalled seeing similar data from Sha country, a decayed ancient tree in a forbidden area of Wan City that annihilated all life near it. Surveying the barren clearing before him, his expression grew serious. The emergence of mutated plants in this new era could no longer be ignored. From their research, the desolation attribute was the most potent a plant could awaken. His lecture was interrupted when a hand landed on his shoulder. The research team turned to find Major Han, his face stern, arriving with a contingent of soldiers. Already briefed on the situation, the Major ordered all researchers to change into advanced protective suits his team had brought and to follow him into the contaminated zone. With Major Han leading, the newly equipped team, joined by Su Qingying, stepped cautiously into the dead zone. Using their scanners, they quickly encountered perplexing anomalies. They could not detect the source of the desolation energy, and its aura was fading rapidly. Within minutes, the energy level dropped to 25, contrary to what they expected, as the celestial vine was thought to be mobile. Major Han suggested to Su Qingying that they investigate the area more thoroughly, and she nodded, her expression grave. Meanwhile, two team members with glowing blue auras traced residual spiritual energy from the edges of the dead zone to a single origin. As they neared, their faces reflected shock. Both the Major and Su Qingying simultaneously grasped the horrifying truth: the source of the desolation energy had been extracted. One researcher, still in a protective suit, could hardly comprehend it, questioning how such a feat was even possible. Major Han realized that whoever could enter a desolation dead zone and remove its source must be a person of extraordinary power. Su Qingying had another insight. She revealed a glowing data pad, explaining that big data analysis had pinpointed a figure whose movements matched both this incident and a recent mutation. The file on the screen displayed a picture of Fang Yi, his name clearly visible. Major confirmed to Su Qingying that he would send her all of Fang Yi's information, verifying he was likely the same pioneer she had encountered before. Tipping his hat, he added that handling the rest was up to her association. Left alone in the desolate woods, Su Qingying stared at the data pad with a grim expression. 2 hours later, in his apartment, Fang Yi carefully placed the newly obtained desolation flower into a small pot. Smiling, he reflected that it was his first time nurturing a flower. He affectionately named it the obedient little white flower, telling it that with its desolation attribute, it would cultivate itself into a powerful ally. He knew its life-draining abilities would be invaluable in battle, and its unassuming appearance made it easy to conceal from his cousin. Gently touching a petal, he reminded himself that in this dangerous new world, raw strength alone was not enough. Secret weapons would be just as vital. His quiet evening was interrupted by his phone buzzing. He picked it up, surprised to see the caller ID, Old Wang. Immediately, he recognized the name, Wang Liang, his childhood friend, whom he hadn't seen in 3 years since he had joined the army. A brief flashback showed their once close bond, severed when Wang Liang suddenly enlisted. Fang Yi answered the call. Wang Liang's cheerful voice greeted him, asking if he was back in town and inviting him for a drink at their old hangout. Fang Yi was taken aback by the suddenness of it all. Wang Liang laughed, teasing that he had a big secret to reveal and warned Fang Yi not to be shocked when he heard it. After the call ended, it was revealed that Wang Liang was not alone. He was in a dimly lit room, reporting to a stern, scarred woman with long red hair, dressed in a high-ranking military uniform. Su Qingying was also present. Wang Liang confirmed that he had completed his assignment and made a special request. If Fang Yi turned out not to be the person they sought, they should ensure his safety. The red-haired officer, tapping her fingers impatiently on the table, dismissed his concerns coldly. She ordered him to focus solely on his mission, warning against unnecessary actions. With chilling detachment, she added that if Fang Yi was the wrong target, Wang Liang should consider it punishment for his friend. At a quiet bar, Fang Yi and Wang Liang clinked their beer glasses in a toast. They sat down, catching up after 3 long years apart. Fang Yi noticed that his old friend seemed noticeably more mature, surmising that his time in the army must have been grueling. Wang Liang recounted some of his experiences in the military before asking how Fang Yi had been. Fang Yi gave a simple reply: he was doing well and had attended college. As he sipped his beer, his thoughts drifted to his past life. Back then, during the chaos, he had never had the chance to see Wang Liang again. He recalled that his friend, as a soldier, had likely perished in some forgotten battle. Fang Yi wondered if, in this new life, he might be able to alter his friend's fate. The conversation shifted, and Wang Liang's tone grew serious. He asked Fang Yi if he had noticed anything unusual lately, zombies, monsters, or phenomena from the movies. Instantly on guard, Fang Yi sensed this wasn't mere curiosity. For a soldier to know about spiritual energy revival wasn't surprising, but the directness of the question felt like a test of his knowledge. Playing dumb, he asked what Wang Liang meant. Wang Liang sighed, explaining that he wasn't trying to comfort Fang Yi, he was warning him. Soon, everything they valued, education, wealth, status, would become meaningless. The world order as they knew it was about to shift. Fang Yi listened intently, expression unreadable, eyes fixed on his empty glass. He knew ordinary soldiers were bound to secrecy and couldn't reveal anything about the spiritual energy revival. This confirmed his suspicion. The military had identified him as a potential target, and Wang Liang, his childhood friend, had been sent to probe him. Seeing Fang Yi remain calm, Wang Liang attempted reassurance. He told him not to worry, emphasizing that as long as he kept silent, he would remain safe. But Fang Yi understood fully. His friend, risking military protocol, was still trying to help him. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted when Wang Liang's phone vibrated urgently. He answered, and a furious voice barked orders: return to the team immediately and report to the target location within 10 minutes. Wang Liang snapped to attention, obeying instantly as Fang Yi observed in silence. Apologizing, Wang Liang explained that he couldn't accompany Fang Yi home due to the urgent mission. But as he turned to leave, Fang Yi dropped the act. He asked if the mission was connected to the spiritual energy revival and insisted on coming along. Wang Liang paused, turning back with a mixture of shock and confusion. Fang Yi stepped forward, grabbing his friend by the collar, and demanded to be taken to his superiors. He reassured Wang Liang, explaining that he didn't know exactly what his superiors were aware of, but he trusted that Wang Liang would never harm him. He made it clear that his interest lay in understanding what the military was dealing with, knowing it must relate to the massive changes occurring in the world. Since the Spiritual Energy Association was already handling monsters, he was determined to witness the military's role firsthand. Wang Liang nodded, and the two of them made their way toward a massive, heavily guarded military base nestled in a mountain valley, marked as Military Base Number 19, Spiritual Forbidden Zone. They were soon confronted by a squad of soldiers. One of them barked at Wang Liang to return to his team. After a brief inspection, the soldiers allowed Fang Yi to enter the base, leading him through a brightly lit corridor. Inside, a large group of soldiers was locked in a desperate battle, crackling blue energy arcing around them as they tried to hold back a monstrous. The beast retaliated with immense power, firing a devastating red energy beam that tore through the soldiers' ranks, eliciting cries of pain and terror. On a raised platform, a stern red-haired officer observed the chaos with critical eyes. Fang Yi, standing before her, quickly assessed the creature and recognized its power as a hybrid of two distinct attributes. The officer confirmed his observation. The monster was a perfect fusion of dark and flame energies, making it both exceptionally dangerous and cruel. She noted that it had already inflicted serious injuries on several of her soldiers. A caption identified her as 3-star Ghost Axe Realm Officer Ji Lan. Spotting Wang Liang, she called his name sharply, and he immediately snapped to attention. She demanded an explanation for bringing an unauthorized person into a restricted area, but before he could respond, she softened slightly. Acknowledging the urgency of the situation, she told him to forget it and instructed him to join the formation immediately. Her gaze then turned to Fang Yi. She detected nothing extraordinary in him. His spiritual energy was only faintly active. For a moment, she wondered if he might be the powerful pioneer they had been seeking, but quickly dismissed the thought, focusing on the ongoing battle. She issued him a stern warning. As Wang Liang's friend, she would say little, but he was now in a restricted zone, and his life was his own responsibility. He was also bound to secrecy regarding anything he witnessed. Fang Yi simply acknowledged, understood. With that settled, Ji Lan took command. She lifted a massive energy cannon and called out the names of 2 soldiers. They immediately sprang into action, their bodies enveloped in blue energy as they engaged the creature up close. Ji Lan then aimed her cannon and fired a colossal blast of pure energy directly at the monster. The attack struck with immense force, triggering a massive explosion, but the creature remained far from defeated. It let out a furious roar as its shadowy form pulsed with a menacing red light, its fanged maw widening threateningly. The blast had only intensified its fury, accelerating its mutation. With a violent swipe of its massive claws, it struck toward a soldier. A comrade shouted a warning just in time. The soldier blocked the blow, but the sheer force sent him hurtling backward. Ji Lan immediately took command, instructing her team to remain vigilant and maintain their distance. She knew the creature had to be eliminated before it could complete its evolution. Fang Yi observed from the sidelines, impressed by the soldiers' performance. Each team member moved with precision, trust, and perfect coordination. It was clear to him that their combined efforts created a force far greater than any individual strength. However, his admiration was short-lived. The monster's power was escalating at an alarming rate. Fang Yi shouted a warning, urging the soldiers to retreat. They were no match for the creature in its current form. But his words were drowned in the chaos. A massive blast of dark purple energy erupted from the monster, hurling the soldiers backward. Ji Lan refused to yield. With a fierce roar, she ordered her team to raise their alert level and enhance the mutation containment measures for the restricted area. She commanded that no one retreat. But it was already too late. The monster had completed its transformation. Now towering as a massive demonic beast, its body engulfed in black and red flames, its eyes glowed with pure malevolence. One soldier screamed in terror. The evil dog had fully merged with dark energy, completing its mutation. Its single eye, now a burning crimson orb, locked onto a new target, Wang Liang. Frozen in fear, he could only stare as the monster prepared to strike. Ji Lan and Fang Yi both reacted with horror, realizing that Wang Liang's life was in imminent danger. As the creature lunged forward, releasing a devastating surge of power, a soldier was violently thrown backward. Ji Lan immediately shouted, alerting her team that the SE-level evil dog had fully mutated and was now classified as a level threat, forcing an immediate revision of their battle strategy. The soldier hit the ground, coughing up blood. Fang Yi rushed to his side, steadying him and asking if he was okay. Weakly, the soldier explained that he had been attempting to channel spiritual energy into the monster's restraining collar, but the creature's evolution had caused the device to violently explode. Despite coughing up thick, black liquid, the soldier forced a brave smile, telling Fang Yi not to worry about the officers of Restricted Area 19. Fang Yi, however, could only glare at him with grim, simmering anger. Realizing her conventional weapons were useless, Ji Lan dropped her massive energy cannon to the ground. Standing before her remaining troops, her resolve unshaken, she issued one final, desperate command. No matter the cost, even their lives, they must not let this B-level mutation escape the restricted zone. Just as she and her team prepared for a last stand, Fang Yi stepped directly in front of her, blocking their path. Ji Lan demanded what he thought he was doing, but he ignored her. His eyes and hands ignited with a radiant blue glow, arcs of raw lightning crackling across his form, a clear sign he was about to enter the fray himself. Encircled by surging blue electricity, Fang Yi taunted the monstrous creature, his eyes blazing with power as he questioned its strength. Then, with terrifying speed, he charged. His arm became a bolt of pure blue energy, aimed straight for the beast's head. Upon impact, a colossal explosion of divine thunder erupted, utterly overwhelming the monster. The force of the strike unleashed a shockwave that sent nearby soldiers hurtling backward. One stunned soldier whispered in disbelief, realizing that this was the same B-level creature their commander, Ji Lan, hadn't been able to defeat alone. Wang Liang, equally astonished, turned to Ji Lan and asked if Fang Yi was truly who they suspected. With unwavering seriousness, Ji Lan confirmed their fears. He was indeed the legendary pioneer known as the Tyrant. Fang Yi stood calmly before the still-burning monster, noting that while it was badly injured, it wasn't completely finished. He told Ji Lan and Wang Liang to step back for their own safety. Ji Lan observed him, marveling at the fact that her entire squad had needed a complex formation just to confront a B-level threat, yet here he was, ready to take it down alone. She couldn't help but think about the magnitude of his power. Even now, he was one of the top-tier pioneers in the nation. And once the spiritual energy revival reached its peak, she realized his potential could become truly limitless, the most extreme embodiment of the thunder attribute she had ever witnessed. As Fang Yi raised his hand, channeling even more electrical energy, Ji Lan's eyes widened in shock. She looked up to see a colossal storm of thunderous energy swirling above him, and couldn't help but wonder just how terrifying his power might become as he continued to evolve. With a decisive step forward, Fang Yi unleashed the full might of his thunder attribute. A towering pillar of brilliant blue lightning erupted from the ground where the monster had stood, a display of raw power befitting his code name, the Tyrant. His eyes, still flickering with residual electricity, reflected calm determination as the blinding light from his attack began to fade. The surviving soldiers watched in awe and fear. One whispered to another, his body trembling, realizing that while Fang Yi could handle the monster's corrosive dark energy, the sheer destructive force of thunder operated on an entirely different scale. Once the dust settled, Fang Yi casually gave a thumbs up to his friend, signaling that the threat had been neutralized. Wang Liang hurried over, exclaiming in relief that Fang Yi had scared him half to death. Overjoyed, he playfully punched Fang Yi on the shoulder, laughing that he never imagined his old friend could be this formidable. The mood shifted as Wang Liang apologized, confessing that he had suspected Fang Yi was extraordinary but had no choice but to follow orders. Fang Yi waved it off, teasing him about being overly formal after 3 years apart and assuring him that he understood. Their reunion was soon interrupted by Ji Lan, who approached them formally. She extended her hand in gratitude, thanking Fang Yi for his assistance. With a slight smile, Fang Yi accepted, replying that it was no trouble and that his main concern had been saving his friend. Ji Lan then introduced herself properly as the warden of Forbidden Area 019. She explained that since Fang Yi had saved the entire base, she needed to file an official report and asked if he could leave his contact information. Fang Yi agreed without hesitation, while Wang Liang looked on in silent amazement, astonished to see his stern commanding officer act so respectfully toward his childhood friend. With formalities concluded, Ji Lan spoke directly and with seriousness. She acknowledged that Fang Yi's strength surpassed that of many of the military's own special pioneers and formally extended an invitation for him to join their ranks. Yet, she admitted that an offer from a single base warden like herself might not be sufficient to persuade him. Internally, she was still grappling with the enormity of his power. What struck her most was the revelation that he was also a 3-star Ghost Axe realm cultivator, like herself. Yet, his abilities far exceeded the known limits of that realm, marking him as a monster of extraordinary strength. Fang Yi, calm as ever, asked Ji Lan if she truly felt unworthy of extending the invitation. Burdened by the authority of her superiors, she confirmed his observation. There was nothing to deny. She explained that the order to involve him had come from high command and expressed confidence that they would personally come to invite him in the future. Fang Yi chuckled softly, telling her there was no need for such formalities. Placing a hand over his chest, he expressed genuine respect for all of them. He admitted that he had never seen soldiers fight before, and what he had witnessed had deeply moved him. Touched by his sincerity, Ji Lan could only offer a quiet thanks. He then made a counteroffer. If they ever encountered trouble in the future, they could call upon him for assistance, just as they had once aided ordinary people like him. However, he added one vital condition: they could never interfere with his personal cultivation or restrict his freedom. The unexpected stipulation left Ji Lan momentarily speechless. With matters settled, Fang Yi announced that it was getting late and that he should be leaving. Ji Lan agreed, explaining that she and Wang Liang still needed to dispose of the mutated creature's body and that she would arrange for someone to escort him back. As he stood among the soldiers, Fang Yi finally grasped the military's true purpose in this new era. He realized that they stationed themselves in these dangerous, spiritually potent zones for 2 reasons: to harness the energy for their own training and, more importantly, to act as a critical line of defense between the ordinary world and the strange monsters now threatening it. After his departure, Ji Lan turned to Wang Liang. She remarked that Fang Yi could no longer be described with a word as simple as impressive. What they had witnessed was only a fraction of his true power. That a pioneer could ascend to such a high level so quickly demonstrated extraordinary insight. She concluded that he was a rare combination of luck, courage, and raw ability, all the qualities needed for greatness. Observing his commander's deep respect for him, Wang Liang eagerly suggested that if Ji Lan felt she wasn't the right person to recruit him, she should allow him, as his childhood friend, to take on the task. Ji Lan, however, quickly brought him back to reality with a sharp tap on the head, ordering him to stop talking and help clean up. Wang Liang could do nothing but comply as he was pulled off to work. Later that night, atop the roof of his apartment building, Fang Yi sat in meditation, enveloped in a radiant golden aura. His mind wandered to his earlier encounter with the military. He knew that while the meeting had revealed his identity, he had only displayed his thunder attribute, keeping the full scope of his abilities hidden. Judging by their respectful demeanor, he decided this was advantageous. He understood now that his rare thunder attribute was a perfect counter against the dark monsters the military had been battling, making him an invaluable asset. It was clear they would seek to recruit him rather than pose a threat, offering access to rapid cultivation techniques and the most advanced intelligence. The day's experiences had also clarified the roles of the nation's 2 main pioneer forces. The military, led by Ji Lan, acted as night watchers, silently safeguarding the nation. The Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, with agents like Su Qingying, managed threats that slipped into urban areas, prioritizing civilian safety. Fang Yi grasped the government's two-pronged strategy: contain the greatest dangers within forbidden zones while gradually releasing information to the public. This measured approach was buying precious time, preventing society from collapsing into chaos. As his meditation deepened, a brilliant orb of golden energy pulsed within him. Despite having absorbed the rich energy of the forbidden zone, he hadn't initially felt the urge to level up, but that quickly changed. Golden energy surged through his body, veins of power cracking across his face. Even a short exposure to such spiritual richness had filled him completely. He recognized the unmistakable signs. He was on the brink of another breakthrough. Meanwhile, on the streets below, his cousin Lin Yi walked home carrying groceries, wondering if Fang Yi had returned. She had been planning to have him taste her cooking. Her casual thoughts were instantly shattered when she looked up and saw a massive pillar of golden light erupting into the night sky above their apartment building. Her eyes widened in shock. A reflection of a flaming divine axe appeared in her vision, initially making her think of the energy associated with a ghost axe realm advancement. But the scale was far beyond that, too immense for a normal breakthrough. She could only stare in disbelief, realizing that an extraordinarily powerful pioneer was making their presence known in the city. On the street, Lin Yi's gaze remained fixed on the sky, utterly astonished. The energy she was witnessing dwarfed even the ghost axe realm. It was reshaping reality itself. A colossal divine hand, formed entirely of golden energy, materialized in the clouds above. Fear and awe washed over her as the truth struck. This was the legendary spirit creation realm. The realization that a pioneer of such overwhelming power lived right next door sent a surge of shock and terror through her. The massive energy surge did not go unnoticed. Miles away, in a state-of-the-art command center, red alarms screamed as technicians scrambled in chaos. A warning flashed urgently across their screens. The anomaly value had spiked to a catastrophic 99, its epicenter located southeast of the city. Both an official and Su Qingying reacted with immediate alarm. The official demanded an explanation, instructing all units to mobilize toward the target zone. Su Qingying, meanwhile, questioned how such a powerful anomaly could have gone undetected, pointing out that an energy reading of this magnitude could easily obliterate an entire city. Before a holographic map of the city, military leaders convened an emergency meeting, tension thick in the air. They debated the two horrifying possibilities. Either a new god-like spirit creation pioneer had emerged, or the city was teetering on the edge of catastrophic disaster. The situation intensified as a senior official frantically contacted headquarters, demanding that all advanced equipment be dispatched, everything short of full-scale weaponry. His panic, however, was cut short when a subordinate burst into the room, gasping for breath, announcing that the alert had been rescinded. The anomaly was not a monster but a pioneer undergoing a promotion. Fang Yi exhaled quietly in relief. The breakthrough was complete. He had successfully ascended to the one-star spirit creation realm. Aside from his body feeling lighter and more agile, he sensed little change in his raw power. His quiet moment was interrupted by the buzz of his phone. A new message had arrived from his friend Wang Liang, a warning. A fresh anomaly had appeared on the playground at Xincheng University. Internal military sources had confirmed it was a pollution zone, and, more alarmingly, this was the second occurrence of this particular anomaly. Fang Yi replied, noting he was aware of the previous heat anomaly. Wang Liang confirmed it was indeed the same one and playfully warned Fang Yi not to reveal that he was the source of the intelligence. Fang Yi joked about reporting him, but Wang Liang's tone quickly grew serious. He urged Fang Yi to be careful, genuinely concerned for his safety. Fang Yi set his phone aside, his expression thoughtful. His friend's warning only validated his own strategy. This was why he remained cautious around both the military and the association, being too well-known invited trouble. It was also why he had kept his Yang Flame attribute and Crimson Flame Blade technique secret, his hidden trump cards. He typed a final response, reassuring Wang Liang not to worry. He would remain careful, and he still had powerful cards left to play. Lin Yi stepped into the apartment, announcing her return. Spotting Fang Yi lounging on the couch, she asked if he had eaten and held out the bag of takeout she had brought. Absorbed in his phone, he told her to leave it on the table and that he would eat later. Watching him, a mix of worry and mild frustration crossed her face. In her mind, she reflected on her cousin's personality. She considered him a good person at heart, but plagued by one glaring flaw, his laziness. He seemed perfectly content to stay at home all day, glued to his phone, with no ambition to even attend college. The irony struck her. While she and her fellow pioneers were constantly busy seeking opportunities and concealing their true identities, her cousin led a carefree, almost aimless life. Exhausted, she went to her room and collapsed onto her bed. She knew that news of the incredible spirit creation pioneer recently appearing in their district would spread like wildfire. Feeling a sense of responsibility, she resolved that when the time came, she would protect her seemingly oblivious cousin as a way of repaying him. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was far from merely playing on his phone. He was analyzing the news report from Wang Liang, which detailed a massive fire raging across the university playground. He noted the progression. The first anomaly had been extreme heat, and now there was a sudden, terrifying blaze. He speculated that this could be another manifestation of the Yang attribute. The video showed the fire erupting rapidly and burning with horrifying intensity. Online witnesses expressed shock, with some wondering if special forces were being summoned for a seemingly ordinary fire. The report also mentioned that all nearby trees and flower beds had been incinerated, and the area was now completely sealed off. Fang Yi observed that the video was brief and cut off abruptly, yet it was clear that this incident was far more severe than the previous anomaly at the university. He pondered what might distinguish this new manifestation of the Yang attribute. Realizing he would need to investigate in person, he knew entry into the sealed area would require contacting his military acquaintance, Ji Lan. The following day, a throng of reporters had gathered outside the blocked gates of Qincheng University, shouting questions about the fire that reportedly couldn't be extinguished and demanding to know why such a major incident wasn't being covered by the media. As the crowd pressed forward, Ji Lan and Fang Yi arrived. Onlookers were struck by the presence of these two imposing figures. The soldiers at the gate immediately opened the passage, letting them through without question, leaving the reporters outside bewildered at how they had bypassed the blockade so effortlessly. Inside the cordoned-off area, they gazed upon the smoldering remains of the university playground. Fang Yi remarked on the astonishing level of destruction, questioning if this was the legendary sky fire he had heard about. Ji Lan confirmed the name and explained its terrifying nature. It appeared without warning, could not be extinguished by conventional means, and would burn unchecked until everything within its reach was reduced to ash. In her opinion, the name was indeed fitting. After finishing the initial inspection, Ji Lan told Fang Yi that she needed to head to the principal's office and asked if he would wait for her. He replied that she could go ahead, assuring her he would be fine there. Alone, Fang Yi strolled along the edge of the destroyed area, now cordoned off with yellow tape. He knelt down and placed his hand on the scorched earth. As he analyzed the scene, he noted that the ground had already cooled. More importantly, the spiritual energy from the skyfire had completely dissipated. A twinge of disappointment hit him. He realized he couldn't extract its attribute, and that his plan had been too simplistic. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a familiar voice calling his name. Looking up, he saw his ex-girlfriend Chu Qingli standing on the steps with a friend. She asked in surprise what he was doing there. The friend, wearing glasses, immediately recognized him and asked if he was the ex-boyfriend Chu Qingli had mentioned, the one who had only gotten into a vocational college. Chu Qingli simply nodded. With a smug, condescending smile, her friend patted Chu Qingli's shoulder and addressed Fang Yi directly. She assumed he was lingering because he was still hung up on his ex, and pointed out that the gap between their lives was now too wide, he should just let go. Fang Yi stared back, genuinely puzzled at her assumption, silently questioning why anyone would think he still cared about her. From a distance, other students had begun whispering and gossiping. They speculated about the man with Chu Qingli, guessing he must be another hopeless admirer. They noted that he didn't appear to be a student at their university and complained that security had allowed an outsider in. The friend with glasses stepped forward aggressively. Confronting Fang Yi, she warned him that Chu Qingli was now a prominent figure on campus and that he needed to consider his actions carefully. Countless other men far better than him were pursuing her, and he didn't even rank among them. She ordered him to leave immediately, asserting that he didn't belong there, and threatened to report him to the disciplinary office if he failed to explain how he had gained entry. Chu Qingli watched silently, a complex expression on her face. She remembered him from before, believing he wouldn't regret their breakup. Yet, here he was. She concluded that his previous indifference must have been an act, a brave face hiding something deeper. Their confrontation was cut short when Ji Lan returned, asking Fang Yi if the girl was a friend of his. Chu Qingli's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden appearance of the imposing red-haired woman. Fang Yi calmly dismissed the notion, explaining that they had only been high school classmates and couldn't be considered friends. Ji Lan accepted the explanation with a simple acknowledgement, adding that they were just classmates. Ji Lan then slid on a pair of sunglasses, amplifying her already formidable presence. Both Chu Qingli and her friend visibly tensed, unnerved by the woman's powerful aura and wondering how she could even know someone like Fang Yi. Turning to him, Ji Lan delivered an update. She had spoken with the principal, and the Skyfire incident was more complicated than initially thought. The principal would be coming to take them to the origin point of the fire. Since Fang Yi was now a special military consultant, his presence was required. Fang Yi agreed without hesitation. Just then, a group of stern-looking officials in suits arrived, commanding everyone to disperse and announcing that the playground was to remain off-limits. Chu Qingli gasped in shock, instantly recognizing the man leading the group as the university's principal. The other students were equally astonished. The principal was known to be exceptionally busy and nearly impossible to find, rarely seen on campus. Their awe grew as they realized he had come personally to meet Fang Yi and the mysterious red-haired woman. Chu Qingli's friend, however, completely misread the situation. She smirked, assuming the principal had finally arrived to reprimand the two intruders. Chu Qingli, meanwhile, stayed silent, uncertainty etched across her face. To the absolute disbelief of both Chu Qingli and her friend, the principal and his entourage did not approach Fang Yi and Ji Lan as trespassers. Instead, the elderly principal strode straight to Fang Yi and extended a warm, respectful handshake. He addressed him as the consultant introduced by Ji Lan, expressing his concern over the school's recent anomalies and the safety of its students. He conveyed his immense relief that Fang Yi had arrived to resolve the situation. In a gesture that left everyone stunned, the principal bowed slightly to Fang Yi, officially placing him in charge of the entire playground matter. From her vantage point, Chu Qingli could only watch, her eyes widening in disbelief as her entire perception of her ex-boyfriend was upended in an instant. The principal's security detail moved to secure the area, forming a human barrier and instructing all unrelated bystanders to step back. As the students, including Chu Qingli, were pushed away, confusion buzzed through the crowd. They could not comprehend why their respected principal was bowing to such a young man. Amid the murmurs, Chu Qingli overheard the shifting opinions. Some speculated that Fang Yi must possess an extraordinary identity to receive such deference. Others recalled that just moments earlier, he had been dismissed as her suitor or ex-boyfriend. Whispers spread about the complete reversal of status, with some suggesting that now, even if she tried to pursue him, she might not even get his attention. The final, cutting realization hit when the crowd noticed that throughout the entire exchange, Fang Yi had not once glanced at or acknowledged Chu Qingli, leaving her standing alone, completely ignored. At Qincheng University's North District, the principal led Fang Yi and Ji Lan to the site of the anomaly. He began recounting the series of events, starting with the Golden Sun incident, which he had hoped would mark the end of their troubles. But a few nights ago, a fire had erupted on a playground, an inferno so fierce that even the fire department couldn't extinguish it. Fortunately, it had happened at night, when no students were present, allowing the area to be quickly sealed off. The principal's expression grew grim as he continued. While one fire might have been an isolated incident, it had been followed by two more on separate playgrounds. He described witnessing a crimson flame descend from the sky and hover in midair, a clear sign of a supernatural occurrence. Although the other fires were eventually controlled, one stubborn blaze still remained. As they approached the final location, Fang Yi caught a sharp, choking smell of burning. They arrived at a basketball court, where a single hoop burned with an unyielding, eternal flame. The principal confirmed that this was the starting point, the one fire that simply could not be extinguished. Watching the anomaly, Ji Lan checked a device on her wrist. It's a basic spiritual anomaly detector, she explained to Fang Yi. Any reading above 10 is considered dangerous for ordinary people and requires a full lockdown. Suddenly, the device flashed and beeped frantically. The reading shot up to 60. Ji Lan shouted in alarm at the skyrocketing value. Panicked, she warned the principal that if the energy continued to rise, it wouldn't just affect the university, it could engulf the entire city. She insisted that an elite squad of pioneers be dispatched immediately to contain the threat. Before any action could be taken, Fang Yi acted on his own. Without a word, he leapt over the chain-link fence, ignoring the "no entry" signs, and plunged directly into the fire. Flames enveloped him instantly as Ji Lan and the principal watched, stunned. At that exact moment, her device spiked again, now showing an incredible 110. Ji Lan's voice trembled as she shouted, "The anomaly has just been upgraded to S level." The principal panicked, asking what they could do with Fang Yi inside. Ji Lan could only stare at the fire, questioning his recklessness. Even the strongest soldiers from the Forbidden Zone wouldn't dare enter alone, she muttered in disbelief. Inside the blaze, however, Fang Yi stood perfectly unharmed. His silhouette remained calm against the raging inferno. He knew that just as his Yang attribute had protected him from divine thunder, it could shield him from the skyfire as well. But a problem soon became clear. While his protective aura kept him safe, it also prevented him from touching the source of the flame. Without contact, he couldn't activate his system to create a new technique. Fang Yi realized that his power was both a safeguard and an obstacle. Fang Yi knew he had to reach the source of the flame. He watched as the fire coiled around the basketball hoop like a massive, serpentine dragon, understanding that the heart of the blaze was the key. Without a second thought, he prepared to confront it directly. The fiery dragon lunged at him with a deafening roar. In a daring move, he deactivated his Golden Sun protective aura, leaving himself fully exposed. Instantly, the skyfire surged around him, engulfing him in a torrent of raw, burning energy. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he pressed forward, determined to touch the anomaly's core. His gamble paid off. The instant his hand connected with the source, the system sprang into action, confirming a strong fluctuation of the skyfire attribute. Despite the torment, a determined grin spread across his face. He marveled at the sheer power of the skyfire, its will even stronger than the desolation attribute he had recently acquired. Resolute, he swore to absorb this force at any cost. The system ran its final calculations and successfully compiled the new data. With a victorious smirk, Fang Yi knew he had succeeded. A new system window appeared, announcing his reward. He had obtained the Skyfire attribute technique, the Nine Dragons Skyfire sealing art, a formidable power designed to eliminate evil and seal demons. As he honed his control, the once wild flames obeyed his will, coiling around his arm like a tamed dragon. The system confirmed the technique was fully compiled and ready for immediate use. Focusing his intent, he began extracting the Skyfire attribute itself, absorbing its essence directly into his body. His eyes glowed with a burning red light, and fiery markings etched themselves across his face, a visible manifestation of his newfound power. Hands forming a seal, his eyes ablaze with crimson energy, he prepared to unleash the ability, calling out its name, Nine Dragons Skyfire Sealing Art. As the technique erupted, massive glowing red chains shot from his back, lashing into the surrounding flames. Outside the fence, Ji Lan and the principal watched in awe. Ji Lan immediately recognized the energy signature. It was a sealing aura. Memories flashed of a high-level military pioneer once sealing a forbidden land. Though the methods differed, the overwhelming aura was unmistakable. With a command, Fang Yi instructed the chains to retract. They surged inward with immense force, pulling the wild skyfire into a single, tightly bound orb of pure energy. Hovering in the air, Fang Yi held the chained fireball, the sealing process complete. Slowly, the orb floated back toward the basketball hoop, now securely contained. Fang Yi landed with effortless grace and briefed the principal and Ji Lan on the situation. He explained that he had temporarily sealed the skyfire and instructed them not to unseal the playground or allow anyone near it for repairs. This, he emphasized, would at least prevent the fire from spreading further. The principal readily agreed, assuring him that it was no problem, as the university had 7 or 8 other playgrounds to use. Ji Lan, however, watched Fang Yi silently, her gaze sharp and unreadable. The principal, clearly impressed by Fang Yi's demeanor, chuckled and remarked on his humor, offering any further assistance he might need. Ji Lan interrupted politely but firmly, saying she needed to speak with Fang Yi privately. The principal nodded and excused himself, leaving the two alone. Once they were alone, Ji Lan's tone became direct and serious. She remarked that Fang Yi had hidden his true abilities remarkably well. Fang Yi tried to brush it off casually, claiming the skyfire was just powerful and difficult to control, but she saw through his pretense instantly. With a piercing look, she told him to stop pretending, clarifying that her observation wasn't about the fire, but about his own extraordinary talent and level of power. She eased off slightly, acknowledging that it was normal for pioneers to keep secrets, especially someone as formidable as him. Fang Yi listened quietly, his expression calm. Her tone then shifted again, becoming grave and sincere. She admitted she had no right to demand anything from him, but urged him to pay close attention. She painted a bleak picture of the world in chaos, a time of monumental change, where the Sha nation would desperately need elite talents like him. She emphasized his potential, explaining that once spiritual energy fully revived, someone of his strength would be as valuable as a modern nuclear weapon. Consequently, every major power, from the military forbidden zones to the Spiritual Energy Association, would attempt to recruit him. She warned that high-level officials would personally offer him invitations with incredibly generous benefits. Ji Lan disclosed her own motives. Having Fang Yi join her military unit would be a tremendous advantage, giving them a powerful ally. She advised him to consider his options now, so he wouldn't be caught off guard when the moment came. Fang Yi remained silent for a moment before asking an intriguing question. Why did both she and Wang Liang appear hesitant to recruit him directly, even acting as though he were not worth their attention? Ji Lan explained that it was due to the presence of another legendary military region, an insanely powerful group she believed he would be far more inclined to join. A small smirk crossed Fang Yi's face as he confirmed she meant a top-tier unit. She nodded, admitting she hadn't seen them often herself but had heard they were extraordinarily busy lately, so much so that even officers from other regions felt the pressure of their activities. Changing the subject, she suggested they wrap up the discussion and join the principal for a meal at the university cafeteria. As they walked, Fang Yi quietly reflected that even the nation's most powerful forces were grappling with enormous challenges, and his mind raced with the implications of what he had just learned. Ji Lan's words struck a chord with Fang Yi. Terrifying anomalies, with power far beyond the current pioneer's capabilities, had already begun to emerge. He realized that those confronting these threats must include spirit creation realm cultivators like himself, and perhaps even some far stronger. A surge of urgency swept through him. The day of full spiritual energy revival was approaching, yet his preparations were still far from complete. Shifting focus to the immediate task, Fang Yi considered how to best utilize the Skyfire attribute he had just acquired. Its nature was wild, untamed, and all-consuming, leaving nothing in its path. He immediately recognized it as the ideal weapon against anomalies capable of endless reproduction or regeneration. Then, inspiration struck. Its ferocious energy would perfectly complement his Crimson Flame Blade technique. The idea of infusing his sword with this newfound power thrilled him. The potential enhancement to his combat style was immense. Eager to test his abilities, Fang Yi headed to the back mountain, his usual training ground. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find the path blocked by a large warning sign, declaring the mountain dangerous and off-limits. Puzzled, he wondered who could have placed it there. No monsters had appeared in the area, and it seemed unlikely that the military had discovered his secret spot so quickly. Soon, he realized the likely benefactors, the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. The sign, he understood, was their gift, a private training ground to earn his favor. A smile spread across his face as he decided to accept their gesture. But his thoughts were interrupted. Sharp senses tingling, Fang Yi detected an intruder on the mountain. The aura was familiar, similar to what he had felt at the factory, though weaker. Hidden among the trees, a monstrous monkey-like creature with glowing red eyes observed him. Intelligent, it hesitated, gauging his strength rather than attacking recklessly. With his sword already glowing with energy, Fang Yi decided it was the perfect moment for a display of power. A system window appeared, prompting him to integrate the newly acquired Skyfire attribute into his Tang sword. The system described Skyfire as a potent light attribute, ideal for eradicating evil. Determined, Fang Yi accepted, and immediately, his sword erupted into an unending column of crackling flames. A confident smirk formed on his face. Combining Skyfire's limitless power with his Crimson Flame Blade technique promised devastating results. The mutant creature would be his first test subject. Fang Yi unleashed a massive firestorm upon it. Taken completely by surprise, the creature's eyes widened in terror before being engulfed in the inferno, shrieking in agony. Standing amidst the flames, Fang Yi tested his new ability. The energy output was now at least double, possibly triple, what it had been before, and the flames did not harm him. He touched the blazing sword and was surprised to find it cool to the touch. Just then, he sensed movement. The creature had survived and was attempting to F. With a determined glare, Fang Yi prepared to pursue it, eager to gauge the true strength of his opponent. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a young woman with curly red hair was live streaming, her phone mounted on a selfie stick. She told her audience that she wasn't lying, she just seemed to have extraordinary luck, with incredible content always finding her. Her confident broadcast was suddenly shattered. A monkey-like monster, the one that had escaped from Fang Yi, burst from the trees and attacked her. The force of the assault sent her phone flying, cracking its screen, though the live stream continued through the damage. Viewers saw the creature pinning her down, but assumed it was a staged fight with poor special effects. The streamer, however, was in genuine peril. She screamed in terror as the monster's paw covered her mouth. Before the attack could land, a colossal blast of fiery energy, shaped like a dragon's head, struck the monster, hurling it back. The streamer looked up in disbelief. She had been saved at the last second. Her audience, still unaware of the real danger, assumed they were witnessing extraordinary fire dragon effects. The sudden drama caused her viewership to spike past 13,000. Still shaking, the streamer glanced over her shoulder, asking who had intervened. She scrambled to retrieve her phone, stood, and pointed the camera toward the source of the attack. In front of her, flames raged, and inside the fire stood a single figure, Fang Yi, completely unharmed. Overwhelmed with awe and fear, she concluded she had been rescued by a true immortal. The footage of Fang Yi saving the streamer, Mala, went viral almost instantly, becoming the top trending topic online with over 13.5 million views. Headlines dubbed him a mysterious man of Skyfire, king of flames, and immortal descended to save the world. In an office, Chu Qingli's friend excitedly called her over to watch the video on her computer. Thrilled, she exclaimed that this proved powerful cultivators existed and that the Skyfire at the university wasn't a hoax. Chu Qing, however, dismissed her friend's excitement, insisting it was all acting and special effects. But as she stared at the screen, her skeptical expression froze into shock and recognition. Her friend, oblivious to Chu Qing's reaction, pointed triumphantly at the screen, commenting on how handsome the man appeared, before noticing Chu Qing's stunned silence. Inside, Chu Qing was in turmoil. She told herself the video must be fake, that the figure only resembled Fang Yi, and reasoned that anyone in such flames would have been reduced to ash. But fear soon crept in as she considered the possibility it really was him. She worried he might use his newfound power for revenge over their breakup, yet stubbornly resolved that, no matter what, she would never bow to him. Elsewhere, the red-haired leader of Lin Yi's pioneer squad showed the same video to Yi on her phone. She asked if the man looked familiar, suggesting he was the same person who had saved them from the monstrous vine. Yi agreed, then added a startling revelation. She had recently learned that a master who had broken through to the spirit creation realm lived in her neighborhood. In another location, Zhang Xia and a male pioneer from the lava cave incident also watched the video. The man immediately recognized Fang Yi's fighting stance and remarked on how much stronger he had become, while his companion noted that the way he wielded his blade was identical. Realizing how fortunate they were to have such a powerful figure on their side, they couldn't help but feel awed. News of Fang Yi's public display of strength soon reached the upper echelons of the nation's two main organizations, inside a SK, modern skyscraper, likely the association's headquarters. The city's crisis was worsening, and the current pioneers were struggling to keep up in a high-level meeting room. Chu Qingying addressed a group of officials. She informed them that the military had already been in communication with Fang Yi and expressed her firm belief that he would agree to assist them. Meanwhile, in a military command center, Ji Lan, Major Han, and other officers analyzed the intelligence. They were astounded by his rapid progression, calling him a monster for reaching the spirit creation realm so quickly. They speculated on how many high-tier attributes he might possess, with one officer suggesting 3, or even more. The consensus was clear: intimidating him was pointless, their only choice was to recruit him. Major Han asked if the High Command had decided to approach him personally. Ji Lan confirmed that they had, though he noted that the top brass remained hesitant, as all previous top-tier pioneers had come from within the military. Taking charge, Major Han outlined a new strategy: provide Fang Yi with any weapons or equipment he might need, supply information on suitable training locations as a goodwill gesture, and, crucially, control the spread of the viral livestream and related rumors. The entire spiritual energy circle in the Sea Nation was now focused on Fang Yi. Both Chu Qingying and Ji Lan contemplated his future. Chu Qing appeared concerned about the immense pressure he now faced, while Ji Lan's expression carried a subtle confidence. As leaders of their respective organizations, they both eagerly awaited the next move of this extraordinary young man. Meanwhile, in a quiet hospital room, a heart monitor beeped steadily. A mysterious woman with long purple hair sat by the bedside of an unseen patient she called her teacher. Softly, she spoke, noting that the Sha Nation had seemingly found a new hope. With someone as powerful as Fang Yi appearing, she added, the chances of her teacher finally waking up had grown slightly higher. One day later, back at his apartment, Fang Yi had breakfast while reflecting on the previous day. He thought about how news of his battle in the back mountain had gone viral, thanks to a daring live streamer who had sneaked into the restricted area. As he ate, he noticed that the video had since been completely removed and the streamer's account banned, likely by the military or the Spiritual Energy Association. His thoughts were interrupted when he realized something was amiss. His cousin, Lin Yi, hadn't returned home the previous night and hadn't sent any messages. This was unusual, even for someone on a mission. A sense of unease gripped him as he tried to call her, only to reach an out-of-service message. Now genuinely worried, he resolved to find her. Meanwhile, deep in a dark, misty forest, Lin Yi and the red-haired leader of her pioneer squad were lost and trapped. The leader asked Yi if she had any idea how long they had been stuck. Yi estimated around 10 hours, though she had lost track. Exhausted and bruised, the red-haired leader apologized profusely for dragging Yi into the situation, admitting she had thought they were only investigating a strange phenomenon. She clutched her side in pain as she spoke. Yi insisted that she stop apologizing, telling her leader that her own lack of strength had caused their predicament. She urged her to stay alert and conserve what little energy remained. Her thoughts drifted to the overwhelmingly powerful master she had witnessed, wishing she possessed even a fraction of his power to save them. Their desperate conversation was abruptly cut short as a massive, shadowy monster emerged from the fog behind them, its glowing red eyes and jagged, menacing form filling the space with dread. The shadowy monster jumped out from the fog, its claws reaching for the red-haired leader. Moving with incredible speed, Lin Yi pushed her companion aside and shouted a warning. She then released a burst of bright blue spiritual energy from her hand, forming a sharp blade of light that cleanly sliced off the creature's head. As they stood up, more shadowy, zombie-like figures came out of the fog. Lin Yi felt a chill of horror as she realized these were the reanimated bodies of people who had been trapped and died here before. After defeating one of the creatures, which melted into a puddle of black mist, Yi explained that the main monster was toying with them, turning its victims into strange puppets. The red-haired leader said that their attacks did nothing to the mist itself, and their spiritual energy was quickly running out while the real enemy stayed hidden. Soon, they realized they were trapped in an illusion created by the monster, a swirling gray space where it seemed impossible to win. The monster was just waiting for them to wear themselves out. A drop of sweat ran down the leader's face as the hopelessness of their situation became clear. Suddenly, the sky split open, revealing a giant blood-red eye staring down at them. The leader screamed Lin Yi's name in fear. The eye was a disgusting, throbbing ball of flesh that began bubbling and multiplying, splitting into many smaller, slimy eyeballs. Enraged and desperate, the red-haired leader attacked wildly, slashing at the flying eyeballs and destroying several in a frenzy. But Lin Yi felt the creature's energy shift and warned her leader not to be careless. Realizing the enemy was losing patience, the main eye fired a powerful blast of red energy. Lin Yi barely managed to raise a crystal barrier in time, but the impact was enormous. The barrier shattered, and Yi suddenly found herself alone, surrounded by dozens of glowing red eyes in the deep darkness. Her hope began to fade as she wondered if this was how she would die. Trapped inside the monster's dark domain, Lin Yi was slowly being consumed by shadowy tendrils. She could no longer hear her leader's voice and realized they had both been swallowed by the darkness. Regret filled her heart as she blamed herself for being overconfident, admitting she was wrong to think they could handle such a dangerous mission on their own. As she accepted her fate, her thoughts drifted to the future she would never see, wondering what the world would become after the full revival of spiritual energy. With her last thoughts filled with despair, she mourned that she would never witness the glorious era to come. Reaching out her hand as she sank into the abyss of glowing red eyes, tears streamed down her face as she closed her eyes, ready for the end. Just when all hope was lost, a massive burst of brilliant blue light exploded, tearing the darkness apart. A figure burst through the shadows, surrounded by crackling blue energy. It was Fang Yi, his eyes glowing with power. He muttered to himself that he had almost arrived too late. Yi stared in total shock, tears still on her cheeks, as she recognized her savior and gasped his name, her cousin. With a mighty blast of divine thunder, Fang Yi completely destroyed the monster's shadowy domain. He landed gracefully in the now clear forest, his hand still sparking with leftover electricity. He had saved both his cousin and her unconscious leader. Lin Yi could only stare, her world spinning from the revelation that her seemingly lazy and ordinary cousin was actually a powerful pioneer. But the battle wasn't over. The true form of the anomaly, a grotesque, multi-eyed, fleshy orb, appeared from the shadows behind Fang Yi. He snapped out of her shock and screamed a warning, telling him that the creature's main body was behind him. Fang Yi remained calm, his hand flared with the golden red energy of skyfire. A confident smile spread across his face as he saw this as the perfect moment to test his new power on a dark creature. He launched forward, unleashing his crimson flame blade technique. The attack, strengthened by the unending power of skyfire, completely engulfed the monster in raging flames. The creature let out one last painful scream as it was burned away by the divine fire. In the aftermath, the red-haired leader slowly regained consciousness. She found herself and Lin Yi sitting safely on the ground, surrounded by a protective circle of fire. Confused and frightened, she asked Yi if they had died and been dragged to hell along with the monster. Lin Yi, now much calmer, reassured her leader, telling her to look carefully. They were still alive. Still trying to understand what happened, the leader repeated Yi's words in disbelief, then asked who had saved them. Told them the problem was solved and, noticing the time, casually mentioned that they probably hadn't had breakfast yet. The red-haired leader stared at him, her eyes widening as recognition dawned. She jumped to her feet, her face full of excitement and awe. Pointing at Fang Yi, she exclaimed that he was the same person who had saved them before in Yonghuo town from the monstrous death vine. Fang Yi looked slightly surprised, thinking to himself that he had been recognized so easily. Lin Yi was completely stunned by this new revelation. She asked her leader if she was saying that the powerful fire attribute master who saved them from the vine was actually her cousin. The leader turned to Yi, just as shocked, and asked how such a super master could possibly be her cousin, reminding Yi that she had once said he was a completely ordinary person. Fang Yi could only scratch the back of his head with an awkward smile. Still buzzing with excitement, the leader grabbed Yi's shoulders and reminded her that this was the same savior who had destroyed the desolation vine with one amazing slash. Lin Yi's mind raced to connect the dots. She realized her cousin truly was the high-level fire user, but she was confused. She had just seen him use incredibly pure and powerful thunder energy to destroy the monster's dark mist. Her thoughts spiraled as she understood the meaning of this. His mastery of both fire and thunder meant he was a rare genius with two high-grade attributes. Then, an even greater realization struck her. She remembered the massive spiritual disturbance near her neighborhood, the one that marked someone breaking through to the legendary spirit creation realm. She wondered if that incredible event had been caused by her cousin too. Tired of the confusion, Fang Yi cut in and confirmed that yes, it had been him. Then he changed the topic, asking about the dark attribute anomaly. He said they should have known that kind of creature wasn't to be taken lightly and asked why only the two of them had come, and where the rest of their team was. The red-haired leader explained that their other teammates were unavailable. One was sick and stuck at home, while another was on a harder mission. She clarified that their squad didn't always operate as a full unit. Yi then admitted it was her fault, confessing that she had become overconfident after her recent breakthrough and had wrongly believed she could handle the mission alone. Fang Yi listened quietly, his expression thoughtful. He remembered the internal conflict he had seen within their team before. He noticed that the leader, who had once criticized her teammates openly, was now defending them to an outsider. He recognized her loyalty, and he knew his clever cousin must have sensed the team's instability too. Now that his identity was known to two people he trusted, Fang Yi made a suggestion. He turned to his cousin and her leader and asked if they would like to form a team with him. Both women froze for a moment, stunned, before the red-haired leader burst out in joy. She clasped her hands together, thrilled at the chance to team up with such a powerful master, exclaiming that she was lucky to benefit from Yi's connection. Yi, however, had a deeper realization. She understood that someone as powerful as her cousin must have known her secret all along and had been quietly watching over her. The thought that she had a strong and caring family member supporting her on this lonely path of cultivation filled her with happiness and relief. A single tear of gratitude rolled down her cheek. Wiping it away, she smiled brightly, flashed a peace sign at her cousin, and thanked him, promising to make him 2 extra eggs for dinner. Just then, Yi's phone buzzed with a notification. She announced that Sister Jolin, the mysterious and powerful member of their pioneer group, had just posted a new mission. It was a high-risk collection task in a place called the Extreme Dark Zone, clearly connected to the dark attribute. Jolin's message ended with a strict warning, telling everyone to think carefully before signing up. Fang Yi asked if they knew about this zone. Lin Yi explained that it was a border area strictly forbidden by the Sha Nation. The dark attribute energy there was so powerful that most pioneers completely avoided it. She added that many of the strange anomalies appearing in their city were actually caused by energy leaking from this forbidden zone. Because of how dangerous it was, even the government couldn't explore it deeply. Every past attempt had ended in serious accidents. Intrigued, Fang Yi suggested they should check it out and asked Yi to message Jolin for more details about the mission. Yi replied that it would be pointless since Jolin was known for being mysterious and rarely said more than a few words. Fang Yi thought about this and came to a conclusion. For Jolin to issue a mission in such a top-secret, government-controlled area, she must either be a daring rogue going against the authorities or someone with a high-ranking position in the military or the Spiritual Energy Association. He decided the second option was much more likely. Despite her doubts, Yi, using her online name Feng Heju, sent a message to Jolin saying she wanted to sign up and asking for more details. To her and the red-haired leader's surprise, Jolin replied with unusual detail. The mission was to collect something called a withered bloom flower. She warned that while the rewards were much higher than usual, the dangers inside the extreme dark zone were all connected to the dark attribute, making it far more dangerous than anything they had faced before. She clearly advised all pioneers to form teams before attempting it. Both women were stunned by how detailed her reply was. It was completely out of character for her. A moment later, another message from Jolin arrived, even more direct. She warned that the mission might involve an S-level anomaly and that the death rate was extremely high, urging them to reconsider. Then she added one last, subtle piece of advice. If they had a strong and reliable pioneer to team up with, it wasn't too late to sign up elsewhere. The mysterious purple-haired woman from the hospital, revealed to be Jolin, walked down a corridor surrounded by guards. Looking at her phone, she thought to herself that she had done everything she could. Now, it was up to that person to decide whether to accept the challenge. Back in the park, Fang Yi smirked, fully understanding the hidden meaning. He told Yi that Jolin's message wasn't just a warning, it was a direct and personal invitation. He interpreted the subtext. I know who you are. I know a pioneer like you would be interested, and I'm daring you to come. Fang Yi realized that the entire mission posting had been created specifically for him. Looking out at the dark, empty landscape of the extreme dark zone, he found the idea exciting and decided he would go. Lin Yi, using her online name Feng Heju, officially accepted the mission and told Jolin that her team had 3 people. The scene shifted to a hospital waiting area where Jolin was walking with 2 female assistants. One of them expressed concern about the small size of the team that had just signed up. Jolin remained calm and confident. She said that if the man was a pioneer the Shaw Nation could truly rely on, he would come. The assistant pressed further, worried about what would happen to the other pioneers if he didn't appear. Jolin simply replied that if he didn't come, then their fates weren't meant to be. As they walked, a faint smile appeared on Jolin's lips. She asked her assistants if they really believed that the mission to collect the withered bloom flower was meant to send powerful pioneers to their deaths. She explained that the real purpose of this dangerous task was the complete opposite. A vision revealed the flower itself. It bloomed from a dark, evil pool nourished by the bodies and souls of fallen pioneers. Jolin explained that obtaining this flower was a necessary step to strengthen the nation, as it was the only way to save even more pioneers in the future. The true reason for the mission, she said, was to protect both the future strength of the Shaw Nation, represented by the new generation of pioneers like Fang Yi and his team, who were shown traveling by subway, and to revive the top-tier fighters who had already fallen in battle. They arrived at the hospital room of her teacher, an old man lying in a coma. Holding his hand, Jolin repeated their goal. They must obtain more withered bloom flowers no matter the cost. She revealed his identity and the true importance of their mission. Her teacher was the only pioneer in the entire Shaw Nation who had ever reached the legendary Diamond Realm. The withered bloom flower was the only thing that could awaken him from his coma. Jolin explains the great strategic importance of someone like that. After the full revival of spiritual energy, a Diamond Realm powerhouse is like a modern-day nuclear weapon, making him the country's most valuable asset in negotiations with other nations. From her perspective, sacrificing a few pioneers, or even whole squads, is a fair price to pay for his return. Important, so is her well-being. The comment triggers a dark reaction. Jolin's expression hardens as she repeats the words, "My health is important." Then she suddenly bursts out in anger and sorrow, shouting that her life only matters because it was bought with the lives of her fallen comrades who died to save her. She clutches her head in pain, a physical sign of her trauma. After a moment, she calms down and apologizes for losing her temper. One of her aides asks if her headache is coming back. Jolin brushes off their concern, saying it's not time for her medicine yet. A memory of her once happy team flashes in her mind, and she looks away with a sad, tired expression, murmuring that it's all in the past. The story flashes back to a painful memory from Jolin's past. In a dark, empty landscape, someone shouts for the sword-wielding squad to retreat immediately. A younger Jolin kneels among the bodies of her fallen comrades while her dying captain tells her the mission to retrieve the withered bloom flower now rests on her shoulders. Trembling in despair, she thinks about her teacher and her country, realizing that the extreme dark zone is a truly merciless place. She screams in refusal, unwilling to leave her captain behind. In his final moments, the captain places his hand on hers, transferring his spiritual energy to her. He tells her he hopes their power will serve her well and begs her to make it out alive. Back in the present, Jolin stands in the hospital, thinking about that tragic day. She reveals the cruel irony of her team's sacrifice. They gave her their power, but they never knew that the withered bloom flower becomes useless if it's stained with blood or not picked completely whole. Their mission had failed, even though they saved her life. Later, after a long journey, Fang Yi's new team reaches the desolate outskirts of the extreme dark zone. The red-haired leader complains about how far they've walked, asking why they don't just fly since they're powerful enough. Yi explains that even pioneers can't fly for long unless their spiritual energy is extremely strong. Fang Yi stays silent, his glowing red eyes fixed on their destination. They finally arrive at a massive, heavily guarded checkpoint marking the entrance to the zone. Beyond rows of tank traps and fences, they see a shimmering blue energy barrier. Fang Yi confirms that this must be the extreme dark zone. Even from a distance and through all the barriers, he can feel the foul, heavy aura of dark energy leaking through. Lin Yi and her leader both feel uneasy, with the leader saying it's 1,000 times scarier than the monster they fought before. Fang Yi simply tells them to stay calm. He then points out that they're not the only ones who answered the call. A large crowd of pioneers from different backgrounds has already gathered at the checkpoint, waiting for the mission to start. Yi guesses that they're not just here for the big reward. She explains that the dark attribute is extremely dangerous, ruthless, violent, and naturally hostile to humans. But with the increasing number of dark monsters attacking the cities, pioneers now realize they can't ignore the source anymore. Many have come to face the threat directly and find a way to fight back. As they wait, Fang Yi explains why he took on such a dangerous mission. He says he's already faced dark attribute monsters twice before. The first was a mutated rabbit, more like a disgusting rat-like beast. The second was the serpent and its rat-like partner, Candle Knight, a smart pair that worked together to trap pioneers. That mission nearly wiped out an entire squad from the Spiritual Energy Association. He adds that the most important detail, as Lin Yi correctly pointed out, is that these dark creatures seem to be deliberately avoiding the military defenses around the cities. He suspects they're using some unknown method to sneak into urban areas, and these incidents have happened so often now that they can no longer be ignored. The situation has become so serious that if they don't deal with the source soon, the cities will eventually fall. That's why, he says, they have no choice but to head into the extreme dark zone. At the checkpoint, a military officer observes as Su Qingying briefs a group of pioneers in front of the energy barrier. She stands with a grim, serious look, ready for the dangerous mission ahead. Her focus breaks when she spots a familiar group approaching. She freezes in shock when she sees Fang Yi walking toward her with Lin Yi and the red-haired leader. Her green-haired subordinate, Zhang Sha, notices too and calls out to her. Su Qingying covers her mouth, panicking, silently praying that the great master won't notice her. But her hope vanishes when Fang Yi looks straight at her with a questioning expression and calls out her name. Identifying her as Captain Su. Accepting her fate, Su Qingying walks over with her cloaked squad. She already knows who Fang Yi's team is from the military's briefing. The red-haired leader, always teasing, glances at the beautiful silver-haired woman and jokingly asks Fang Yi if this is Yi's sister-in-law, a playful hint at a romantic relationship. The teasing sends both Yi and Su Qingying into a flustered panic. Blushing and waving her hands, Su Qingying insists it's all a misunderstanding. Fang Yi calmly explains that she isn't, that Su Qingying is Captain Su from the Spiritual Energy Association, someone who helps him with minor tasks. But this explanation only makes Su Qingying even more embarrassed, finding the description more annoying than the teasing itself. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by a loud, arrogant voice. An older man in heavy red armor, accompanied by two other armored pioneers, steps forward and calls them a bunch of shameless kids. He complains that the new generation of pioneers is rude and disrespectful, not even greeting their elders, and scolds them for chatting casually in such a dangerous place. He ends with a sarcastic remark, saying he hopes they can all depend on each other once they're inside the extreme dark zone. The red-haired leader gets angry, but Lin Yi quickly holds her back, trying to calm her down. Fang Yi calmly stepped between them, motioning for his teammate to relax. Unfazed, the red-haired leader pointed a finger at the arrogant man, telling him to mind his own business and warning that once inside, no one could know who would end up scared to death. The man's expression turned into an angry glare. Just then, the sound of an approaching vehicle broke the tension. The man smirked when he saw their car arriving. A large armored transport with flashing police lights stopped nearby, and its back doors opened. The mysterious Jolin stepped out, and her presence instantly drew everyone's attention. The crowd gasped, recognizing the infamous Sister Jolin. She walked forward confidently, flanked by guards on both sides, while the pioneers whispered in awe, wondering who she was to make such a dramatic entrance. Fang Yi watched her and quickly realized her purpose. She was the one who would open the gate for them. Jolin stood before the huge, crackling blue energy barrier. Raising her hand, she gathered pure energy until a glowing blue symbol appeared in her palm. With a powerful push, she thrust it forward, and the massive barrier split open, revealing a dark path into the Forbidden Zone. With the gate open, the S-Class mission officially began. Jolin stood in front of the dark portal as red and black energy swirled around her. She announced that the pioneers could now enter but gave one last important warning. The withered bloom flowers they needed to collect had to be completely intact and must not come into contact with human blood. If the flowers didn't meet these conditions, there would be no reward. Then, she told them to begin. The large group of pioneers started walking toward the frightening portal. As they entered, one member of the arrogant group complained to his leader that Jolin was sending them to their deaths without going in herself. His teammate told him to be quiet, reminding him that if they died, their families would receive a lot of money from the government. As Fang Yi's group watched the others go in, Su Qingying began analyzing the strength of the different teams for him. She pointed out that the arrogant pioneer was a one-star spirit creation realm cultivator, the same level as Fang Yi. She also mentioned that several other strong people were concealing their auras, making it hard to judge their strength, while the rest were solid pioneers at the 1-star or 3-star Ghost Axe realm. She concluded that all the teams were roughly equal in strength. Fang Yi was surprised to learn that the arrogant man was also at the spirit creation realm, since he hadn't sensed much spiritual energy from him. He thought to himself that the mission must be extremely difficult if it attracted so many elite teams. Outside, one of Jolin's assistants handed her a tablet with the final report. It confirmed that a total of 37 Ghost Axe 2-star pioneers, 12 Axe Realm 3-star pioneers, and 3 Spirit Forging 1-star pioneers had entered. The mission involved monsters with danger levels ranging from B to S. Jolin calmly told her assistant to prepare the monitoring equipment, assuring her that she was ready. Inside the portal, the pioneers found themselves in a desolate, dark, and misty land filled with dead trees. As Fang Yi's group stepped into the deep dark zone, they were immediately surrounded by black shadowy tendrils of energy. Fang Yi warned everyone to stay close, explaining that the strong dark energy in the area would block their vision and make it easy to get separated or lost. Right after his warning, the red-haired leader suddenly knelt down, feeling sick. She apologized, saying she couldn't stop herself from vomiting. Su Qingying calmly went to her side and explained that it was a normal reaction. The horrible smell, she said, came from a mix of rotting bodies and brain fluid, a stench most people couldn't handle. She then pointed to another group of pioneers in the distance who were also vomiting, showing that even those of similar strength were affected by the foul air. Su Qingying continued explaining that the dark attribute naturally countered pioneers, acting like pollution that weakened them. She also warned that the monsters in this area were extremely active. Fang Yi listened carefully as she described the known dangers. She went on to explain the official monster classifications. B-level monsters were dangerous to pioneers of the same level. A-level monsters were strong enough to attract spirit creation realm cultivators, like those found in the extreme dark zone. S-level monsters were disaster class threats, powerful enough to fight even those in the legendary Diamond realm. However, she ended with a grim warning: the dark attribute in this zone strengthened the creatures. A monster that would normally be a B-level threat would become at least an A-level threat here. The red-haired leader was shocked by this information. Worried, Lin Yi asked Su Qingying if she and her team were affected by the pollution. Su Qingying laughed and said she wasn't, because her team was used to dealing with such monsters and didn't mind the smell. She also revealed that she had recently advanced to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm and was working to evolve her water attribute into an ice attribute. Lin Yi then addressed Su Qingying, saying that since they were both at the same level, she wondered if Su also felt her spiritual energy being suppressed, even more than during past missions. Su Qingying confirmed it and warned that many high-level masters, including one-star spirit creation military elites, had died in this zone, so they had to be extremely careful. As they moved deeper into the deserted landscape, Su Qingying took the lead. She noticed they could no longer see the group ahead and urged her team to move faster. Then she gave an important instruction: they should talk less to save strength and focus their spiritual energy to stop the dark mist from exploiting any weakness. While walking, Fang Yi thought about his own condition. He was surprised that he didn't feel the same discomfort as the others. He guessed that it was because his strong yang and thunder attributes naturally pushed back the dark energy, or maybe his spiritual power had grown stronger after breaking through to the spirit creation realm. Elsewhere in the zone, the arrogant pioneer and his team were fighting fiercely. With one powerful swing of his glowing green sword, their leader cut off a monster's head. He laughed proudly, mocking the dangers of the zone. His teammates cheered as he declared they would be the ones to obtain the Shi flower and show the younger generation what true power looked like. Back with Fang Yi's group, Lin Yi was still struggling with nausea, making small gagging sounds. Fang Yi noticed and thought that despite her strength, she was still just a child. He gently placed his hand on her back, sending a wave of comforting spiritual energy through her. The effect was instant. Lin Yi's sickness and chills disappeared, replaced by a warm feeling like sunlight in winter. Amazed, she commented on the warmth, thinking it came from a rare high-grade fire attribute. She compared it to her own wood attribute, which absorbed energy slowly, and recalled Su Qingying saying she was turning her water attribute into an ice one. Fang Yi corrected her, explaining that it wasn't a fire attribute but the yang attribute. He apologized for not telling her earlier and casually mentioned that he was the one behind both the North Gate incident and the fire at Xinjiang University. The red-haired leader was shocked by his confession. She asked in disbelief if he really had 3 high-grade attributes. Fang Yi explained that the 2 fire-related events were different, pointing out the small but important differences between the Yang and Skyfire attributes. Inwardly, Fang Yi thought about his 4th power, the Desolation attribute. He decided to keep it secret, believing it was always wise to have a hidden advantage. Outwardly, he gave only a vague confirmation to his team's amazed questions. The red-haired leader, shivering in the cold, nervously approached Fang Yi. She admitted that she hadn't reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm yet and couldn't sense attributes well, but she knew his yang energy could help her. Promising to behave, she shyly asked if he could warm her up too. Fang Yi agreed and placed his hand on her shoulder, sending a comforting wave of energy through her that made her yelp in surprise. She exhaled a puff of warm air and sighed in relief. Zhang Xiaoya and the other member of Su Qingying's squad looked on in confusion. Seeing how well it worked, Fang Yi kindly offered to share the warmth with Su Qingying's team. After a moment's hesitation, Su admitted that it felt nice, and her 2 excited subordinates eagerly accepted. With a few quick pats, Fang Yi shared his protective yang energy with the 3 women, who all expressed surprise and gratitude for the warmth. Their brief comfort was suddenly broken by the sound of heavy, clawed footsteps crunching on the dead ground nearby. Fang Yi's expression instantly turned serious as he sensed danger and warned the group that a monster was approaching. Su Qingying reacted immediately, leaping forward and forming a long blade of blue energy to block the attack. The beast landed with a heavy thud right behind the terrified red-haired leader, making Fang Yi shout a warning to her. The monster, surrounded by a dark purple and black aura, roared angrily and charged at them. Su Qingying recognized it as a dangerous A-level monster. Saying she would handle it, she stepped forward and released a powerful blast of sharp ice energy from her hand, hitting the creature directly. To everyone's shock, the monster disappeared the moment the attack landed. Su Qingying stayed alert, forming an ice crystal in her hand, while Lin Yi wondered out loud if it had really vanished. But Fang Yi saw what was truly happening. His sharp eyes cut through the mist, revealing that the monster was only a distraction. The real threat was a massive horde of zombie-like creatures with glowing red eyes, silently approaching them. He shouted a desperate warning for everyone to watch their feet, but it was already too late. The ground beneath them exploded with dark hands and shadowy tendrils, trapping the entire group as the zombie horde surrounded them from all sides. As the zombies closed in, Fang Yi stayed calm. He told his companions to step back as he drew his sword. His eyes glowed with a bright fiery light, and he unleashed a massive wave of pure fire. The explosion burned through the entire horde at once, their shadowy bodies screaming as they melted away into the flames. Standing among the fading embers, Fang Yi spun his sword casually and said they were safe for now. He explained that even though it looked like a huge crowd, there had only been 2 monsters controlling all the puppets. Su Qingying was shocked, realizing that the monsters in this area had already evolved enough to copy human speech. Fang Yi said grimly that it was probably because they had eaten many people and learned from their victims. The group was stunned by Fang Yi's power. Su Qingying pointed out that the extreme dark zone was so dangerous that even the weakest creatures here had become A-level threats, making them impossible to fight for anyone below the spirit creation realm. In another location, the mysterious Jolin watched the battle unfold. She was impressed, realizing that Fang Yi had destroyed 2 A-level phantom beasts with a single strike. She admitted to herself that even she would have needed several rounds to defeat them. Realizing the danger, Lin Yi said that if Su Qingying was right, it was more important than ever for them to stay together. She warned that the monsters could disguise themselves and attack when their guard was down. Then she told the red-haired leader to get up from the ground. But the red-haired leader was still shaken, not by the monsters, but by Fang Yi's overwhelming power. She complained about the suffocating aura he released, saying it felt more terrifying than the zombies, and that even a touch from his flames could have killed her. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed through the empty landscape. Lin Yi asked if anyone else could hear what sounded like ocean waves. The ground began to shake violently, making the whole group stumble. In the distance, they saw other pioneer teams running in panic. One man shouted at his teammate to stop fighting and flee, screaming that the thing coming was pure evil and that they were seeing ghosts. Fang Yi, Su Qingying, and Lin Yi watched with grim faces as the chaos spread. Before them, a massive vortex of dark energy filled with countless monsters and glowing red eyes swept across the land, devouring everything in its path. The arrogant pioneer and his team were caught in the middle of the disaster, which was known as the legendary Dark Tide. As the Dark Tide raged on, swallowing pioneers who screamed for help, the arrogant pioneer scoffed. He dismissed the danger, proudly saying that just because the regular troops couldn't handle it didn't mean he couldn't. With a loud roar, he raised his sword and summoned a giant barrier of green energy, declaring that everything inside the zone belonged to him. Then he charged straight into the swirling storm of red and black energy. His arrogance was instantly crushed. The moment he entered the tide, dark tendrils wrapped around him. He realized in horror that the monsters inside were far stronger than anything he could imagine, beyond even S level. Terrified, he tried to escape, but it was already too late. He and many other pioneers were swallowed by the darkness, their screams echoing as they were pulled into the deep. From a safe distance, Fang Yi's group watched the horrifying scene. The red-haired leader, shaken, wondered if everyone else was dead and whether they had any chance of escape. Fang Yi asked Su Qingying to explain what the Dark Tide was. Su Qingying grimly described it as the ultimate form of the Dark Attribute, a tide of pure corruption that consumed everything in its path, including other monsters. She was confused and terrified, saying their mission should have been planned to avoid the day of the tide, and she feared that all the pioneers who had gone ahead were now gone. Fang Yi, however, remained calm. He told everyone not to panic and created a large protective barrier of golden energy crackling with blue lightning around the group. He explained that this spiritual shield was a natural counter to the dark attribute and added that, if necessary, they could combine their powers to keep the barrier active and survive the tide's impact. Su Qingying was shocked by his plan and asked what he intended to do. She warned him that the Dark Tide was a concentrated form of the Dark Attribute and that their combined power could not possibly stop it, reminding him that the powerful spirit creation pioneer had just been swallowed whole. Fang Yi was unfazed. With his sword erupting in golden flames and his other hand sparking with blue lightning, he confidently declared that he would go and destroy it. Before anyone could react, he leapt forward, becoming a streak of fire and lightning that shot straight into the massive wave of darkness. His teammates watched in stunned disbelief, while Su Qingying wondered if he really meant to destroy the Dark Tide itself. Inside the storm, Fang Yi floated calmly, completely unharmed inside a protective golden aura as the monstrous dark energy swirled around him. He noticed small flame-like wisps of red energy within the storm and smirked, confirming a suspicion he had. In the heart of the Dark Tide, Fang Yi was surrounded by a disgusting horde of countless monsters, their multi-eyed forms twisting in the darkness. He analyzed the true nature of the threat and realized that these were not merely A-level monsters being controlled by dark energy. Instead, they were upgraded composites, fused and evolved versions of countless smaller monsters. He understood that the tide was a living incubator, constantly evolving its creatures from B level to A level, and then to S level. He concluded that the whole event was at least an SSS level threat, explaining why it could so easily consume even powerful spirit creation realm pioneers. A monster lunged at Fang Yi. His eyes burned with golden fire, and with a single powerful slash of his flaming sword, he used his Crimson Flame Blade technique to destroy the A-level composite beast. He thought about his incredible growth. The combination of his new spirit creation realm power and his Skyfire enhanced sword allowed him to instantly kill a creature that would previously have been a tough fight. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed something familiar, the arrogant pioneer, still alive, but being consumed by the tide's dark energy. The man was conscious, struggling against the corruption overtaking him. Fang Yi saw that since the man was still responsive, his spiritual energy had not been fully drained. He realized that even if the man's spiritual foundation was weaker than his own, being a true spirit creation realm pioneer gave him a small chance of survival. Deciding to act, Fang Yi gathered his divine thunder power and unleashed a massive blast of purifying lightning, striking the dark mass holding the arrogant pioneer. The man was thrown clear of the tide, landing hard on the ground, unconscious but free from the corruption. Standing over his fallen rival with his sword still ablaze, Fang Yi noted that the man could be saved, but barely. His victory was short-lived. The dark energy around him began to twist and regroup, and the monsters he had destroyed began reforming before his eyes. He watched as a massive multi-eyed creature regenerated from the darkness. Realizing the tide could infinitely reproduce its minions, he wondered if this regenerative power was a special trait of monsters above S rank. Facing the endlessly regenerating horde, Fang Yi decided on a new, riskier plan. With a confident smirk, he deliberately dropped his protective spiritual aura, leaving himself completely exposed to the full overwhelming power of the dark tide. The moment he was unprotected, his system activated, detecting the extreme dark attribute. However, it quickly reported a failure. The attribute's power was too unique to be absorbed at this time. Fang Yi was disappointed but not surprised. He realized that even after reaching the spirit creation realm, the dark attribute was still beyond his reach, fundamentally different and more complex than any other power he had faced. With options running out, a determined smile appeared on his face. Since he could neither destroy the tide nor absorb its power, he decided he would have to find another way to deal with it. As the monsters closed in again, he briefly regretted not bringing his little white flower, the Desolation Flower, whose life-draining power would have been a perfect counter. He wondered what other options he had left. Then his eyes widened in realization. He knew a ready-made solution was right in front of him. Outside the tide, the rest of the team watched from the safety of the golden barrier. The red-haired leader, still shaken, asked Su Qingying if she had ever seen such a situation before, but Su Qingying admitted she had not. Suddenly, the chaotic swirling energy of the dark tide grew eerily still, pressing silently against their protective shield. The strange calm increased the tension. Lin Yi was terrified, admitting that even when they faced the monstrous Desolation Vine, she had not felt such anxiety. She worried endlessly for her cousin. Su Qingying tried to reassure her, pointing out that his protective barrier was still active, though flickering. She took Yi's hands and told her they should focus their own spiritual energy to help strengthen the shield. She added, grimly, that if a pioneer as powerful as Fang Yi fell, their own fates would be sealed anyway. Su Qingying continued to boost morale, reminding them that Fang Yi was a spirit creation realm cultivator using several powerful attributes, and she suspected his true strength was even greater than they knew. She told them it was not up to pioneers at their level to worry about rescuing someone so far beyond them. Her surprisingly humorous and confident words calmed Lin Yi, who thanked her. Su Qingying simply smiled, admitting her teammates often said she was too serious, and asked if Lin Yi felt a little better. The tense moment was broken as a massive column of pure fire erupted from within the dark tide, pushing back the oppressive darkness. From the heart of the inferno, Fang Yi unleashed his ultimate technique, the Nine Dragons Skyfire sealing art. He rose from the flames, his body glowing with a mix of blue and golden energy. Outside, his teammates watched in total awe. The red-haired leader excitedly pointed him out to a stunned Lin Yi, while Su Qingying stared in disbelief at the sheer magnitude of the power. The technique manifested as 9 massive fiery dragons that twisted and danced, their combined light completely overwhelming the dark tide. Elsewhere, the mysterious Golan, who had been monitoring the mission, was shaken by the immense spiritual pressure. She recognized the power as the legendary Skyfire attribute and the technique as a powerful seal. She watched in shock as the 9 dragons came together, compressing the entire city-destroying dark tide into a single unstable orb of fiery energy, wondering if he had truly sealed the entire event. But Fang Yi was not finished. With the tide contained, he gathered his divine thunder power in his hands and released it in a massive vortex of crackling blue energy swirling around the sealed fiery sphere. With a powerful roar, he invoked the name of his combined technique, the 9 Dragons' Edict. The immense powers of fire and thunder collided, creating a massive explosion that shook the very foundations of the extreme dark zone. With a final, decisive command to seal, Fang Yi brought his hands together, forcing the chaotic energy to collapse in on itself. The vortex of fire and lightning compressed into a smaller, stable sphere, finally settling into a small, brightly glowing orb of perfectly contained, pulsating power. After Fang Yi's incredible display, the arrogant pioneer lay unconscious on the ground. Fang Yi thought that for now, they were safe, realizing he had unexpectedly rescued someone, and wondered what to do with him. Lin Yi ran to her cousin, very relieved that he was okay. Su Qingying, standing by the fallen pioneer, offered to have her team take care of the unconscious man. Later, Su Qingying approached Fang Yi, asking why he did not seem happy after successfully sealing such a high-level dark attribute. In her mind, however, she was completely amazed, thinking that he had truly kept his word to destroy the dark tide and was an incredible person. Fang Yi explained to the group that they needed to move quickly. He said the seal he had used was only temporary and that the overwhelming dark attribute energy in the area was still strong. They had to hurry to find the withered bloom flower before the seal wore off. Su Qingying understood and confirmed that her team would take the unconscious pioneer back to the association for treatment, while her teammates carried him on their shoulders. The group stopped at a cliff, looking over the empty landscape. Su Qingying realized that none of the other pioneers who went ahead had survived, sadly concluding that they were all consumed by the dark attribute, as no trace of them remained. The red-haired leader mourned how people who had been alive moments ago had completely vanished. Fang Yi, for his part, thought he might be cold-blooded, but felt relieved that he did not have to watch them die. As they approached a dark, ominous pool, Fang Yi took command. He told Lin Yi and the others to proceed with Su Qingying's team, explaining that the pool was now the most dangerous place and it was safer for him to stay behind to protect them. The group agreed and moved forward. Left alone on a rocky ledge, a system window appeared before Fang Yi, indicating a new strong fluctuation of dark attribute energy. Immediately, a powerful vortex of purple and black energy erupted from the ground around him. The system confirmed the detection and announced that it was activating its ultimate computing power to begin writing a new technique. Fang Yi was lifted into the air, arms outstretched, as huge pillars of pure dark energy rose around him. The system declared that the writing process was successful. Fang Yi's eyes snapped open, now glowing with a menacing purple light, filled with the essence of the power he had just mastered. A system window confirmed his new acquisition. He had obtained the dark attribute technique, the limitless dark world. The system explained that this ability allowed him to create a sealed space of dark mist, inside which spiritual energy would be massively weakened. Fang Yi thinks about his new power, seeing the dark world as a special domain he can control. He understands the huge strategic advantage this gives him. The corrosive effect of his new power will drain his enemies' spiritual energy and slow their ability to recover it. He imagines himself rising over a sea of desperate hands. He realizes that if he combines this new weakening effect with his other powerful attributes, he will become even stronger. Confidently, he concludes that he could destroy even a stranger monster more powerful than the dark tide itself if it appeared again. As the last of the purple energy settles, Su Qingying, still in disbelief, asks Fang Yi if he feels the dark mist reforming around them. Her eyes widen in shock as she fully senses the immense spiritual fluctuation. She stares as Fang Yi is surrounded by the leftover energy, wondering how he could possibly be having another breakthrough without any usual signs, like a change in heaven and earth. Then the realization hits her. He hadn't just sealed the S-class dark tide, he had absorbed its power. She finds the idea ridiculous and unbelievable. In the early days of the spiritual revival, all pioneers knew the dark attribute was the most terrifying power, born from the collective negative emotions and deep evil of all living things. Because of this, absorbing its power is strictly forbidden by the government. A flashback shows a failed official experiment where researchers tried to purify the dark attribute but suffered a painful failure, leading it to be classified as a uniquely dangerous monster. The power of these dark monsters can range from D to S class, but even the weakest can overwhelm early pioneers, let alone the absolute S-class threat of the dark tide, which could consume even spirit creation realm cultivators with ease. Another flashback shows a 3-star ghost axe pioneer who, before the ban, tried to absorb energy from a mere S-level monster. He was driven insane by the backlash, suffering from skin decay and a mental collapse, and remains in a psychiatric hospital to this day. Back in the present, the chaotic dark energy recedes back into Fang Yi as he exhales quietly. He calmly calls out into the empty, misty landscape, saying that whoever has been watching them for a long time can come out now. His red eyes scan the area sharply. From the mist, Jolin appears. She confirms that, if she is not mistaken, Fang Yi was the one who single-handedly sealed the dark tide. Su Qingying is stunned by her sudden appearance, gasping her name in disbelief. Jolin floats down, landing before Fang Yi, and asks what he was doing, specifically questioning if he was absorbing the dark attribute. Fang Yi calmly confirms that he was. The revelation shocks Su Qingying further. In a swift, surprising move, Jolin draws a pistol and aims it directly at Fang Yi's head. The red-haired leader shouts Jolin's name, demanding to know what she is doing, while she and a terrified Lin Yi can only watch in fear and confusion. Su Qingying leaps into action, placing herself between Jolin and Fang Yi, blocking the gun with her arm. She confronts Jolin fiercely, reminding her that Fang Yi is the military's highest priority recruitment target. She challenges Jolin, pointing out that the association had also wanted to recruit him before the military intercepted him, and demands to know the meaning of this hostile action. Ignoring Su Qingying's defense, Fang Yi calmly places a hand on her shoulder and addresses Jolin directly. He finds it strange, asking if their mission wasn't to find the withered bloom flower. He points out that while she seems eager to complete the mission, she also appears unhappy that they did not die there. Jolin stays silent, her expression unreadable, continuing to aim her weapon, the light glinting off the barrel. The red-haired leader, however, erupts in anger, shouting at Jolin. She reminds her that their squad had always trusted her, and furiously questions why Jolin didn't step in when they faced the dark tide. She declares that without Fang Yi, they would have been doomed, pointing out that Yi is still just a child. She accuses Jolin of standing by and watching, only to now threaten the very person who saved them. Jolin suddenly lowers her weapon, a smirk on her lips. She dismisses the confrontation as a joke, saying Fang Yi seems to be well liked by his teammates. She congratulates him, announcing that he has passed the test. The sudden change leaves the red-haired leader and Su Qingying confused. Fang Yi understands immediately. He asks if her true purpose was to test him. Jolin confirms his suspicion, explaining that because of his incredible talent and strength, she didn't want to rely on cold, impersonal data. She wanted to see for herself what kind of person he truly was. She then addresses the red-haired leader's earlier accusation, explaining that she didn't step in because pioneers must follow the harsh rules of this new world. She states that this is their shared fate, a life where fortune and disaster can change in an instant. However, she says they are lucky to have a trustworthy and powerful person protecting them. She points out that no other monsters have dared to attack since the tide was defeated, explaining that the creatures are terrified of the power Fang Yi displayed. Fang Yi looks on grimly, agreeing with her assessment. He adds that the dark tide itself follows the same principle, it bullies the weak and fears the strong. With the test concluded, Jolin offers to lead them to the withered bloom flower, saying she knows the area better than they do as they follow. Su Qingying whispers to Fang Yi, expressing her concern that something is mentally wrong with Jolin. She reveals a key fact. Jolin's own squad had previously encountered the dark tide, and she was the only survivor. Fang Yi processes this information, piecing together her psychology. He understands that her strict obedience to her mission and the rules has made her cold and detached. He also deduces that the sacrifice of her teammates has left her with a post-traumatic, self-destructive tendency. Yet, he realizes that another strong belief keeps her going, and seeing him seal the dark tide caused her to lose her composure briefly. With a newfound understanding, Fang Yi shows a slight smile. He tells his teammates that they should be considerate of this injured person. The red-haired leader asks if Jolin is injured. Fang Yi, observing her closely, confirms that she is. He explains that her spiritual barrier is severely damaged, estimating that while she has the power of a 2-star spirit creation realm cultivator, her protective aura has dropped by at least 2 levels. A visual of her crumbling spiritual energy confirms this, showing she has suffered a significant internal injury. Noticing their concern, Jolin quietly thanks them but dismisses the issue, saying her injury is not a problem. Led by Jolin, the group travels through an empty, misty landscape of dead trees and bones, an area known as the chaotic burial mounds. As they walk, Fang Yi's sharp senses detect something amiss. He spots skeletal remains of a fallen pioneer half buried in the ground. Finally, Jolin announces they have arrived. In a small clearing before them, a single beautiful withered bloom flower glows with a soft, ethereal purple light. As Jolin starts walking toward the flower, Fang Yi watches her closely, sensing that something is wrong. His suspicion is confirmed when vicious shadowy monsters with glowing red eyes erupt from the ground, surrounding the flower as if guarding it, her face shadowed as if she is in a trance. Fang Yi's expression turns serious and urgent as he realizes the immediate danger, knowing she is not in her right mind. Reacting instantly, he summons a ball of golden red flame in his hand and shouts a command to awaken her spirit. He hurls the fireball directly at the entranced Jolin, intending to snap her out of her dangerous state. The fireball flies toward Jolin. At the last second, she snaps out of her trance. She recognizes the attack as a rare and powerful Yang attribute and, with surprising speed, deflects the blast with her arm. The impact sends out a shockwave. Now fully awake, Jolin and Fang Yi face each other in tense silence, golden energy crackling around his hand. Jolin is shaken. The sight of the flower has brought back terrible memories, and ghostly images of her fallen friends flash in her mind as she wonders if her preparations were still not enough. Seeing that she has returned to her senses, Lin Yi and Su Qingying rush to her side. Yi asks if she is all right, while Su Qingying wisely notes that Jolin is being badly affected by the dark attribute and suggests it would be safer for them all to stick together. Ignoring them, Fang Yi steps forward confidently. He states that for the withered bloom flower, it is enough if he goes alone. Deciding to handle the situation himself, he calmly walks through the empty, misty clearing, approaching the glowing flower. Suddenly, the ground shakes. A massive, ugly, wolf-like monster with glowing red eyes bursts from the earth, lunging forward. Its mouth opens wide, revealing a terrifying storm of smaller screaming faces and dark red energy as it roars in hunger. Unfazed, Fang Yi summons crackling blue energy to his fingertips and says a single word, Divine Thunder. He releases several massive bolts of lightning that strike the monster's body. The creature roars in pain, its body writhing in electricity, but it does not fall. He identifies it as yet another S-class threat. Knowing the seal on the dark tide is temporary and that time is running out, he understands he must end this quickly. Seeing the monster's incredible strength, a confident smirk spreads across his face. He decides that if it will not die, he will use it as a test subject for his new power. Gathering the terrifying purple energy of the dark attribute into his hand, Fang Yi unleashes his newly acquired power, the limitless dark world. A massive storm of swirling purple energy erupts from him, completely trapping the surprised S-class fox monster. The energy hardens into a large dark purple sphere, enclosing both Fang Yi and the monster inside it. Inside this new reality, shadowy purple tendrils whip out from all directions, wrapping tightly around the S-class beast. The monster struggles and whimpers in pain, its massive form shrinking under the immense pressure of Fang Yi's technique. A system window appears, confirming the devastating effect of his power. Under the influence of the limitless dark world, the S-class anomaly is forcibly downgraded by 2 full levels to a B-class threat. Standing before the now weakened creature, Fang Yi notes that the S-class anomaly must have had a very weak foundation to be downgraded so easily. With the monster now manageable, his sword ignites in golden red fire. He declares that the fight is over and delivers a single massive fiery slash, completely destroying the creature. Outside the sphere, Su Qingying and Lin Yi watch the massive orb of dark energy. Su Qingying found it strange, noting that although it clearly had a dark attribute, it felt different from what she was used to. Lin Yi agreed, confirming that she didn't feel the usual heavy and disgusting coldness from it. Jolin explained that this was because they were inside Fang Yi's personal domain, a space he had created himself after mastering the dark attribute without a teacher. She thought about how significant this achievement was. Jolin said that creating a domain was an extremely difficult skill. Before this, the only person she knew who could create a spatial domain with spiritual power was her teacher. She guessed that besides him, there were at most 3 others in the entire world with this ability. A painful memory flashed through her mind, showing a vision of a massive citywide disaster. She recalled how her teacher had tried to use his own domain to stop it but had ultimately failed. Their thoughts were interrupted as the purple sphere vanished, revealing Fang Yi standing alone in the clearing. Jolin and Su Qingying were stunned at how quickly he had finished the battle. With a casual wave and a reassuring smile, Fang Yi said that the chaotic burial mounds should now be safe from trouble. With the area secure, Fang Yi calmly walked toward the glowing withered bloom flower. He carefully cupped the plant in his hands, gently pulling it from the ground with its roots intact. Holding the glowing flower, he examined it briefly and concluded that this would be enough to complete their mission. Jolin watched him tensely as the mission reached its critical point. Fang Yi returned to the group and presented the flower to Jolin, who commented on its small size. He confirmed that the mission was complete and urged them to leave immediately, explaining that the sealed dark tide was unlike other monsters and could become a problem at any moment. He added that they also had to handle the unconscious, arrogant pioneer and his team. Jalin's tense mood softened, replaced by genuine gratitude. Holding the glowing flower, she sincerely thanked Fang Yi, admitting that his overwhelming power was the only reason they had succeeded. She then thanked the rest of the group and said it was time to leave. As the others began walking, Jalin paused, looking back to thank Fang Yi one last time. She then revealed the full importance of their mission. She explained that Elder Wu, the Sea Nation's only Diamond Realm pioneer, was near death, and the withered bloom flower was the only medicine that could save him. With a grateful smile, she told Fang Yi that he had just saved the life of the nation's strongest protector. Fang Yi listened thoughtfully, quietly repeating the name of the legendary Diamond Realm to himself. As the group finally emerged from the dark portal of the extreme dark zone, they saw a sky filled with swirling red clouds. The red-haired leader raised her fists in triumph, shouting with relief that they could finally see the light and had made it out alive. Lin Yi agreed, grateful to see daylight again. Their return was met with cheers from a large crowd of officials who had been anxiously waiting. They celebrated the successful retrieval of the withered bloom flower, admitting that they had doubted it when Jalin first told them. As the team walked through the path cleared by the crowd, the red-haired leader was surprised at how many people had gathered. Someone in the crowd wondered aloud who had actually retrieved the flower. Suddenly, Lin Yi's expression changed to surprise. Parked directly in their path was a massive, heavily armored military vehicle flanked by elite soldiers. The red-haired leader immediately recognized the vehicle and the symbol of the legendary Star God War Zone, the most powerful and famous military force in the Sha Nation. A wave of realization and embarrassment washed over her as she understood that Jalin was a member of this elite unit, making her regret having yelled at her earlier. The Star God War Zone was ranked as the nation's #1 military district. After the spiritual energy revival began, their advantages allowed them to control the most resource-rich forbidden zones, turning them into valuable cultivation grounds. As they approached, an official carefully handed the withered bloom flower, now secured in a glowing blue container, to a high-ranking officer. The officer, Major Han Li, took the container with a satisfied smile. In a surprising show of respect, Major Han Li and his soldiers snapped to attention and gave Fang Yi a sharp, formal salute, visibly shocking him. Major Han Li then turned to Jalin, assuring her that he would deliver the flower to the hospital immediately and that she could rest easy. Jalin agreed, saying she would follow shortly. With the precious cargo secured, the armored vehicle sped away. With the crisis handled, Fang Yi asked Jalin if she was from Star God War Zone. She confirmed that he was and said that news of his incredible strength had already spread throughout her military district. With a confident look, she told him that he would soon become a famous and important figure. Jalin continued, openly acknowledging that Fang Yi's individual strength was enough to overwhelm even the most elite squads in her war zone. She then formally offered him recruitment into the Star God War Zone, highlighting his limitless potential and promising access to the best cultivation resources. She also reassured him that the rewards for this mission for his team and Su Qingying's squad would be delivered soon. Fang Yi listened with a slight smile, considering his options. Her tone then became serious as she explained the gravity of their situation. She told Fang Yi that with the world changing so rapidly, the nation's most urgent concern was the threat of dark attribute anomalies. A vision of a city being consumed by massive purple and black clouds illustrated her point. She warned that the number of anomalies was growing at an alarming rate. She explained that the influence of these dark zones would continue to expand like a deadly tumor, capable of causing catastrophic consequences at any moment. Because of this danger, she said they had no choice but to establish forbidden zones and have organizations like the Spiritual Energy Association strictly guard them. She clarified that she was not telling him this to pressure him into joining, but because she believed a powerful pioneer like him had the right to know the truth about the world's situation. Understanding her sincerity, Fang Yi smiled and assured her that he understood. He promised that if he encountered any anomalies in the future, he would not stand by and do nothing, allowing her to rest easy. Hearing his promise, Jalin's stern expression softened into a genuinely relieved smile. Formally introducing herself, she said it was a pleasure to meet him and offered him a small dark token. Fang Yi accepted it, revealing a black tablet with a dragon symbol and the characters for Star God War Zone. Jolin explained that this token would grant him unrestricted access to any forbidden zone for cultivation and that the gates of the Star God War Zone would always be open to him. She then makes one final important request, asking if he would like to come and meet Elder Wu. Fang Yi asks if she means the Diamond Realm Pioneer. She explains that this person is her teacher and she hopes Fang Yi will meet him, saying it is only her personal wish because she wants to be his friend. Fang Yi accepts her offer and the token she gives him, placing it in his pocket. He agrees to go with her, saying it's always good to have more friends. As a gift to seal their new friendship, he holds out his hand, crackling with blue lightning, and tells her he has something for her. Jolin looks confused, but Fang Yi explains that he believes he can remove the remaining dark attribute poison from her body. Before she can respond, he releases a surge of blue lightning that surrounds her completely, leaving her shocked. The energy flows through her, and she is amazed to discover that the thunder attribute has a healing effect. The cold, deep pain she felt disappears, replaced by a warm numbness. She realizes the discomfort is completely gone. Inside her body, the old wounds from the dark attribute start to heal as the lightning energy purifies her. She feels as if she is being reborn, her body cleansed by the rare and powerful thunder attribute that removes every trace of poison. When it's over, Fang Yi asks Jolin how she feels. Still surrounded by faint sparks of lightning, she confirms that she feels great and that all the leftover dark energy has been cleared. Su Qingdiang watches as paramedics tend to the unconscious, arrogant pioneer, wondering if someone so badly injured can even be saved. She turns and is surprised to see Fang Yi and Jolin still there, but she immediately notices that Jolin's aura feels different and her injuries seem to be gone. Jolin explains that Fang Yi used his rare, pure thunder attribute to completely cleanse the dark attribute poison from her system. Su Qingdiang is astonished, realizing that this is the true nature of Fang Yi's power, it can both destroy enemies and heal people. She points at Fang Yi in amazement, but he just asks her what she's staring at then. An idea strikes Su Qingdiang, and she quickly waves to the paramedics. She goes to Fang Yi and proposes a partnership, explaining that if they combined his spiritual power with their advanced medical equipment, they could save many pioneers suffering from dark attribute corruption. To show her sincerity, she bows deeply, begging him to use his power once more. Fang Yi stays silent for a moment, thinking about her request. Then he agrees and releases a controlled burst of blue lightning from his hand, asking if that is enough of a demonstration. One of the paramedics, seeing the pure energy, excitedly confirms that it seems to work. Such a high-level thunder attribute can indeed counter dark energy. Jolin explains that when Fang Yi treated her, he sent the energy directly into her body, destroying the corruption inside. Su Qingdiang suggests that all they would need is for Fang Yi and the patient to hold hands. However, a paramedic clarifies that not every cultivator, even at the spirit creation realm, can handle such pure energy. He tells the smiling Su Qingdiang that while Jolin's injuries were serious, they were nothing compared to the other patients. He estimates that healing the arrogant pioneer would require 10 times more spiritual energy, and even then, only saving his life would be an achievement. A full recovery would be impossible. Fang Yi agrees to try and asks the paramedics how to transfer his spiritual energy. They lead him to the ambulance, and one of them instructs him to place his hand into a special device and release his energy. Fang Yi nods and does as told. From a distance, Lin Yi watches, amazed. She never imagined that Jolin was a high-ranking member of the elite Star God War Zone. She is even more shocked that her cousin is so powerful that this legendary military group wants to befriend him. She recalls how the normally cold Jolin personally asked to be Fang Yi's friend and even gave him her personal token. After a while, Fang Yi turns to Lin Yi and the red-haired leader to check on them. Lin Yi says they're both fine, then explains that she and the leader have decided to go out for more training and take on missions on their own. They feel they can't always rely on him and need to grow stronger themselves. After finishing the energy transfer, Fang Yi agrees with their decision, simply telling them to be careful. He watches them with a small, proud smile, thinking that his cousin has grown up. Su Qingdiang and her team prepare to leave, waving goodbye and telling Fang Yi and Jolin they'll see them on the next mission. Jolin then tells Fang Yi that it's time to visit Elder Wu as their ambulance drives away. Su Qingdiang looks annoyed, loudly complaining that the military's Star God War Zone has stolen such a powerful person from them. Her teammates try to calm her down. A final thought reveals the internal issues within the Spiritual Energy Association. It's described as chaotic, with its top elite squads refusing to cooperate. Fang Yi and Jolin arrive at a large, modern hospital, the high-security medical ward of the Star God War Zone. Fang Yi asks if this is where Elder Wu is. Inside, they stand before a bed surrounded by medical equipment, where Elder Wu lies unconscious. Fang Yi comments on the strange sight, noting how odd it is that the mighty powerhouse of the Diamond Realm is now a frail old man. He observes the elder's condition. Red veins cover his face and neck, and he breathes through a respirator. Jolin explains that he was in much worse condition before, saying he once looked like a corpse. Even after using the precious withered bloom flower, he still hasn't woken up concerned. Fang Yi wonders what could have happened to such a powerful person to leave him in this state. Jolin begins to tell the story of the battle that caused her teacher's coma. She describes how a massive dark attribute anomaly appeared over the capital city. To stop it from consuming everything, Elder Wu stepped forward alone to seal it. A flashback shows her squad transferring their spiritual energy to support him. The anomaly was far beyond an S-level threat. A monstrous, dragon-like form made of dark energy loomed over the ruined city. Jolin continues, explaining the danger. If the anomaly had descended fully, it would have destroyed the capital and nearby cities, plunging the entire nation into chaos. In a desperate final act, Elder Wu used his personal domain to seal the S-level anomaly. But the disaster was far stronger than expected. The dark energy backfired, corrupting his body. Jolin adds that if he hadn't been a Diamond Realm master, he would have turned to ash instantly. Back in the present, Fang Yi looks down at the comatose hero with new respect. He realizes that Elder Wu truly is a great pioneer who sacrificed himself to save an entire city. As Fang Yi gazes at the unconscious elder, his thoughts drift to his past life. He remembers how many pioneers sacrificed themselves so he could be the last surviving human. With sadness, he realizes that in his original timeline, Elder Wu was probably already dead by now. A new determination fills him, and he reaches out his hand toward the elder. Startled, Jolin shouts at him, demanding to know what he's doing to her teacher. Fang Yi calmly tells her not to worry. He explains that although the withered bloom flower is working, he wants to remove the remaining traces of dark energy from the elder's body. He places his hand on the elder's chest, and a surge of blue lightning flows into the old man. Fang Yi explains that this will help him wake up faster. Jolin watches in shock, exclaiming that the corruption he's trying to cleanse came from an S-level disaster. After hesitating, she finally agrees, telling him to go ahead. Maybe he really is the miracle they need. The room fills with the crackling of Fang Yi's lightning as he pours his energy into the elder. Jolin warns him to be careful, explaining that the dark energy in her teacher is far more terrifying than the dark tide. She adds that without the withered bloom flower, his recovery would have been impossible. Fang Yi nods seriously, saying he understands. He can feel the immense darkness still inside the elder's body. Even though the withered bloom flower has weakened it, the dark energy still has incredible, oppressive strength. Suddenly, a powerful wave of dark energy bursts from the bed, throwing both Fang Yi and Jolin backward. Jolin shouts a warning, telling him to stay focused as the dark energy starts to affect him. In response, a brilliant golden aura flares around Fang Yi as he activates his spiritual protection. His eyes glow with golden light, but then he realizes that the dark energy has pulled his consciousness into a vision of the past. He finds himself standing alone on a deserted street in a ruined city, staring up at the enormous red eye of the anomaly that had consumed the sky.
Inside the depths of his mental vision, a massive red eye loomed over the ruined city. The anomaly's gaze fixed coldly on Fang Yi as it demanded to know who he was. In that instant, Fang Yi realized what had happened. By touching the lingering dark attribute inside Elder Wu's body, his spirit had been drawn into this dangerous illusion. Yet, instead of panicking, he stood firm. Calmly, he replied that his identity didn't matter. He was simply the one who had come to erase it. As blue lightning flared around his hand, Fang Yi declared that this anomaly wasn't as powerful as it appeared. The giant red eye responded with fury, launching a massive crimson spike straight at him. Caught off guard, Fang Yi quickly activated his golden sun breathing technique. His eyes glowed with radiant gold as he dodged the storm of spikes raining from the sky. Then, the anomaly unleashed tendrils of strange red and black lightning. Fang Yi's expression hardened. This lightning's power was comparable to the divine thunder he had once absorbed on Yuhuang Mountain. Moments later, the anomaly revealed its true form, a vast swarm of countless insect-like creatures made of pure dark energy, all swirling around the same central red eye. Fang Yi recognized the danger immediately. Each creature was as strong as the monsters from the dark tide, and there were tens of millions of them. The enormous swarm descended like a living vortex, threatening to consume everything. Facing the overwhelming force, Fang Yi summoned his flaming sword. Determination burned in his eyes as he muttered that his only option now was to annihilate these pests. With a fierce shout, he charged forward, unleashing a massive fiery slash that tore a blazing path through the heart of the swarm. The devastating strike cut the central red eye cleanly in two. Assessing the situation, Fang Yi identified it as an S-level collective anomaly, though its power seemed greatly reduced, perhaps due to the illusion's nature or the cleansing effects of the eternal bloom flower that had already purified part of Elder Wu's body. The two halves of the swarm plummeted to the city below, exploding upon impact. Landing lightly on a rooftop overlooking the destruction, Fang Yi estimated that the anomaly's strength was now closer to A level. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This was the very disaster Elder Wu had once faced alone. Realizing how terrifying the threat truly was, Fang Yi gathered dark energy into his palm and unleashed his own dark attribute technique, Limitless Dark World. A colossal vortex of pure darkness erupted, pulling in the swarm's remnants. The creature let out a shocked shriek, realizing that its opponent wasn't human. Fang Yi smirked. "Guess so," he replied, before shouting a single command. "Open." The dark vortex roared to life, completely devouring the remaining fragments of the S-level anomaly. As its final essence vanished, a deep, echoing voice resounded through the void. "We will be back soon." Floating within the sphere of his own dark energy, Fang Yi frowned. The message had to be a remnant of the anomaly's consciousness. The use of the word "we" disturbed him. Did that mean there were others like it waiting to appear? As the illusionary world began to crumble and collapse, he decided to leave those thoughts for later. His consciousness snapped back to reality. In the real world, Fang Yi immediately reached into Elder Wu's body and drew out the corrupted dark energy. A surge of dark purple light mixed with his own blue lightning as he extracted the mass from the Elder's chest. To contain it, Fang Yi used his Nine Dragons Skyfire sealing art, binding the chaotic energy within a sphere of blazing red chains. Holding the sealed orb, he explained to the stunned Zhang Lu that this was the remnant dark attribute that had been corrupting Elder Wu. He concluded that this was the final fragment of the city-destroying anomaly. Though its power was now greatly reduced thanks to the Shi Flower and Elder Wu's personal seal. Fang Yi praised the elder, acknowledging him as the nation's greatest pioneer, a man who had used his own body to suppress such darkness. Anyone else, Fang Yi remarked, would have died countless times. As Jielan looked at her teacher, she saw the red veins on his face fade away. His breathing steadied, becoming calm once more. Turning to Fang Yi, she said softly that he had truly saved the elder's life. But Fang Yi only shook his head. He admitted humbly that it wasn't solely his doing. Without the eternal bloom flower weakening the corruption first, even he couldn't have removed such a stubborn dark attribute. Jielan agreed, noting that while the flower had saved the elder's life, Fang Yi's strength had given him a real chance at recovery. With one final motion, Fang Yi clenched his fist. The sealed orb shattered, turning into harmless dust. "The remnant's power is completely gone," he declared. Then, turning to Zhang Lu, he added, "But there's something else I must tell you." He revealed that inside the illusion, the anomaly's remnant had warned him. It would return. That meant they had to stay vigilant. They couldn't let a recovering old man fight on the front lines again. Jialan nodded solemnly. She had heard similar rumors before. When Fang Yi asked what she meant, she explained that both the military and the association had been collecting data on fluctuations in spiritual energy. According to the rumors born from that data, with the current power level of the CIA nation, they might not even survive the first year after the full spiritual energy revival. Of course, most dismissed it as nonsense. Fang Yi raised an eyebrow, remarking that such monitoring sounded very official. Jialan then turned the question back at him. Did he believe the rumor could be true? A shadow crosses Fang Yi's face as a troubling thought takes root. Could his own rebirth have altered the course of the future? He recalls the past timeline. 3 years after the revival of spiritual energy, the world had already fallen into ruin. Humanity was barely holding on when the planet itself began to crumble. Snapping back to the present, Fang Yi places a reassuring hand on Xiaolan's shoulder. His voice is calm yet firm as he tells her not to overthink. Elder Wu will wake soon. Looking her straight in the eyes, he makes a solemn vow. If the great disaster ever returns, he will fight alongside them, no matter what it takes. Deep down, he knows the final battle against the great catastrophe is inevitable. It's only a matter of time. With fierce resolve burning in his eyes, he declares that this time, he'll change everything. That night, Fang Yi sits cross-legged on his couch, back in his apartment. Dark energy swirls around him as he meditates, the power of his new dark attribute pulsing like a living shadow. He reflects on his recent battles, 2 clashes with S-level anomalies, and feels that his breakthrough to the 2-star spirit creation realm is close. Yet, the full spiritual energy revival is approaching fast. And even with his new power, he knows his current strength is still far from enough. His mind drifts back to the terrifying might of the anomaly he faced inside the mental illusion. Even weakened, its true power had been overwhelming. His thoughts pause when his eyes fall on a small potted plant on the table, the obedient little white flower. Smiling faintly, Fang Yi talks to the softly glowing blossom, admitting that carrying it around isn't easy and that leaving it behind during his last mission was a mistake. The flower seems to respond, its petals glowing brighter. Amused, Fang Yi picks it up and gently says that he owes it a chance to level up. This time, he'll make it up to his companion. He steps out into the moonlit night and heads toward the back mountain, his private training ground. As he walks along the quiet path, he notes how quickly the area has recovered from the last battle. The association's plant research department must truly be exceptional, he thinks. The forest's rapid regeneration is proof of nature's growing self-healing ability in this new spiritual era. Reaching a secluded clearing, Fang Yi kneels down and removes the flower from its pot. He makes a mental note to thank Shu Qingying and her team for securing this place for him. Holding the small flower gently, he warns it to absorb energy slowly, not to be too greedy. If you take too much, he chuckles, even all the forests on this planet wouldn't be enough for you. The moment the flower touches the soil, the ground trembles. Roots burst outward as a massive vortex of green, life-draining energy erupts, spreading through the forest. The surrounding trees wither instantly, their vitality siphoned away. Moments later, Fang Yi stands amid a silent, barren field. Arms crossed, he watches the devastation and nods in satisfaction. "That's enough for now," he says softly. Pulling the radiant flower from the ground, roots and all, he smiles. "Come on, little one. Let's find you a new place to feed." The flower glows even brighter, brimming with newfound strength. Fang Yi studies it curiously, wondering where it would rank among all plant-type spirits. With its desolation attribute, it has to be at least A-level, he concludes. As he walks along the dark ridge, a deep silence blankets the forest. The usual sounds of wildlife are gone. All the animals have fled, terrified by the flower's immense aura. Suddenly, a ferocious howl splits the night. Fang Yi's eyes narrow. That sound belongs to a wolf. On a nearby cliff beneath the blood-red moon, a pack of monstrous wolves emerges, their bodies glowing faintly as they shift and grow. Fang Yi's expression darkens. The pack is undergoing evolution. At the front of the group stands a towering beast, the Wolf King. Its evolution is nearly complete. With a deafening howl, the creature finishes its transformation, its body now radiating a sinister green light. Fang Yi feels the powerful surge of spiritual energy from the beast and realizes in shock it's on the verge of becoming an A-level anomaly. The wolves surround him swiftly, cutting off all escape. Calmly, Fang Yi analyzes the situation. The Wolf King has evolved from its original wood attribute to a deadly poison attribute, likely due to absorbing the lingering dark energy in the area. Despite the danger, Fang Yi remains composed. "Only A-level?" he mutters, unfazed. Setting down his potted flower, he smiles faintly. "Time to handle this." He kneels and plants the flower back into the soil. Though the anomaly is only A-level, the sheer number of wolves poses a serious problem, especially with the city just down the mountain. Letting them reach it would be catastrophic. As the Wolf King lets out a thunderous roar and leaps forward, Fang Yi gives a simple command: begin. A surge of brilliant green light bursts from the flower, flooding the forest with blinding energy. Fang Yi watches intently, curious to see how much destruction his companion can unleash on its own. a massive beam of life-draining energy shoots into the sky, illuminating the mountains. Far below, another squad of pioneers spots the explosion. They halt, gazing up in alarm. One of the men narrows his eyes. The Wolf King has completed its evolution. Its power is incredible, he reports grimly. A cloaked figure beside him studies the readings and replies in a low voice, "The contamination level has reached 90." The two pioneers stared in disbelief as the detector's readings climbed to dangerous levels. The squad's blonde-haired leader tensed, realizing the contamination was still rising fast. He quickly analyzed the data. The Wolf King's wood attribute alone was already at the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, possibly even approaching the Spirit Creation realm. And the rest of the pack? They were no ordinary beasts either. A deep frown crossed his face. His team was far too small for this kind of threat. Even he had only recently broken through to the Ghost Axe realm himself. Suddenly, his eyes caught the sight of a massive beam of green light bursting skyward, mixed unmistakably with traces of dark attribute energy. His expression hardened. So that's why the contamination is this high. He shouted an urgent warning to his squad. The Wolf King had evolved dual attributes, a phenomenon nearly unheard of among anomalies. Before anyone could react, the contamination reading on his wristwatch spiked sharply, hitting 100 in an instant. Gritting his teeth, the leader barked an order. They had to stop the wolf pack's evolution before the entire area below was lost. Once those cruel beasts gained new power, they'd become unstoppable. He reached for his communicator, preparing to call for backup from the Spiritual Energy Association. But then, the ground trembled violently. One of his men shouted in panic, asking if it was an earthquake. The leader's eyes narrowed. No, the wolf's evolution can't cause this. A cold realization struck him. Another anomaly had appeared. His watch confirmed his fear. The contamination level skyrocketed past anything measurable, reaching a terrifying 1,000. The entire squad froze as a massive eruption of green desolation energy exploded from the mountaintop. The green-haired pioneer's eyes widened in disbelief. He recognized that power instantly. Desolation energy? But why here? The air grew thick as the energy surged down the mountain like a flood. Panic spread through the team. Someone cried out. Wasn't this the giant vine from the sky that had vanished months ago? Cursing under his breath, the leader ordered an immediate retreat. "Evacuate all nearby residents now," he shouted. Yet, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the massive wave of desolation energy stopped. One of the soldiers called out hesitantly. The energy had ceased advancing. The team watched as the swirling green vortex began to pull back, retreating into the mountain's heart. "Did the danger pass?" someone asked. Another hesitated. "Should we still report this? Should we go up there?" Their questions went unanswered. Atop the mountain, where Fang Yi had planted his mysterious flower, the earth was now covered in a thick network of glowing green roots. From those roots, dozens of radiant white blossoms sprouted, and then all at once, they erupted in a massive burst of energy. A colossal flower-like structure bloomed across the peak, glowing with divine brilliance. The air shimmered as the energy scattered into countless white petals, filling the entire sky. The Wolf King roared in fury, but the beauty was a lie. The petals transformed into blades, slicing through the air with deadly precision. Standing calmly amid the storm of petals, Fang Yi spoke, his voice cold and steady. He explained the true, terrifying nature of his creation, the sea of spiritual flowers. A field that would endlessly regrow, multiply, and purify, devouring its enemies until nothing remained. Fang Yi stood atop the massive root system of his flower as the wolf pack was engulfed by the blooming sea. With a faint smirk, he mocked the Wolf King. "Let's see how your pack survives without the spiritual protection I have." The lesser wolves howled in agony as vines covered in white flowers ensnared them. Their life force was drained away in seconds, until only bones remained, crumbling into dust. Absorbing the pack's life energy, the once white flowers turned a deep crimson red. Desperate, the Wolf King gathered all its remaining power and fired a violent green energy blast from its jaws. But the massive red flower simply reacted. Its petals formed a blazing barrier that absorbed the attack completely. Hidden among the swirling petals and vines, Fang Yi's voice echoed, "Useless. The desolation attribute of my flower has already taken root deep within this mountain." He explained that the Sea of Flowers drew its strength from the mountain itself, feeding on its energy and returning it in an endless cycle. The evolved Wolf King, intelligent enough to grasp the situation, understood its hopelessness. Yet it refused to submit. With a final roar, it locked onto the central red flower, the heart of Fang Yi's creation, and charged straight toward it. Fang Yi watched, amused. "So you found it, huh? Let's see what my little flower will do now." In answer, the central flower grew monstrously large, lunging forward to meet the beast head-on. Its enormous petals spread wide, snapping shut around the Wolf King in a deadly embrace. A chilling scream echoed through the mountains as the creature's life force was drained away, consumed entirely by the red petals. The flower pulsed with crimson light, its desolation power devouring even the Wolf King's green energy. Watching closely, Fang Yi's eyes narrowed. His expression grew serious. The flower was accepting the dark attribute's power, allowing it to fuse. Moments later, the Wolf King was gone, swallowed whole. The monstrous flower slowly shrank back to its original form, its petals folding like a satisfied predator. Fang Yi looked upon it in awe, realizing just how terrifying the desolation attribute truly was. He hadn't expected his flower to evolve its own technique, to act independently without his command. Now he understood. Once an enemy fell into the Sea of Flowers, escape was impossible. The massive bloom opened one last time and spat out the bleached, lifeless skeleton of the Wolf King. Fang Yi concluded that even if the spiritual flowers were destroyed, they would endlessly regenerate, using their desolation power to strip any enemy down to the bone. Standing before the massive red flower, now surrounded by a vast field of smaller ones, he decided to name this new technique, Endless Spiritual Sea. A glowing system window appeared before him, confirming the creation. Desolation Attribute Technique, Endless Spiritual Sea, successfully written. As the battle came to an end, the flower's giant petals slowly closed, radiating with a brilliant red glow from within. Fang Yi watched quietly, a hint of exhaustion in his eyes when a single petal drifted down and brushed softly against his cheek. Suddenly, the entire flower pulsed with a tremendous surge of energy, and to Fang Yi's surprise, his little flower was about to evolve. Far away, in a high-tech control room, alarms blared. Analysts frantically worked at their stations. "An A-level anomaly detected," one of them reported. "We're reading two distinct spiritual energies in the same location." Just as the Wolf King began evolving a dark attribute, a separate and powerful desolation attribute has appeared. At once, the superior officer, standing beside Su Qingying, demanded the coordinates. A technician pointed to the screen. "It's the area previously under Team Su Qingying's jurisdiction." The superior frowned. Wasn't the destroyer squad already sent to handle the wolf pack there? Before anyone could answer, a transmission came through from the field unit. "This is the ground squad," the leader reported. A powerful surge of desolation energy just appeared. It completely wiped out the A-level wolf pack. However, that energy has now withdrawn back into the mountain. We're detecting a large number of strange flower-type anomalies emerging in the area. The camera feed showed the pioneers standing before the glowing red mountain, a sea of crimson flowers spreading across its slopes. The superior and the squad leader exchanged grim looks. "If this new anomaly erupts," the leader warned, "it'll be far more dangerous than the celestial vine. Even with all our pioneers here, we can't contain it if it goes out of control. We'll need immediate support." The superior nodded. "Understood. I'll dispatch 2 elite teams." But Su Qingying suddenly spoke up, a knowing glint in her eyes. "There's no need," she said confidently. "I have a feeling I know exactly who's behind that desolation energy." The superior turned to her sharply. "What do you mean?" She interrupted the call, eyes fixed on the map. "That's Fang Yi's home region," she said with certainty. "He'll protect everyone there." Her words faded into a vision. Fang Yi, floating above the burning city, wreathed in a fiery aura that lit up the sky. Back on the mountain, the entire landscape was now blanketed by the sea of red flowers. Before the largest of them stood Fang Yi, gazing at his once small white flower, now grown into a towering crimson giant. Just as he suspected after devouring the Wolf King, the flower had begun to evolve a second attribute. The colossal bloom shuddered, its core radiating a brilliant golden light. Fang Yi's eyes widened. "A fire attribute?" he murmured, astonished. He placed his hand on the massive petals, noting how the flower's method of evolution, devouring enemies, was an absurdly simple yet effective path to power. Moments later, the giant flower began to shrink, returning to its original handheld size. Its petals were now a deep, vibrant red. Another system window appeared. Evolution complete. Desolate fire spirit flower. Attributes: desolation plus fire. Traits: strong desire to devour spiritual energy. Can be nurtured within the limitless dark world. Fang Yi blinked in confusion at the final line. The limitless dark world? He repeated. Then an idea struck him. He realized he could place the flower inside his personal dark domain, a realm filled with dark attribute anomalies and rich, chaotic energy. If the flower devoured that power, it might even evolve a third dark attribute. As he summoned the orb containing his dark domain, the sky above him suddenly darkened. Thunder roared. A violent storm gathered overhead. His eyes began to glow with golden light. Another breakthrough was coming. This time, it was the two-star spirit creation realm. Sitting down to cultivate, Fang Yi was engulfed by a massive pillar of golden divine energy descending from the heavens. Spiritual power surged through him, his control deepening as the energy of the world itself began to merge with his body. Elsewhere in the mountains, a muscular man with wild, spiky hair felt the immense pressure of Fang Yi's breakthrough. Following the light, he arrived at the source, his eyes widening in awe. "The heavenly fireblade," he whispered, recognizing the legendary aura. A grin spread across his face. "A two-star spirit creation cultivator? Perfect!" Watching a replay of Fang Yi's previous battle, the man's body ignited with a blazing aura. "I'll crush this new fire attribute pioneer," he declared, his voice full of arrogance. "Then everyone will know who's number one." Back at the cultivation site, Fang Yi's sharp senses flared. He felt the man's presence and immediately called out, "Who's there?" Without warning, the intruder hurled a massive fireball at him. "A fire attribute pioneer, huh?" he taunted. Unfazed, Fang Yi calmly summoned his dark energy. A vortex spiraled open before him, swallowing the raging fireball whole. He smiled faintly. "So you finally showed yourself." Fang Yi admitted to himself that he had sensed this man's presence for a while. He hadn't even bothered to hide his spiritual energy. He recognized him instantly, a wild pioneer, unaffiliated with any organization, known for seeking out strong opponents. And just like Fang Yi, this one had also stepped into the spirit creation realm. The muscular man, now fully revealed and surrounded by a blazing aura of fire, landed heavily before Fang Yi. His fiery presence rippled through the air as he remarked that Fang Yi seemed interesting. He could feel a powerful spiritual pressure coming from him. Introducing himself as Jiang Lu, the man's expression hardened. Demanding answers, he asked how Fang Yi had managed to evade his earlier fiery strike. Fang Yi said nothing, his calm gaze fixed on the new opponent. Jiang Lu smirked, cracking his neck. "Guess I should introduce myself properly," he said confidently. "My name is Jiang Lu, remember it well." Without waiting for a reply, Jiang Lu lunged forward, his entire body bursting into flames as he charged in for the attack. Fang Yi, however, remained composed. Raising one hand, he extended two fingers toward the sky and uttered two simple words, "Divine Thunder." A blinding bolt of blue lightning crashed down from above, striking the charging Jiang Lu head-on. Caught completely off guard, Jiang Lu's eyes widened in shock. The thunderous strike slammed into him with overwhelming force, sending smoke curling from his mouth as he coughed painfully. His entire body trembled, scorched, and wrapped in crackling blue lightning. Struggling to stand, Jiang Lu gasped, "How could this be? How could a fire pioneer possibly wield thunder attribute power?" His body convulsed from the electric shock, and he could barely form a thought. Fang Yi stepped forward, towering over him. Jiang Lu was on his hands and knees, unable to move. Without a word, Fang Yi grabbed him by the hair and slammed his head into the ground, shattering the stone beneath them. Sparks of blue lightning danced around Fang Yi's form as he looked down coldly. "What was your name again?" he asked mockingly. "I didn't quite catch it the first time." Jiang Lu could only stare blankly, face pressed against the cracked earth, his mind reeling. How could he have lost so easily? He had just advanced to the one-star spirit creation realm, the fastest cultivator among his peers. He was the one everyone admired, the prodigy blessed with a rare fire attribute. He had believed he was destined to stand above all others. But now, all of that pride shattered in an instant. Fang Yi clicked his tongue in disdain and sent another surge of electricity through Jiang Lu's body. The crackling current made him scream in agony. Jiang Lu's thoughts spun wildly. How could a fire user wield thunder? Who was this man? Fang Yi's eyes glowed with blue energy as he looked down with disappointment. I expected more from you, he said flatly. His lips curved into a faint, condescending smile. The younger generation really is too full of themselves. He pressed Zhang Lu further into the ground with his electric power, holding him down effortlessly. Through gritted teeth, Zhang Lu realized something terrifying. Fang Yi's spiritual pressure wasn't just stronger. It felt like it was three full realms above his own. Fear gripped him. He was certain this was the end, that he, Zhang Lu, the great genius of the fire path, was going to die here. Trembling, he finally broke down and begged, "Please, don't kill me." Fang Yi's gaze turned cold. After a long silence, he released him. A pioneer's power isn't meant to be used recklessly against others, he warned. If you have that much free time, use it to deal with the new anomalies instead. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the stunned Zhang Lu lying in the dust. Zhang Lu watched his retreating figure, confusion and disbelief clouding his mind. Was Fang Yi truly a genius? Or was I simply too weak? Later that evening, in a luxurious apartment, a dejected Zhang Lu walked into a room where two men were waiting for him. One of them greeted him cheerfully, teasing about his new hairstyle. The other, a red-haired man, immediately scolded him. I told you not to go picking fights again, he snapped. Your reckless behavior is dangerous, especially when the spiritual energy revival hasn't even officially begun. You're just asking for trouble. To their surprise, Zhang Lu didn't argue. He simply collapsed onto the sofa, defeated. His friends exchanged uneasy glances. What's wrong with you? One asked. Where's the usual hot-headed Zhang Lu we know? The red-haired man frowned. You went to challenge that heavenly fireblade user, didn't you? What happened? Zhang Lu lowered his head, voice trembling. It was over in an instant. His other friend grabbed his shoulders, shouting, Speak clearly! Tears welled up in Zhang Lu's eyes as he finally broke down. I lost. I was the one defeated instantly. Both men stared in disbelief. Frantically, Zhang Lu muttered that if only he'd realized how outmatched he was and backed down sooner, he could have avoided this humiliation. The seated man frowned in confusion. How could that be? The heavenly fireblade can't possibly be that strong. You're a rare genius, Zhang Lu. You reached the spirit creation realm in just a few months. But Jiang Lu could only replay the battle in his mind. He remembered how his ultimate technique, Meteor Flame, had been destroyed in an instant, shattered by that devastating thunderstrike. His friends sat in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what kind of opponent could crush Jiang Lu so effortlessly. The seated man leaned back thoughtfully, wondering if Jiang Lu had simply fought the wrong opponent. With his raw firepower and spirit creation realm strength, it was nearly impossible for anyone to defeat him so effortlessly. The red-haired man sitting beside him considered another possibility. Perhaps the person Zhang Lu fought wasn't a pioneer at all, and their earlier assumptions about that person's power had been completely off. But Zhang Lu exploded with anger. He shouted that they were both wrong. He hadn't made any mistake. The fight had taken place in the man's own territory, and they couldn't possibly understand what he'd faced because they hadn't been there. His voice trembled as he recalled the moment. That thunder had been so powerful it felt like his head would explode. Both his friends fell silent, stunned by the intensity in his eyes. Jiang Lu insisted that his gut told him it was definitely the right person. Then, he revealed his chilling conclusion. The opponent he faced wasn't an ordinary fighter at all, but a top-tier pioneer who wielded both fire and thunder. The thunder power he displayed was far greater than Jiang Lu's own flame, as if his lightning existed on a completely different level. Jiang Lu believed the man had deliberately hidden his true strength during their battle. Judging by what he felt, that strength had to be at least at the 3-star spirit creation realm. His companions were struck speechless. The red-haired man thought it over, realizing how absurd it was. A 2-star wild pioneer at that level shouldn't even exist. If Jiang Lu's guess was right, then this mysterious man would become a nightmare for every other pioneer out there. After a long silence, Jiang Lu suddenly looked up, eyes blazing with new resolve. He asked if maybe he should try to become that man's apprentice. His friends could only stare, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, far away in his apartment, Fang Yi sat cross-legged in deep meditation. Golden light swirled around him, his entire body surrounded by a divine aura. Yet, something felt wrong. The sensation of being on the verge of breaking through to the two-star spirit creation realm had vanished. Opening his glowing fiery eyes, Fang Yi realized the issue wasn't with him. The spiritual energy around him had turned unstable, impossible to gather or control. That meant the problem came from outside. A cold realization struck him. The air itself was changing. This wasn't a natural fluctuation. It confirmed his worst fear. Remembering the secret government monitoring of spiritual energy and the whispered rumors of a coming disaster, Fang Yi began to wonder if the catastrophe had already begun. He turned toward the window, where the city skyline was now lit by violent flashes of lightning. In the distance, an enormous storm was forming. A storm unlike any he had ever seen. He instantly understood what it meant. The full spiritual energy revival was starting, and it was happening early, right in his city. He grabbed his phone, trying to reach Jiang Lu to learn what the military knew. But the call wouldn't connect. His expression darkened. If communication was already down, it could only mean one thing. The worst-case scenario had begun. Just then, the phone rang. Xu Qingying's name flashed on the screen. Fang Yi answered immediately, only to be met by heavy static. Through the interference, her panicked voice barely broke through, saying that the situation had changed and she needed his help. As he tried to ask if monsters were appearing in the city, the window beside him suddenly cracked with a deafening sound. A monstrous bat-like creature with glowing red eyes slammed into the glass, its body radiating dark energy. Through the static, Xu Qingying's strained voice confirmed what he already feared. The situation was dire, and she was inside the city. Before he could respond, the window shattered completely as the creature burst through, lunging straight at him. Fang Yi didn't even flinch. He muttered that the creature was overestimating itself. In one smooth motion, he gathered blue lightning in his palm and shaped it into a blade of pure energy. As the beast lunged, Fang Yi hurled the blade through the air, piercing the monster clean through and erasing it in a blinding flash of light. The thunderous impact drew Lin Yi running from her room, panic written across her face. She started to warn her cousin about a bat monster that had appeared, but froze mid-sentence when she saw the shattered window and the sparks still dancing in the air around him. Fang Yi stood calmly amidst the crackling remnants of lightning. She stared in shock, asking what was happening. Fang Yi replied evenly that monsters usually appeared at random, but this was different. They were now attacking directly, and in numbers. He admitted the situation was still under control for now, but the look in his eyes said otherwise. Together, they looked out at the storm raging over the city, where lightning flashed again and again across the clouds. Fang Yi said that this could be the beginning of a large-scale disaster. What unsettled him most was that a two-star Ghost Axe Realm monster should normally hide in darkness, not brazenly attack a pioneer's home in the center of the city. Realizing the danger, he told Lin Yi to contact every pioneer she knew and have them gather at the apartment immediately. She nodded without hesitation. Fang Yi then stepped up onto the broken window ledge, the wind from the storm whipping through the room. He told her that since she was close to her own breakthrough, he was entrusting her with their home's safety. He asked her to guard the place while he was gone, and she promised she would. Elsewhere across the storm-stricken city, Xu Qingjing and her squad stood atop a rooftop. The wind howled around them as static interference disrupted their communications. One of her teammates, Zhang Xiaoya, wondered aloud if their equipment was malfunctioning. Xu Qingying's face hardened as she replied that if a true disaster had begun, they would have to handle it on their own. They looked up, and their hearts froze. Above them, a massive vortex of dark clouds was forming, spinning faster and faster. Xu Qingying whispered that she hoped it was just a false alarm. Acting quickly, she tried to reach the other patrols through her communicator, ordering every unit to stay on high alert. But her voice was abruptly cut off as she and her teammates turned toward the sky, their expressions filled with horror. From the swirling vortex descended a massive swarm of dark, bat-like monsters, their red eyes glowing like embers against the storm clouds. A voice over the comms screamed the warning they had all dreaded hearing. An outbreak of anomalies had begun. That moment marked the start of the invasion. Across the sprawling city, alarms blared as a red alert went out, warning of the heaviest rainstorm in 50 years. Citizens were told to stay indoors, but fear rippled through the streets. People stared up at the blackened sky, whispering in panic, wondering if this was the end of the world. Meanwhile, Zhang Lu and his red-haired friend raced through the rain-soaked streets on their motorcycles. Water splashed beneath their tires as thunder roared overhead. The red-haired man shouted over the storm, "This feels wrong, Zhang Lu. Should we stay or get out of here?" Zhang Lu didn't answer. His face was grim, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Then, from above, a massive bat-like creature wreathed in dark red energy dove straight toward them. Snarling, Zhang Lu lifted his hand. "Looking for death, are you?" he shouted, conjuring a blazing fireball and launching it at the monster. Flames exploded across the sky, but his friend looked uneasy. Why would it attack us? Creatures like that usually avoid pioneers as strong as you. Their confidence shattered when the creature screeched and emerged unscathed from the inferno. Jiang Lu's expression froze. It wasn't that it survived, it had revived instantly. His anger turned to dread. "We're leaving. Now," he ordered, realizing how dangerous these monsters had become. Hours earlier, inside a high-tech control room at the Spiritual Energy Association, alarms had also sounded. Monitors flickered as officials discussed the situation. An analyst urged, "We need to contact Fang Yi immediately. He's our best chance." Before Xu Qingying's superior could respond, a shrill alarm interrupted them. The main screen lit up with a red warning. A-level anomaly detected. Estimated arrival in city center within 24 hours. Multiple bat-like entities already gathering in suburban zones. The superior frowned. "An A-level anomaly? Are you certain?" Xu Qingying's voice was sharp and urgent. "We can't take chances. Send a team right away. I'm going too." Back in the present, chaos consumed the city. On a rooftop, the leader of the destroyer squad stared up in terror as a gigantic version of the bat monster descended from the clouds. He screamed into his communicator, "Correction! It's not A-level, it's S-level." The creature's colossal shadow loomed over him, its glowing red eyes gleaming with malevolence as it prepared to destroy everything in its path. In the military district, the halls were eerily silent, the sleek futuristic corridors empty. Outside, however, the sky burned red with lightning as battle raged. A swarm of glowing red bat-like anomalies surrounded a massive warship, which fired blast after blast of energy into the storm. In the heart of the chaos, Jielan fought fiercely, her body a blur of motion. Purple whips of energy danced around her as she cut through wave after wave of monsters. She paused briefly, panting, watching the endless dark tide. Her ability to shape and reinforce spiritual power gave her an edge, but even with her strength, the creatures kept coming. It was as if they were trying to stop her from protecting something vital. Then, lightning split the clouds. A young blonde man descended beside her, crackling with golden energy. He smiled faintly. "Impressive, Jielan, but we've got a problem. The entire military district's defenses are down. Only a few high-ranking officers are still fighting." Jielan clenched her jaw. "Communications are jammed. I can't reach anyone outside. The other districts must be under attack, too." As the sky darkened further, filled with the endless swarm, she made her decision. Her voice rang out over the battlefield. "Two squads stay and defend the restricted zone, no matter what. Everyone else, with me. We're breaking through their lines and linking up with the other forces." Her soldiers shouted in unison, ready to follow her command. Together with the lightning user, Jielan charged forward, diving back into the storm of wings and blood. As they fought their way toward the city, Jielan suddenly froze midair, her eyes widening in horror. Below them, the entire skyline was engulfed by a massive red swarm. Realization struck her. The military zone was never their target. "The city," she whispered. "The anomaly's true goal is the entire city." Rain poured harder, flooding the streets. Civilians screamed and ran for shelter. At a lonely bus stop, Malala, a live streamer, stood with a man beside her. But unlike the others, she was excited, holding her camera up toward the storm. "This is perfect," she said eagerly. "If I stream this, it'll go viral. Sometimes you have to take risks for amazing footage." Her confidence vanished in the next heartbeat. A shadow swept past, and the man beside her was gone. A monstrous bat-like creature had devoured him whole. Malala froze in horror, her camera clattering to the ground. As she screamed, dozens of red-eyed beasts descended, tearing through the streets. People shouted in terror, "They're drinking our blood!" Malala ran, gasping, the rain mixing with tears on her face. One of the creatures swooped down, claws extended. She screamed, sure that it was the end. Then a flash of blue light split the air. A blade of pure lightning sliced the creature apart in a single strike. Landing behind her was Xu Qingying, surrounded by crackling energy and flanked by two cloaked squad members. She reached out a hand to the trembling Malala. "You're safe now," she said firmly. "My team will take you home." As the two squad members guided Malala away, one of them warned, "Captain Xu, the number of sea-level bat anomalies is increasing. They're evolving fast." Xu Qingjing's eyes narrowed, her voice filled with fury. "Then we don't have time to waste. If they evolve by devouring humans, we have to get every civilian out of here. Now." Turning back toward the storm, she gave her last order. "Escort the civilians to safety. I'll stay here. This area has the highest concentration of anomalies. I'll hold them off." Her team hesitated for a moment, but saluted and left, leading the survivors away. Now alone beneath the blood-red sky, Xu Qingying stood firm as the monstrous swarm gathered before her. High above the burning city, Fang Yi landed lightly on a rooftop, his eyes narrowing as he faced a gigantic, multi-eyed version of the bat anomaly. Below him stretched an endless, writhing swarm, a tide of black wings blotting out the night sky. He frowned. The entire swarm had already evolved, their collective power now nearing the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. Realizing the scale of the threat, Fang Yi summoned his weapon, a blazing sword wreathed in golden fire. With a single powerful swing, he unleashed a massive wave of flames that tore through the swarm, reducing countless creatures to ash in an instant. But the victory was short-lived. His right eye flickered red, and a sharp realization struck him. The battle wasn't over. This anomaly was different. No matter how many he burned, the swarm regenerated, healing, dividing, multiplying. They were nearly unkillable, their dark energy endlessly replenishing itself. Scanning the city, Fang Yi saw the same scene repeating everywhere. Swarms of these dark attribute creatures overrunning crowded districts, turning each into a new disaster zone. A grim expression crossed his face. Finding and regrouping with the association members amidst such chaos would take too long. As thick black mist rolled across the city, cloaking everything in shadow, Fang Yi made his choice. He would face the swarms alone. Raising his hand, he activated his ultimate technique. Limitless Dark World. A colossal vortex of dark green energy erupted from his body, spiraling into the sky. "Then be devoured," he declared coldly, "and become food for my spiritual flower." The vortex expanded, consuming the surrounding swarm in a roaring tide of darkness. Even as he fought, Fang Yi's mind flashed to his allies, Lin Yi, Xu Qingying, Zhang Xiaoya, and the other pioneers who had gathered at his home. He believed they could hold their ground for now, protected by his cousin's talent and the combined strength of the group. But deep down, he knew, if this disaster spread any further, it would turn into a nightmare no one could survive. 10 minutes later, on another rooftop, Xu Qingjing was locked in a desperate battle. Surrounded by the endless swarm of bat anomalies, she gritted her teeth and fired blast after blast of blue spiritual energy. Each strike destroyed dozens, but for every creature that fell, more took its place. Her breathing grew heavy. Her spiritual power wasn't recovering fast enough. She could feel herself nearing exhaustion. Briefly, her thoughts drifted to her two teammates, hoping they were still safe while escorting the civilians to safety. Then, a scream. A terrified cry for help echoed from above. Xu Qingying looked up and froze. High in the stormy sky, a massive sphere of red anomalies was forming, the bats merging together into one colossal, hefty, pulsating entity. Her eyes widened in horror. They're evolving again. Realizing the danger, she leapt up the side of a nearby building, pushing her exhausted body to its limit. If these monsters kept strengthening, they would soon reach the spirit creation realm. And with her team spread thin rescuing people, they had no power left to stop such a threat. The bat swarm dove upon the city, their shrieks shaking the air as buildings began to crumble under their assault. Shu Qingying fired a volley of bright blue energy blasts, desperately trying to hold them back. But the sheer number was overwhelming. The storm of wings engulfed her, their combined impact slamming her from the sky. As she plummeted through the air, lightning flashing around her, a chilling realization struck her. The truth behind the swarm. Her gaze turned upward to the massive vortex of dark energy and lightning swirling in the clouds above. In that instant, she understood the swarm's true purpose.